In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Many thanks, and thanks for joining us from the trading floors of Lagos to commodity hubs of Enugu. We say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV Business Outlook, broadcasting live from Enugu. This morning, we are tracking a profound realignment of capital, a sharp profit-taking correction on the Nigerian exchange, a remarkably unified naira, and a historic global collapse in oil prices that is completely redrawing the macroeconomic map. If you want to survive this morning's volatility, you need data, not noise. Over the next few minutes, we break down the hard numbers, reveal where the hidden value is hiding, and give you the code-calculated insights you need to protect your wealth and outtrade the market today. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny, and your wealth finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian equities market, which closed on a bearish note yesterday, Wednesday, June 17, 2026, as heavy profit taken in large cap stocks dragged down the primary market indicators. The Osha Index ASI closed at 240,802.72 points, down by 1,182.08 points. Market capitalization settled at 154.45 trillion naira, and the market breadth, though strongly negative, with only 13 gainers against 51 losers out of 132 participating equities. Trading activities in terms of volume reached 662.93 million shares, exchanged across 51,083 deals, valued at 39.96 billion naira. And quickly moving to the top 5 gainers, yes, which were led by Nemet, a pharmaceutical stock, yesterday was very bullish as he made a positive adjustment of 9.47% to close at 9 naira 25 kobo, followed by Cornerstone Insurance yesterday closing 5 naira 90 kobo, yes, making a bullish adjustment of 9.26 positive adjustment. VFD Group yesterday was equally bullish as he made a positive adjustment of 7.96% to close trading book at 10 naira 85 kobo. And McNichols yesterday equally closed on a positive note of 7 naira 50 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 7.14% yesterday. And Sunu Assurance yesterday closed at 3 naira 72 kobo in the positive rim of a positive 3.91% adjustment. And quickly moving to the laggards, yes, particularly the top 5 losers here. Gregu yesterday, led the change here by leading the losing pack, having closed at 1,019 naira 30 kobo, making a dip of negative 10% adjustment. They are followed by Okomu Oil, which yesterday closed in the dip of a negative 9.97%, yes, to close at 1,418 naira. Restaurants yesterday closed at 27 naira 60 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.95% dip. Conhop PLC yesterday closed in the dip as well as he made a bearish adjustment of 9.91% to close its trading book at 7 naira 82 kobo. International Energies Insurance yesterday, yes, followed suit, having closed at 5 naira 19 kobo, made a bearish dip of a negative 9.90%. And here is our market outlook for today. The market is expected to face continued mixed sentiments this morning. The sharp pullbacks in heavyweights like Gregu Power and Okomu Oil indicates the institutional investors are aggressively locking in profits. For today's section, expect initial selling pressure to carry over. However, the steep drops in several mid to large cap equities may trigger selective bargain hunting from investors looking to enter at more attractive entry points. Keep a close eye on the banking sector as volatility persists surrounding the ongoing capitalization deadline. And quickly moving to the forex market, where the Nigerian naira showed marginal, yes, soft pedaling or consolidation on Wednesday, June 17, 2026, fluctuating inside its established mid-month tight boundaries across both the official window and the parallel market. And quickly looking at the official market, where the naira closed with a slight depreciation at 1,365 naira 10 kobo against the US dollar, compared to Monday's settlement of 1,363 naira 83 kobo against the US dollar. And at the street market, or the official parallel market or black market, depending on what you're comfortable with, the local currency maintained a narrow corridor, yes, a narrow corridor, changing hands at a buying rate of 1,395 naira against the dollar and a selling rate of 1,405 naira against the US dollar in the informal space. The premium between the official exchange rate and the parallel market remains tightly locked around 2.9%, a vast improvement from historical gaps, signaling sustained structural transparency in market unification. The key drivers here, one is supply and refineries. Market liquidation has been heavily anchored by steady intervention strategies by the central bank and a noticeable decrease in product importation forex demand as local production capacities expand. And here is our market outlook for today, where the Naira is anticipated to trade within its familiar 1,360 Naira to 1,375 Naira boundary at the official window today, being Thursday, June 18, 2026. Expect a slight pickup in demand volume this morning as corporate entities try to clear offshore obligations ahead of the weekend. However, given the current volume-weighted transaction depth, the exchange rate should absorb liquidity friction comfortably without any drastic shocks or volatility spikes. And quickly turning to the global oil market, which continues its dramatic reassessment this morning as geopolitical risk premiums evaporate from the energy equation. Looking at Brent crude futures, which settled lower yesterday, closing down roughly at 0.5% at $78.60 per barrel, keeping prices firmly anchored at a 3-month low. We're looking at the 2-day slide here, where this consolidation follows a massive 10% routine over the previous 2 sections, where Brent completely shed its wartime premium. West Texas Intermediate WTI similarly under pressure, closing yesterday down 0.7% to settle at $75 flat. And then what are the market catalysts here, you may ask? One is the primary trigger remains the historic breakthrough in the Geneva, yes, where energy traders are aggressively pricing in the newly signed interim US-Iran peace agreement. With a 14-point memorandum now digitally signed by both presidencies, the market is preparing for a phased 30-day reopening of the vital Strait of Hormuz shipping lane. The prospect of millions of barrels of short-in Middle Eastern crude and unsanctioned Iranian exports returning to the global supply chain has completely flipped the market narrative from a deficit anxiety to fears of a 2027 supply glut. And our market projection for today is that looking ahead to today's trading section, expect Brent crude to face continuous downward pressure, likely oscillating within a tight bearish corridor between $78.20 and $79.10 per barrel. While a brief technical rebound attempted to take shape late yesterday afternoon, comments from Washington warned of military snapbacks if terms are violated. The broader structural bias remains heavily skewed to downsides. A fiscal shipping bottlenecks began to clear in the coming days. Any immediate upside for the commodity will be severely capped by the reality of returning volume. And quickly stepping to the Nigerian commodities market, where domestic commodity trading yesterday reflected pronounced supply squeeze, typical of the mid-year lean season. While fiscal retail markets grapple with logistically driven spatial price disparities, the structured subsectors are seeing significant pre-harvest position taken. We're looking at regional staple food prices here, where yesterday logistic costs and regional availability continue to drive stark price differentials across major commercial hubs. Looking at the markets, My 12 and Oyibo market in Lagos, and Wuse and Otako market in Abuja, and Ogbete and New market in Enugu, where local rice, the 50 kg bag of it in Lagos as of yesterday, went as high as 75,000 to 80,000 naira, and in Abuja it sold between 82,000 to 88 naira, and in Enugu paying a premium for it at 85 to 92,000 naira. What an increase! And then moving on to the white yellow garida, a petermbah of it in Lagos went for 1,000 and 1,200 naira, and Abuja paid between 1,400 naira and 1,600 naira, whereas Enugu it went between 1,300 naira and 1,500 naira. The medium-sized yam tubers that in Lagos sold between 2,000 and 2,500 naira, and in Abuja it sold between 2,200 naira and 3,000 naira, whereas in Enugu it went as high as 3,000 to 4,000 naira yesterday. And speaking to tomatoes, 1 kg at the small basket of it, speaking to Lagos, where 1 kg sold for 2,200 naira, and then the basket of it in Abuja went for 20,000 naira, and in Enugu yesterday, it sold at 26,000 naira basket of tomatoes. The key regional observation here, one is that the southern premium, here speaking to Enugu and the broader southeastern corridor, continue to feel the pinch of inflated transport premiums, particularly on yams and tomatoes, as high transit security overhead and haulage fuel costs keep retail pricing sticky. And then looking at Lagos port cushion, where Lagos maintains a marginal discount on imported grains due to direct maritime proximity, though local rice remains highly competitive. On the structural floor of the affairs commodities, export-bound cash crops and industrial grains, faced intense pre-harvest demand, flashing broadly bullish indicators. And then we're looking at the pre-harvest supply tightening. A strong macroeconomic tilt towards domestic input sourcing has triggered massive positioning, taken by corporate off-takers, where maize closed higher, trading at 336,000 naira per metric ton, up roughly by 0.58%, as feed mills scramble for remaining old season volumes. Soybeans recorded the sharpest upward momentum on the floor, climbing 3.77% to settle at 801,000 per metric ton, heavily driven by aggressive export demand and local oil processor shortage. Shogun and paddy rice maintained a flat but historic high pressure. Maintained a historic high pressure posture, holding at 436,000 naira and 384,000 naira per metric ton respectively, amid thick spot availability. And then looking at cocoa, it settled with mixed international export sentiment but structurally robust on the local index, holding firm around 6,166,800 per metric ton. Then the market projection for today is that moving into today's section, we expect the fiscal grain market in the north to see persistent upward pressure as commercial aggregate warehouse lock-in inventory. For the open air retail segment in Lagos, Abuja and Enugu, price discovery will remain entirely tied to day-to-day haulage arrivals. How perishable spoilage, would determine, with couple with early morning offloading bottlenecks, mean that spot market volatility for items like fresh pepper and tomatoes will likely persist until midday stabilization occurs. And then quickly turning on to the international desk, where global financial markets experienced sharp volatility yesterday, being Wednesday the 17th, following a highly anticipated and market-altering monetary policy pivot from Washington. U.S. equities suffered a broad late-day sell-off after the Federal Reserve, in its first policy meeting chaired by newly appointed head Kevin Warsh, voted to keep interest rates unchanged at 3.75%, but delivered a surprisingly hawkish forward outlook. S&P 500 shed 1.2%, closing at 7,420.10 points. The Jones Industrial Average dropped by 507.12 points, that's 1%, to settle at 51,492.55 points, completely reversing its recent record-setting momentum. Nasdaq Composite tech stocks led the decline, falling 1.3% to close at 26,021.66 points. The primary shockwaves came from the Fed's updated economic projections, which reversed growth expectations downward and inflation upward, with committee members split 50-50 on additional interest rate hikes later this year. And quickly moving over to Europe, where major indices initially managed to book moderate gains earlier in the section, cushioned by the broader risk-on sentiment surrounding the easing geopolitical tension in the Middle East. However, the late-day Wall Street rout is expected to cloud early European trading this morning. And in Asia, the market closed mixed ahead of the late-night Fed decision. India's Sensex and Nifty 50 extended the winning streaks for a fourth consecutive day, gaining roughly 0.4%, boosted heavily by falling Brent crude oil prices, which lowered energy import costs. Meanwhile, Japanese equities held steady following a widely expected rate hike by the Bank of Japan to combat persistent domestic price pressures. And moving on to our market projection for today, we are looking ahead to today's section, we expect a cautious defensive posture to dominate international trading flows. European and Asian policies are likely to experience early selling pressure as they fully digest the hawkish commentary out of Washington. The global market narrative has abruptly shifted from celebrating the US-Iran peace breakthrough to managing a newly volatile, less predictable Federal Reserve policy landscape. High-growth sectors, particularly technology and green energy components, will remain under intense pressure today as sovereign bond yields remain elevated. I'm quickly moving on to our strategic market advice for especially Nigerian investors today. One, on stocks, our position is that you don't panic, just chase the discount. Yesterday's massive drop was caused by institutional investors aggressively taking profit on heavyweights like Geregu and Okomu oil. Our advice is that do not panic sell. Yes, do not go into panic sell. The overall market backdrop is still fundamentally sound. Look out for high-quality banking and consumer goods stocks that have been unfairly dragged down. Today, today we present an excellent, cheaper entry points for anybody wanting to play in the stock market. And then moving on to the forex, our position today is that the parallel market, will see some sort of peace. Yes, the gap between the official rate at 1,365 naira and the black market at 1,405 naira is settling at a very healthy 2.9%. The era of wide, unpredictable currency spikes is on pause. Our advice here is that if you are holding USD, you are speaking to the US dollar, just, to hedge against inflation, your money is losing efficiency. Reallocate that idle capital into high-yield local instruments or structured commercial paper. And on oil and commodities, we are telling you that our position here is that the game has changed. Yes, the game has changed, owing to the peace treaty between the US and Iran. Brent crude dropping to $78, 60 cents a barrel because of the Iran peace deal means global energy prices are cooling fast. Meanwhile, local food and grain prices, especially soybeans and maize, are hitting peak lean season highs. Our advice here is that if you are exposed to the energy sector, expect short-term revenue pressure. Conversely, agribusiness and local commodity trading like FX contracts are where the immediate high demand momentum is hiding right now. So the backdrop for today, or the basis for today, is that it's a day for bargain hunting. Yes, today is a day for bargain hunting in stocks and moving capitals towards local agriculture like the grain market. Keep your head cool. Volatility is just a transfer of wealth from the impatient to the patient. So the watchword today is patient. Just take your time, go for bargain hunting. There's no need to be in a deep rush. And that's where we'll be drawing the curtain today on this segment of the Aneke TV business desk. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. Keep watching Aneke TV market segment, and so that you stay ahead. However, we warn that before you make an incursion into the financial market, please do well to consult a certified financial analyst. And this is due to the volatility of the market. I am Uche Osai, saying invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Honored that you are giving a speech to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, MEPs. Well, I don't know. First, let me most sincerely show my gratitude and thank you for opportunity of being part of your section. It was a very good listen how discussions go on. The first question people wonder is, why am I here? I'm just here to be able to start a conversation because I found out that the European Union, or most countries of Europe and the Western world, actually have little knowledge about Nigeria and Africa in general. And because of it, in their decision and their thinking, they rarely bring Africa into perspective. I say to them, it is time to rethink. Africa today is the last frontier of global development. It's the second biggest continent in terms of size in the world, the second biggest continent in terms of population. It's a continent that has the highest amount of natural resources. It's a continent that has vast uncultivated land, a continent with young population. 60% of African population today is young. But then again, it's a continent of mass poverty. Today, Europe, if I take Nigeria for example, Nigeria in terms of population is 50% of European Union population. You are about 450 million. We are over 240 million. So we over have 50% of your population. In terms of the land size, Nigeria, Europe is about 4-point-something million square kilometers. Nigeria is about a quarter of that. Just Nigeria. But when you come to in terms of wealth, while Europe have a per capita of over $40,000, Nigeria, which is over 50% of your population, our per capita is below about 2.5% of that of Europe. So you could see the potential, with all the resources, the potential for growth. The nearest continent to Africa, to Nigeria, is Europe. So if Africa today turns around, the biggest beneficiary will be Europe. If it collapses, the consequence will affect you more. And I believe that we have so many commonalities that we can work together and everything. And what is the problem of Africa? The problem of Africa remains leadership. To have a political leadership that is competent, that have the capacity, compassion, commitment, and character to be able to deal with issues of corruption, law and order, focus on investing in critical areas of development, which is health, education, and pulling people out of poverty. It was discussed here that we have issue of killings, which again, people can say is genocide, people can say is Muslim versus Christians and everything. Are they killings? Are they criminality? Are they kidnapping? Yes. But we have to look at the issues that are driving this. When you have a huge population, for example, Nigeria have over 100 million people living in multidimensional poverty. You have millions of out-of-school children, or those who didn't even go to school at all. With mass poverty and mass uneducated people, you have room for easy recruitment for all forms of criminality, which which is what is now driving us of killings that we need to deal with. And now we're moving around, I'm moving around and saying, we need support. We need you to help us to overcome this and be able to create a clear, developing environment that will also benefit you, because it's a huge market for you. It's a huge advantage in terms of resources and everything if Africa, especially Nigeria, is doing well. It's the most populous country in Africa. It's about 1/6 of African population is Nigeria. And it has all it takes to be a huge market that Europe, just like Africa, can have. And to turn around Africa, you must turn around Nigeria. Because it's a country that will drive the rest of Africa. To develop Africa, which will benefit you, you must start from Nigeria. So that's why I came to continue to start the conversation with you. Is not something, of course, I can take on tonight. It's something that I know that it requires several visits to be able to intimate you more on this commitment, on this trajectory that I want you to go down with us and be able to help us to turn around Africa, Nigeria in particular. So thank you for the opportunity of having a few minutes conversation with you. Maybe there'll be questions.
Thank you very much. I have a question, because after that we will also have a discussion about
Good morning and welcome to Aneke TV Sports. This morning I am your one and only sports oracle, bringing you what's happening around the world of sports. And as it has been happening in FIFA World Cup, also in the boxing, there's a lot of boxing matches coming up this week, and also talking about it throughout the year. There's also a lot happening. Of course, a lot happened over the weekend in the Formula One, but no one has rested since that Formula One game that Lewis Hamilton won. I know my haters are kind of feeling I'm talking about it a lot, but this is actually what happens, that once there's history that has been made, once a history will always be history, and you know how we do it here, and you know what we do here. Yes.
Good morning, my fellow sport lovers. I don't know who you are trying to refer as the hater, but I'm going to assume that it's not on this part that we are sitting. But anyway, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the show. It's another day that promises to be exciting. We are here with all the updates, with all the analysis of the sports that will be taking place, including the World Cup. Of course, we have some matches coming up, some interesting boxing matches, and we have some wrestling matches. All these matches are coming up, and we are going to give you the details of how it's going to unfold. But for the haters that you are talking about, I don't know where they are, but I hope.
Bro, are you not a hater?
No, I cannot be. I only said I should come to you. You said I should call him sir.
Okay.
I've called him sir.
Say sir again.
He's Sir Lewis Hamilton.
Sir Lewis Hamilton.
He's lucky to have gotten the win.
He's not lucky.
Tomorrow I'm still going to tell you that he's lucky.
He worked hard for it.
Of course, he worked hard, but also there was a bit of luck on his side, because if it was a race that everybody had to finish, starting to finish, maybe we would have been telling a different story.
Now, let's just take a look at the all-time winning record from Lewis Hamilton. You will have him the first time he drove for McLaren. He had about just 21 wins. When he drove for Mercedes, he had about 84 wins. And now coming to Ferrari, he has just 1 win. And I can tell you for a fact that this guy is sensational. He is just out of this world. Even though it's just a victory, it's just a win, I can tell you for a fact that this is making rounds on the internet. Lewis Hamilton, who is just 41 years old, and he is betrothed to Kim Kardashian. I have to make it obvious.
Pastor, now you are saying this betrothed to Kim. But anyway, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure
is
they're
it
officially married or
whatever? Listen, listen.
But since you're the one betrothing them,
I'm not the one that betrothed them.
Right. No, there's no problem. After all, Kim also took my favorite person towel to go and give the, according to you, betrothed husband. So it's allowed to say he has been betrothed. So in our tradition, we might say they are married also. So
yeah, actually, because you can't just in our tradition. So we are coming from our traditional POV. Now let's just take a look at that victory that he had. Let's just talk a bit about it, because some of our fans have been asking, who is Lewis Hamilton? What is Lewis Hamilton up to? What is he going to do? And I've been telling them for a fact that Lewis Hamilton is a sensational driver, Formula One driver, who started his career very, very early, and then he had some failures on the way. While everyone who has come to the top had one time that he had one or two issues.
At least at the end of the day, he stood up, he came back to his feet. He did not let those failures undermine the success, the future that he had. And so I think it's a life lesson for everyone. Lewis Hamilton is a legend in the game. For those that don't know him, if you have time, go through the history. Just type Lewis Hamilton on Google or anywhere, you will see he's a legend that has driven Formula One for decades. It's not.
He's actually and let me just help our audience. Yeah. He's actually a 7-time world champion, tied with Michael Scamucha for the most titles. The first black driver in Formula One, that's the Michael. Yeah. Then he holds records for most wins, 105, poles, 104, and podiums, 203. That's actually debuting with McLaren in 2007. He won his first title in 2008, then 6 more with Mercedes. Yes, and since 2015, he has reached 2025. Sorry, he has reached for Ferrari. He has been that influential guy who has, shown that this is actually possible.
Finally got the win with Ferrari. I'm trying to also remind you that he also got his win. Since you are always telling me that he has finally won, so he has finally gotten a win with Ferrari, and it's something we have assumed that we should put Sir in his name, and From me, well, who am I? I'm going to always call him. Anytime I'm referring to him, I'm going to say Sir Lewis Hamilton. You know,
yeah,
he's a great person.
yes.
So
He's actually a great.
Hope
Say it again. Say it again.
Young man. I might take out that Sir and put it back to Kimi Antonelli. Well, moving away from F1, because I know if we remain in this F1, you will not allow me to, you know, enjoy myself in this studio. We have other matches, which especially is coming from the boxing side, where we have a lot. I can tell you there are a lot of matches. But before we go into the boxing side, there is a man, Jalen Brunson, of the New York Knights, who is currently the NBA Cup trophy winner. In fact, this season he has accumulated a lot of awards. NBA Cup MVP, that's most valuable player. Shooting Stars winner. He has the ECF trophy, that's the Eastern Conference trophy. He was the ECF MVP winner. He was the Larry O'Brien trophy winner, and of course the finals, he was the MVP. This guy plays for New York Knights, and this season he has been fantastic. Yes. Almost pulling out all the individual and team award that there is left in the national basketball.
And let's not forget that today is the day the New York Knicks championship parade. It's today, and it's going to start 10 a.m.
Once we leave this studio,
we are going, right?
Just this for our fans.
And it's the first time in history they are going to have, to come to the White House and meet President Donald Trump.
This their trophy comes after
2
years, so of course.
So it's the first time in history that Mr. President, talking about President Donald Trump, is going to, keep them, host them. Yeah. They're going to be welcomed down, and it's something that I must tell you that everyone would have, every champion would want to, see. And also talking about that, still on that same nick, you would see that when they started, it's been 52 years, 52 years of not having any trophy. And right now, they have made history. That's to tell you that you have to stay doing what you're doing. It's a part of motivation that we are bringing your way this morning. You have to stay doing what you're doing. You have to stay glued, stay tied to whatever you found your hands to do. It's going to pay one time, and it's something I'm telling you that you're going to have. Now, still talking about UFC, let's just go straight to the UFC, where you have the game, the UFC White House, total views by Monday. Yes, the game that marked the 250th anniversary of the American nation. The game, which also was close to, it was in tandem with President Donald Trump's 80th birthday. It was how he had to celebrate his birthday, even though there were rumors that came. There was a lot of, upheaval that happened. Yes, there was actually a security threat, but at the end of the day, it was up to the task, where 150 million views, 50 million people viewed and watched. Yes, I had to tune in. Remember, the estimation was about 80,000. The ticket, even the outside views were about 80,000 persons are meant to, see the game outside the White House, outside the close. Then 4,000 people are meant to see it live. I meant to sit there live to, see the game. But it happened that at the end of the day, it just, everything had to turn around. Everything. 150 million views, and it's something that I would tell you for a fact that many people would not have seen, and it's an explosion for the world of UFC, because many people are getting to understand and know what UFC is all about. At the end of the day, I can tell you also that UFC may not have had this all their year, and one of the guys who has written a commentary says that's on X, his name is Josh Clayton. He says, I've spent the last couple of days trying to come up with the right words for this one, talking about what happened in the award. It says, for 7 days, I've had the opportunity to play a small part in the UFC Freedom 250th on the South Lawn, that's in the White House. It says, alongside an incredible crew, we help build and support one of the most unique live event environments I've ever experienced. More than 20,000 feet of fiber were deployed. The days were long, and it amounted to a lot of planning, coordination behind the scenes, and was simply remarkable. The thing he will remember mostly from what he said is that he says, I will remember the most wasn't the scale of the production. He had worked in a lot of shows. Nothing ever felt quite like this. But the professionalism of the UFC team and the White House staff, Secret Service, and the countless production professionals who made this event happen. He's actually exhausted, but he's grateful and very glad to have played a small part in the great game that has happened, has taken shape. And still talking about that, Paramount Plus downloads reportedly jumped 276% from their prior 30-day average, while daily active users rose to 34%. Just because of the fight, just because of the UFC and 250th Freedom Fight effect, everything for Paramount. Remember, they have a contract with UFC. Yeah. They have a contract, and it's something that happens when shows are promoted, when people come.
You go in fact, you go all out on the promotion, and this is what you get. This is the after effects of when you have promoted the show. A good promotion generates revenue for you. You can imagine how much these people have made from a boxing fight, that if you have maybe sit back and just say, okay, we are celebrating Donald Trump's birthday in collaboration with a boxing match or some boxing matches, that you did not do an actual promotion. Maybe by now you will not get this kind of 150 million views. You will not get the income that you have generated. So it will just be a match that, different fights came up, and few people, maybe we might not even be aware of the situation. We just know that, okay, Donald Trump is celebrating birthday, and maybe probably there is going to be 1 or 2 matches. But, 2 or 3 weeks ago, we saw the promotions that were being put in place for this match. We even saw the arena that was being set up for this match. We saw the exclusivity where they had to say, okay, it's just 4,000 persons that is going to be able to come in to view live in this arena. Meanwhile, there is space for other people, 80,000 people, to stay outside of you. So it was well promoted. And at the end of the day, look at the income they are generating from all this. Even the sponsors, the Paramount, they are getting more views, getting more people to come, to use their own platform. So it's something we can never overemphasize, that promotion is part of sport. You have to promote it. People are meant to view, just like the World Cup, people are meant to view it. So if people are not aware right there in US or even outside that these competitions are coming up in these cities or in this country, nobody will be viewing it. But so we have, talked about promotion, and I believe people that are interested, or the government of the day, are at least listening to us and, putting more efforts, to
especially from this side of the world, because
we are talking about our Nigerian league.
There's no promotion. No, I will not say no promotion. I will actually, retrace my words. Yeah. I mean, there's a low level of participation from people, from the masses, from the fans.
From the general public.
I mean, we could have people. It was in the past that we used to hear a lot of sports game happening.
Here in Nigeria, I remember when I was younger, at least I used to watch, if I don't watch it on radio, we'll be listening to Imba's football match, where you'll be hearing the scores, hearing the live update. At least then, maybe I did not have access, to watch it on TV. I was not watching it. But on radio, you'll be getting the information. Imagine then now that I now have access, to TV, to even social media and all the rest platform, the promotion is not even as the way it was way back. So I believe there need to be more effort put into these things. That there are a lot of platforms that you can use to view matches. If you are not watching it live on TV, there are other social media platforms that you can watch these matches, just for people to be aware. Let them know the time, the place that is going to take place. And of course, people want to tune in. This is our own league that we wish to promote. When you are promoting it to us, we also will be sharing it to other people to also go and view. So at the end of the day, to even generate more income to you, when people are having to use various platforms to watch these matches live, you are going to be generating more views from other people, and making your more sponsorship deals are going to come in, and this thing might go global, and maybe with time we even get to infuse Champions League matches that they will have to feature some Nigeria clubs, or the way they do it, they get to other leagues, take 2 or 3 clubs from there and feature in the Champions League with time. But where we are right now, I don't think we can even smell the Champions League in the next 10 to 15 years. So government at the end of the day should take more effort, put in more effort to promote our league. And the MPFL, of course, the officials, they should put in more effort, get more training. And I believe with time, by God's grace, we'll get there. Let's move on to the world of wrestling. Or before I go into wrestling, we are not done with boxing. Anthony Joshua has made a statement where he said, come to Saudi, July 25th. I welcome you in the ring if you are serious. That's he's talking to Tyson Fury. And, we have deliberated on the venue for this match. Now, was it yesterday you were saying it was in UK, probably going to be you. Now, Joshua coming to say, come to Saudi Arabia.
A lot has happened over the times, and I must tell you that from my own point of view, there are many situations that are attached to this.
Yeah.
First of all, Anthony Joshua has a fight in the UK. He has a fight in the UK.
Yeah.
Then he also has a fight in Saudi Arabia. The comments that we are reading and the issues that we are seeing from there could be, just to threaten that guy and put his hands in his eyes. That's what I'm seeing.
Tell him that I'm ready for you.
I'm ready for you. So if you come to me in Saudi Arabia, I will deal with you. If anywhere I jam you, I will deal with you. That's actually what I'm seeing from Anthony Joshua, because maybe he has been, trying to hide, and then this guy has been trying to, you know how they do this.
Yeah.
They will go and cause something. You saw yesterday, the day before yesterday, between Roman Reigns and Jacob Fatu, where Jacob Fatu had to go just in the night, and was pressuring him to denounce Roman Reigns as the leader of their tribe.
After you have finished writing,
after Roman Reigns dealt with you,
you are still coming for someone to denounce him.
To say that you are the leader. Now, what are you trying to do? You're trying to create an atmosphere of fight. You're trying to stay, Roman Reigns will now watch the video. No, Roman Reigns will now watch the video and be like, okay, so this is what you guys are doing. You still want more. After he dealt with you.
He beat you blue-black, and you are still telling somebody by the side to come and denounce that same person that beat you. And, it's just an avenue to get that attention that I'm not satisfied with this match. I still want another one. So that the focus will be on you. Then, at the end of the day, Roman Reigns might say, okay, let's get another match. Let's get a rematch. Meanwhile, you have drawn a master plan that if you cannot beat him, you should use another.
I told you that this fight between Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. Look at what he said. He said, "Come to Saudi, July 25th. I'll welcome you in the ring if you are serious."
That's if you are serious.
If you are serious. Now I know the fight signed. He is more than welcome to step in the ring. That's talking about Anthony Joshua's and Tyson Fury, what both of them said. It tells you that this fight this is what they do. So maybe Tyson Fury has said something and they had to, have a little clash about everything. But for me, I will tell you, Anthony Joshua is getting ready for this fight, and it's going to happen.
He has been preparing for quite a long time. After the incident, he has been preparing. He has not been in the ring for a long time, so he really needs a body opponent to take out the frustration.
I pity who Anthony Joshua will meet first. You know why I'm pitying the person? Why I'm pitying the person is because he will use the memories of December.
Yeah.
That incident that happened. Of course. I told you, as someone who is interested in cinematography and also in video editing and all those things, someone who is into graphics. Now, when he gives him the first punch,
you reflect it.
It reflects
the throwback
of what happened. Then he tries to, maybe let's say Tyson Fury is winning the game. Tyson Fury does the last round, and after that last round, anyone that wins the last round have won the game. Now, as he's just reflecting, maybe Tyson Fury has been winning. Now he just has, the memory just clicks, has flashbacks. Oh, what happened? Now he stands and turns around with red eyes.
This is more like a movie.
And then as he's hitting him, he's having the flashbacks. His trainers, the guys he lost.
Those memories.
Cheers to the one that we've lost. Cheers to the one that we've lost on the way.
Yeah.
Then you will see when him and those guys were having a good time. They were making merry. They drink. We don't go say memories bring back. That's what it happened. Now the song we were playing.
I know the song you wanted to say. I was just trying to recall the song.
You know the song.
It's a good imagination. Quite so
because the person that don't think Anthony Joshua will just come to fight. And normally boxing is a tough game where you get angry.
Yeah. And once you receive the first,
you get angry.
It will motivate your anger. Like,
have you seen their press conference?
Yes.
In Nigeria,
sometimes they even get to fight in the press conference.
And then it looks like, okay, let me just draw to our audience what it means. When they come for their press conference, no one is happy.
No, of course.
It's not a happy press conference. It's not an English-speaking press conference. They don't talk.
In fact, most of the time it's just
they want to fight. They want to fight. And guess what? When both of them see immediately, it's allowed for you to, meet your opponent and confront him. Yes. And then both of you are looking at each other, eyebrow to eyebrow.
Then you see a lot of bouncers by the side.
Yes, guys, so that they can separate two people.
To separate them, because of course,
yes, and you should not touch each other. Just be looking.
Well, most of the times we have seen that they are that touching. In fact, I don't know whether they also tell them by the side that you guys should touch each other, because it somehow promotes.
Yes, it does, because when you say okay. Now, it now stares you to kind of start to fight or start to say, you touched me.
You touched me when we
are doing press conference. Okay, let's get into action. Now, the thing is, I watched before the UFC 250 freedom fight. Yeah. I watched a kind of press conference from President Trump. That he did that thing. He was standing with the president of UFC. Okay. Both of them now came for press conference. As they jammed, they were looking at each other. President Trump had to start laughing.
Are we meant to push something which is expected?
The thing was very funny. Now, what these things are is that when boxing is already a tough game where your teeth could be knocked out.
A lot can go.
A lot can happen. Your jaw can be shifted. You have a good kind of jaw.
Your face can be
can be damaged. So it's really something they had to protect and something they had to put together. For Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, it's going to be an awesome time, and I believe the match would hold.
No, of course.
Let it hold. It's been a while. It's been 7 months. Yeah, what's happening now? What's happening now? Baba, waiting to happen.
Well, let's move on. It's still in the boxing match, UFC. We still have Makhachev versus Machadugari. This is, of course, going to take place on Saturday, August 15 in Philadelphia. This is a welterweight title bout. And funny enough, this guy is 5'7", and the opponent is about 6'3". If you see the height difference in the two, you begin to wonder how this guy is going to.
It looks like the father and son.
The height difference is quite a lot that you begin to wonder, is this supposed to be a fixture between both sides? Because it's going to take a lot from Makhachev to throw a punch to this guy, because he's quite very tall, taller than him, I must say. If you see their two when they stand, is a lot of difference. Then we'll move on to the fight that is going to take place. It's a UFC heavyweight title bout. It's between Aspinall and Gain. This is going to be broadcasted on the TNT Sports. It's coming up. Okay, the date has not been announced, but it's a fight that we're also anticipating between Aspinall and Gain. The graphics looks like a fight that is going to be a do or die affair. It's going to be something that some tooth are going to be lost definitely in this one, because
I like how you said it's some tooth.
The way they're looking at each other so tense, like I'm just waiting for the day.
I'm just waiting for the day. I can't wait
to the ring. And also moving out from the boxing matches, where we have another match that is going to take place is Whitaker versus Rivera. This is the WC Silver Light Heavyweight title, and it's coming up 7. This is going to take place in the Barclays Central, Brooklyn, New York, and of course, DAZN is going to be airing this one. We are going to
nothing that suits me more than DAZN.
When you hear DAZN, it's almost like they are taking over.
DAZN is really pushing, and we need more companies to come up and sponsor these games. For me, I think DAZN is really doing a lot now, even though that we still have some hitches here and there from their network coming from this side of the world. I mean, even currently, there's no subscription for Nigerians. Like you would need to get it in dollars. You need to get the subscription in dollars and the membership in dollars. But at the end of the day, I will tell you that DAZN is doing a good job really right now.
Right. Then also, let's not leave out the women. There's going to be a fight between.
Every time there's fight, there's women.
Let's not leave out the women, because this is a UFC 330 fight, and it's between Den versus Robertson. This is for the World Strawweight Championship, and it's coming up in August 15 on Saturday. This match is going to be a one that, of course, we the sport lovers will be anticipating. Then the AEW Collision. This is coming up on Saturday, June 30. It's going to be between Zach Zabri Jr. and Adam Priest. This is also a fight that will take place, and it's also going to be broadcasted by HBO Max. It's a TNT fight. All these are coming up in the world of boxing. And just before we go for a short break, let's also, in the world of wrestling, we have a fight coming up June 22 on Mondays. Is between, in fact, there are a lot of superstars here. We have the like of Obafemi, who is going to be in the match.
Obafemi, our guy.
Yes, of course, he's going to fight. Even Jacob
Fatu is going to fight.
Seth Lawrence is going to fight. Yes, Seth Lawrence is also going to fight. You know, it's been a while I saw Seth Lawrence. I don't know if I've even seen. We have not heard of him from any match this year. He has not been involved in any fight. He's always either Roman Reigns or Obafemi. The guy that beat Obafemi, what's his name? That Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar, yes.
You know, these other guys have been the Usos. These are the people that we have been seeing of late. But
maybe he just had to take a short break and then.
He has been, you know, it was him and Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, and I've forgotten the other guy. There were 3 then. Now they have expanded the brotherhood. You now have the Usos. You have Jacob coming in.
Yeah,
I don't know if LA Knights want to come in because sometimes when they are in the ring, it always comes out. And you know, these people are expanding their tentacles. We also have on SmackDown, there's also a match coming up. In fact, it's not just a match, matches that are coming up. It's going to take place on the 23rd of June. You know, this, of course, 23rd of June is already close by. We already.
Yeah, it's just in 4 days' time. Yes, in 4 days' time.
So these matches are coming up live. You know, this is going to broadcast as O2 in London. Also, the SummerSlam is also coming up. The road to SummerSlam. There are a lot of matches, in fact, a lot that is going to happen.
And the road to SummerSlam. Man, this is the battle of men.
A lot is taking place. You can see, of course, you can see the graphics. Look at Roman Reigns, look at Obafemi, Seth Rollins is there. This CM Punk is still there. In fact, there are a lot of matches that you can't afford to. And of course, the venues are already there. You can see the dates and the venue. They are all in place and, you know, just waiting for the day to come in. This is going to start from, I think, August. From the first week of August, and it's in Minneapolis. So it's a lot of match to come in. You know, the World Wrestling Federation are giving us a lot of excitement from next month. We are going to be seeing a lot. So let's just take a short break. We will come back for the details or the analysis of the World Cup event that has been taking place. You know, we saw a lot of matches yesterday. Let's go for a short break, and we'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break, and let's give you an update or the results that took place for the matches yesterday. We have Portugal, who played a Côte d'Ivoire yesterday. They had to play a 1-1 draw. We have England, who played 4-2. It was an interesting match. You know, it was like a goal arena. You know, in the first half there were 4 goals in this match, and it was very interesting, a very interesting match where Harry Kane had to take a penalty. He actually missed the first penalty, and he had to take another one, which it was a retake because according to the rule, the goalkeeper left the spot before the ball was kicked, so it had to be retaken, which he later converted. We have the Black Stars of Ghana, you know, making the African continent proud. They got a late victory, very, very, I would say, in fact, at the day end of the match, 95th minute, they got a 1-goal win, which was very crucial for them against Panama. And we have Colombia, who had to secure a 3-1 victory over Uzbekistan. And of course, the second round of the tournament is beginning today. We have the second round coming up. But just before we go into the details of the second round, let's give you the group standings for the first round. In Group A now, all the matches for the first round have taken place, and now we can see the standings where you now know your fate, what you need to do to qualify from this second round that's coming up later today. You need to, you know, either get a win or know that you're going home. In Group A, we have Mexico topping the group with 3 points, and South Korea also in the top with 3 points. These people won their first opening matches, while we have Czech Republic and South Africa with 0 points. They have not won any match. Then in Group B, we have Switzerland, Canada, Qatar, and Bosnia all in 1 point because all of them had to play a draw. While in Group C, we have the shocking Scotland, who are topping the group with 3 points. Morocco had 1 point because they played a 1-1 draw against Brazil. Then Haiti, of course, we are beaten by Scotland, so they remain fourth on the table. Then in Group D, we have the United States and Australia topping the group with 3 points, while we have Turkey and Paraguay, who never got a win in their first match, also at the bottom of the group with no points. Then in Group E, we have Germany and Ivory Coast, who have both secured their first win with 3 points each. Then we have Ecuador and Curacao, who are bottom of the group with no points, 0 points. We have Group F, we have Sweden, who are topping the group after trashing Tunisia 5-1. We have Japan and Netherlands taking second position and third position after they played out a 2-2 draw. Then in Group G, we have New Zealand, Iran, Belgium, and Egypt all on 1 point after they all played draw in their various matches. We have in Group H also, we have Uruguay,
everyone on one. Everybody on one.
And this group is like Group B and Group G are all on the same 1 point. Even Group H that I'm about to read out, Uruguay, Saudi Arabia, Spain, and Cape Verde all on 1 point. You know, the heroic performance from that Spain matches again, Spain match against Cape Verde, and the keeper, you know, a lot of recognition, and even FIFA are considering to bring his mother, you know, to US to watch the remaining matches because he said he actually could not bring the mother because of financial constraint. Now in Group I, we have Norway, where we have the likes of Odegaard and Haaland, you know, doing their best, doing what they know how to do well with 3 points. Of course, they are topping the group. Then France also with 3 points. Then Senegal and Iraq have no points yet. They have not registered any points. While in Group J, we have Argentina. Of course, the great Lionel Messi had to give them the victory, you know, carry the team with a hat-trick that he delivered in an outstanding performance against Algeria. Then we have also Austria also topping the group, and Jordan and Algeria are at the bottom of the group. While we move on to Group K, where we have Colombia, the likes of Luis Diaz, who dazzled in the
last
match.
Last night was sensational for Luis Diaz. A goal and assist.
Yeah, he was the man of the match. He played spectacularly in that match yesterday. And of course, Liverpool might be looking, okay, why did you say this young boy? We should have kept him in our league. But of course, he has gone to Bayern Munich and is enjoying life in Bayern Munich. We have Democratic Republic of Congo taking second, who had to play a 1-1 draw against the likes of Portugal with the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, João Felix, Vitinha, Bruno Fernandes, João Cancelo. You know, we have a lot of superstars who could not defeat the Democratic Republic of Congo. It was a shocking match for me. You know, when I saw that the match had to end in a 1-1 draw, I was like surprised, and I was like, okay, kudos to the Democratic Republic of Congo. You know, playing a 1-1. This was the same Portugal that my darling country Nigeria in the friendly match, and Democratic Republic of Congo had to hold them down to a 1-1 draw. You know, it's something that we should say kudos to them. Why? The last group, we have Group L, which consists of England, who, you know, won 4-2 against Croatia. It was an outstanding fact. I can tell you for a fact that this was one of the most exciting matches that we have seen in the FIFA countries World Cup so far. It was a great match. In the first half, we had a 2-2 goal thriller. Then in the second half, England had to finish up with Marcus Rashford, your favorite Marcus Rashford.
Yeah, my favorite Marcus Rashford.
The fourth goal and securing that 3 points for them. While Ghana also had to deliver a late victory against Panama to also get a 3 point. I can tell you that this 3 point that Ghana had yesterday was very vital, or early this morning, because now it secures a 3 point for them. They will now have to play Croatia and England, which is a tough match. So they are going to need to secure 3 points from any of these matches. It's either you are going to have to fight all out to beat Croatia or England. I don't know how possible it is, but this 3 points they have gotten right now is going to be a very pivotal point for them moving on. And of course, that will be all for the matches that have gone. You know, we are going right into the second round of the matches. There's no break for anybody. You know, you just continue what you have started, and we have South Africa, who is going to play Czech Republic today. I don't know if the world is also going to be against South Africa today, but
yes, I mean, when you talk about the world being against South Africans, I mean, it's football, so people have someone who they would support. For me, South Africa, if they play well, they should win. If they win, they should win. If they lose, they should lose. No. If same thing with Czech Republic.
But who will you be supporting today?
Why are you asking?
No, of course, I just want
No, I'm
to
supporting Czech Republic.
So you're leaving that.
I'm free to support whoever I want to support.
Of course, there's freedom. Any day.
No, there's freedom. Oh, no.
There's freedom to support whoever.
No, I don't do that.
Of course, I'll be supporting. I'm not hiding it. I'm going to support Czech Republic. When they now get back to their senses of, having to shift away from the mentality that they are now, which I say is a backward mentality of xenophobia, trying to pursue your fellow Africans. Give me one good reason why I should be supporting you in the football. I don't have any reasons. You're pursuing my brothers, you're pursuing my blood away from your country, and you're coming to tell me to support you.
To support
if Iraq is playing South Africa or Iran or Afghanistan,
even though while we're still talking about the match of today, we have not even the GOAT debate just skyrocketed.
Let's leave the GOAT debate, because right now we should not judge it with just one match.
Actually, the GOAT debate had to
okay, Messi got a hat-trick, Ronaldo did not get an assist.
So people are kind
remember in the 2014 World Cup, Ronaldo got a hat-trick against Spain,
yes.
That's why I said the debate should not even start now.
But why people just already started the debate? So maybe because of time, we're not even going to the debate,
let's just leave
so that we will not exceed.
If we should start this debate now, believe me, in the next 1 hour we are not done, because I don't want to judge this thing because of the first match. He did not have a good match yesterday. He did not have a good time. He could not even register a goal and assist. And some people are already saying that he was part of the reasons why Portugal played a 1-1 draw yesterday, that he should have been substituted at least early in the second half.
Okay, now as we round up the show, did you read what the coach said?
No, I've not seen it.
The coach said that, why will you take away Cristiano Ronaldo from the pitch when we needed goals, the highest goal scorer in the world? When we needed goals, why will you take him away from the pitch when we needed goals? That's what he said.
People are saying he's already off age.
No. Why will you take away the highest goal scorer from the pitch? Why they needed goals? It doesn't make sense to me. So the coach, even though he may not actually have been acting on doing the right thing. Is still making sense.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, it's the victory that matters.
Yeah, but sometimes you just have to take some harsh decisions. Now that you did not take him off, he did not. Maybe people might say he did not favor you. If you are taking him, João Felix was at the bench. Rafael, there were other young, very agile guys that were still at the bench. But let's just leave this. Let's just leave it.
And this is where we're calling it a wrap on this edition of Aneke Sports. Thank you very much for watching, your audience. We want to hear from you on our social media platforms. You could check us out on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Tell us what you think. Tell us what you think about the World Cup and about the sports games. And also, don't forget to follow. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to share with your friends and with your loved ones. I am Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle.
All right, I still remember my humble self worldwide, and say keep watching Aneke TV until we come your way, same time tomorrow, same station. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, federal government launches 50 million naira social determinants of health fund to support vulnerable cancer patients nationwide. United States and Iran sign fragile ceasefire agreement after high-level diplomatic negotiations. On the business scene, FAC shares 2.30 trillion naira among federal, state and local governments for May 2026 revenue collections. Now the news in details. Former Minister of Petroleum Resources and former President of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, Diezani Alison Madueke, has been cleared of 6 bribery charges by Southwark Crown Court in London. Her defense counsel, Jonathan Ladlow, said the verdict was declared on June 17th after a 5-month trial instituted by the United Kingdom's National Crime Agency, following investigations into alleged offenses said to have occurred between 2011 and 2015. Prosecutors had accused Alison Madueke of accepting benefits from individuals linked to energy companies that secured contracts with Nigeria's state-owned petroleum corporation during her tenure as minister. They also alleged that she enjoyed luxury benefits funded by persons interested in oil and gas contracts. The former minister denied all allegations. Her defense team argued that delays in bringing the charges affected access to documents they said would have supported her case. Alison Madueke has been on bail in the United Kingdom since her arrest in October 2015 and was formally charged in 2023. Director of News at Arise Television, Sumne Sambo, has called on the federal government and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to explain the outcome of the trial involving former Petroleum Minister Diezani Alison Madueke. Sambo made the call while speaking on Arise Television's primetime program shortly after a London court discharged and acquitted Alison Madueke of all charges brought against her. He said the public deserves clarification, especially as Nigerian authorities had previously announced the recovery of assets and valuables linked to investigations surrounding the former minister. According to him, the government and the anti-graft agency should explain whether all relevant facts were adequately presented to British authorities and why the case resulted in a different outcome from what many Nigerians expected. The federal government has launched a 50 million naira social determinant of health fund to support vulnerable cancer patients across the country. Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isiaq Salako, announced the initiative in Abuja, saying the fund is designed to help patients meet non-medical expenses such as transportation, accommodation and feeding while undergoing treatment. He disclosed that more than 600 applications have been received, while over 200 patients have been verified by medical doctors and attending physicians. Each approved beneficiary is expected to receive a minimum of 100,000 naira directly. Dr. Salako said the fund is also expected to attract support from corporate organizations, philanthropists, and development partners. He reaffirmed the government's commitment to reduce cancer burden through expanded screening programs and improved access to treatment by 2030. The Oyo State House of Assembly has called for immediate establishment of a special joint security task force to address rising cases of banditry and violent attacks in parts of the state. The lawmakers raised a concern following recent security incidents in the Ogun axis, including an attack along the Kishi-Igbeti Road on June 12th that reportedly claimed the life of an electricity worker and several travelers. The proposed task force is expected to comprise personnel of the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Police Force, the Amoteku Corps, and local vigilante groups familiar with the terrain. The Assembly expressed concern over criminal activities within forest areas around the Old Oyo National Park. The lawmakers commended Governor Seyi Makinde for ongoing support to security agencies and rescue operations in the state. They also urged the government to clear overgrown vegetation along major roads and provide additional resources to local governments to strengthen intelligence gathering and security patrols. The Edo State government says efforts are underway to apprehend those responsible for the recent abduction of a woman at a vegetable market in Benin City. Chief Press Secretary to Governor Monday Okpebolo, Patrick Ebojele, disclosed this during a radio program, stating that the State Police Command commenced investigations immediately after the incident on the directive of the governor. He said the administration has continued to invest in security operations through improved funding, equipment support, and intelligence gathering, aimed at tackling criminal activities across the state. Ebojele also urged members of the public to avoid spreading unverified information on social media, warning that misleading reports could create unnecessary panic and affect ongoing security operations. He added that the state is strengthening community-based security through the deployment of trained forest guards to protect rural communities and farmlands. The Commissioner of Police in Imo State, Garba Boso, has called for stronger community policing and stronger collaboration between security agencies and residents to address emerging security challenges in the state. The police commissioner made the call during a strategic meeting with area commanders, divisional police officers, tactical team commanders, and heads of departments at the state's command headquarters in Owerri. He directed supervising officers to continue mentoring personnel on professionalism, discipline, respect for human rights, and compliance with rules governing the lawful use of force in policing operations. Mr. Boso also warned against the use of unregistered, altered, or concealed vehicle number plates, describing the practice as a security threat. He ordered intensified enforcement against offenders, saying the measure is aimed at improving crime prevention and strengthening public safety across Imo State. Youths of Umabo Ihalumona community in the Nsukka local government area of Enugu State have protested what they described as years of neglect, threatening to boycott political campaigns ahead of the 2027 general elections. The protesters carried placards and banners highlighting concerns over poor road infrastructure, inadequate educational facilities, insecurity, and limited access to healthcare services. Successive administrations had failed to address the community's developmental needs, despite its continued participation in electoral processes. Some resident road conditions have worsened security challenges in the area and hindered access to social services. They also called on the state government to rehabilitate schools and improve infrastructure to enhance the welfare of residents. Reacting to the developments, spokesperson of the Umabo Unity Forum, Emmanuel Uzo Ugweze, appealed for urgent government intervention. He urged the Enugu state government, infrastructure deficits and security concerns, particularly along the Agu-Mabo Road, which residents say has become a major challenge to development and safety. The Anambra State Police Command has arrested 2 suspects in connection with the disappearance and murder of a 33-year-old woman in Orifite, Ekusigo local government area of the state. Police Public Relations Officer SP Tochukwu Ikenga said the victim's body was discovered along a culvert near Jesus bus stop in Orifite on March 14th, a day after her mother reported her missing. The deceased was later identified by her family. According to the police, detectives from the State Criminal Investigation Department in Oka tracked the suspect through intelligence gathering and digital forensic investigations. The suspect, thank God Ikechukwu Ikugwara, 26, and Makwochukwu Zuigwe, 20, was arrested on June 6th. Police said the principal suspect allegedly confessed to luring the victim to his residence before she was attacked and killed. Commissioner Oye Orutugu, investigative team for unraveling the case, and assured residents that the command remains committed to bringing perpetrators of crime to justice. You are watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected to revenue allocation. Do stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. United States President Donald Trump says economic sanctions imposed on Iran could be lifted if Tehran complies with international commitments and obligations. Speaking at the end of G7 summit in France, President Trump said the United States is prepared to ease financial restrictions and consider the release of frozen Iranian assets as part of ongoing diplomatic efforts aimed at reducing tensions in the region. The U.S. President said sanctions remain an important tool of foreign policy, but noted that such measures are not intended to remain in place indefinitely. He added that any decision on sanctions relief would depend on Iran's actions and adherence to agreed conditions. President Trump's remarks come shortly after the United States and Iran reached an interim ceasefire arrangement, with both sides expected to continue discussions during border peace negotiations scheduled to take place in Switzerland. United States President Donald Trump has called on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to exercise restraint in Israel's military operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon. President Trump made the remarks while speaking to journalists after the G7 summit in France. He stressed the need to reduce hostilities in the region as diplomatic efforts continue, following a recent interim arrangement between the United States and Iran. The U.S. President said a peaceful resolution in Lebanon remains important to wider regional stability. However, Prime Minister Netanyahu has maintained that Israel's security decisions will be guided by its national interests. Despite the differences, President Trump acknowledged Israel's role in regional security efforts and expressed optimism that ongoing diplomatic arrangement and engagement could contribute to a broader peace process in the Middle East. French President Emmanuel Macron has hosted United States President Donald Trump at the Palace of Versailles as part of efforts to strengthen relations between France and the United States. The high-level engagement followed the conclusion of the G7 summit in France and focused on key international issues, including trade, security cooperation, and ongoing global conflicts. President Trump described the historic Versailles Palace as one of the world's most remarkable landmarks and commended the hospitality extended by the French government during his visit. Political observers say the meeting reflects continued diplomatic efforts by both countries to deepen cooperation and maintain strong transatlantic ties amid evolving global challenges. The United States and Iran have released the text of a 14-point interim arrangement aimed at sustaining a ceasefire and creating a pathway for broader peace negotiations. Under the agreement, both countries have committed to extending an existing ceasefire for an additional 60 days to allow diplomats time to negotiate a permanent settlement of the conflict. The document outlines measures including the easing of certain economic restrictions, humanitarian support initiatives, and commitments to reduce hostilities across affected areas. The agreement is also expected to support economic recovery efforts in Iran. Despite the breakthrough, United States President Donald Trump warned that Washington would closely monitor compliance with the terms of the arrangement. He said any violation could affect future negotiations as both sides prepare for the next phase of talks. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, says counterfeit cosmetics, food products and beverages now account for more than half of fake goods seized across Nigeria. The agency raised the concern during activities marking International Anti-Counterfeit Month, warning that the growing circulation of substandard products poses serious risks to public health, consumer safety and national development. NAFDAC said counterfeiters are increasingly using sophisticated methods, including online procurement platforms and concealed shipping arrangements, to bring fake products into the country and evade regulatory checks. The agency disclosed that it is strengthening collaboration with the Nigeria Customs Service and other stakeholders to improve product verification and enforcement. NAFDAC also advised consumers to purchase medicines and regulated products only from authorized outlets and to let use of available authentication technologies. Enugu State has been designated as the Southeast Zonal Headquarters of the Office of the Tax Ombudsman, a development aimed at improving taxpayer support and dispute resolution in the region. The Tax Ombudsman and Chief Executive Officer, John Nwabweze, announced the designation during a courtesy visit to Governor Petermbah in Enugu. He said the decision reflects the state's growing importance as a commercial and investment destination. According to him, the office will provide an independent platform for resolving tax-related complaints and addressing issues such as multiple taxation, while promoting fairness and voluntary compliance among taxpayers. Governor Petermbah welcomed the development and pledged the support of the state government for the immediate takeoff of the office. He said the initiative would complement efforts to strengthen revenue administration and create a more business-friendly environment in the state. The Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN, has launched fresh measures to tackle engineering quackery and the use of fake qualifications in the profession. The decision followed the Council's recent meeting, where members approved the establishment of a 90-day enforcement task force to monitor engineering projects and ensure compliance with professional and safety standards. COREN also activated its Engineering Disciplinary Tribunal to investigate cases of professional misconduct and sanction registered practitioners found guilty of violating established regulations. The Council disclosed that it recently attempts by individuals to obtain registration with forged academic credentials and has forwarded the cases to relevant law enforcement agencies. It also announced plans for a nationwide awareness campaign to encourage the use of qualified engineering professionals and enhance public safety. The Federal Account Allocation Committee has distributed a total of 2.30 trillion naira among the federal, state and local governments from revenue generated in May 2026. The Office of the Accountant General of the Federation confirmed that the figure represents an increase of about 43 billion naira compared to the previous month, continuing a steady upward trend in Federation revenues over the past 4 months. According to the breakdown, the federal government received over 818 billion naira, while state governments shared about 759 billion naira. Local government councils received 534 billion naira, with oil-producing states getting an additional 188 billion naira as derivation revenue. Officials say the increase was driven mainly by stronger corporate and petroleum tax collection, despite a drop in some consumer-based revenue streams such as VAT and import duties. Portugal captain Cristiano Ronaldo has reacted after his team was held to a 1-1 draw by the Democratic Republic of Congo in their opening match at the 2026 FIFA World Cup in Houston, United States. The 41-year-old forward failed to score in the encounter as Portugal taking an early lead through João Neves. DR Congo equalized before halftime through Wani Wissa to secure a share of the points. Ronaldo, speaking after the match on social media, described the result as disappointing, but urged his teammates to remain focused and improve in subsequent group matches. He said the tournament remains open and called for unity as Portugal prepares for their next fixture against Uzbekistan, which is considered crucial for their qualification hopes. The Nigerian entertainment industry is mourning following the arrival of the remains of Nollywood actor Alex Ekubo at his family compound in Arochukwu, Abia State, ahead of his funeral rites. Family members, friends, and community leaders gathered in the village to receive the casket in an emotional ceremony marked by grief and tributes. Videos circulating online show mourners expressing shock and sorrow over his passing. Prominent figures in the film industry, including actors and colleagues, have continued to pay tribute to the late actor, describing him as talented, humble, and inspirational during his career in Nollywood. Alex Ekubo passed away on May 11th at the age of 40 after a battle with cancer. His burial arrangements are expected to continue with a service of songs and other funeral rites in both Lagos and Abia State. And now to end the news, the main point again. The federal government has launched a 50 million naira social determinant of health fund aimed at supporting vulnerable patients across Nigeria. The initiative, announced by the Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isiaq Salako, is designed to address non-medical challenges such as transportation, accommodation, and feeding during treatment. On the foreign scene, the United States and Iran have signed a fragile ceasefire agreement following a high-level diplomatic negotiations. The deal is intended to reduce tensions and open the way for broader talks amongst them. In the business sector, the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC, has distributed a record 2.30 trillion naira among the federal, state, and local governments from May 2026 revenue. According to the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, the federal government received over 818 billion naira, while state governments shared 759 billion naira, and local governments received 534 billion naira. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube, at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust in institutions, and in some cases, endangering lives. With billions of users active daily on platforms such as Facebook, X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, misinformation now spreads faster than traditional verification systems can respond. Communication scholars define fake news as false or misleading information presented as legitimate news content, often designed to influence perception or behavior. The Reuters Institute Digital News Report has repeatedly identified social media as the primary driver of global misinformation flows, noting that algorithmic amplification prioritizes engagement over accuracy. In this environment, emotionally charged content, whether true or false, travels fastest. The danger is not theoretical. In several African countries, including Nigeria, false reports shared online have triggered panic, communal tension, and security disruptions. In past incidents, fabricated alerts about attacks or kidnappings have led to mass movement of people, market shutdowns, and unnecessary fear, forcing authorities to issue emergency clarifications. Security analysts warn that during sensitive operations, misinformation can compromise response strategies and endanger both victims and rescuers. Political communication is another area heavily affected. During elections, manipulated images, edited videos, and fabricated quotes are frequently circulated to discredit candidates or influence voters. Communication theorist Marshall McLuhan's famous assertion that the medium is the message becomes relevant in this context, as social media platforms themselves shape how political realities are consumed, often without editorial gatekeeping. Similarly, the agenda-setting theory by McCombs and Shaw explains how repeated exposure to false narratives can shape what the public considers important, even if the information is inaccurate. The implications for democracy are significant. Fake news can erode confidence in electoral institutions, weaken trust in the media, and deepen political polarization. In extreme cases, it can delegitimize outcomes and fuel post-election tensions. Analysts know that once false narratives become entrenched, corrections rarely achieve the same reach or emotional impact as the original misinformation. Public health has also suffered severe consequences. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Health Organization described the global misinformation surge as an infodemic, warning that false claims about vaccines, cures, and transmission patterns undermine scientific guidance. In several countries, vaccine hesitancy was directly linked to viral falsehoods circulated on social media platforms, contributing to preventable infections and deaths. Economically, fake news can destabilize markets and damage reputations within minutes. False reports about companies, banks, or government policies have triggered panic withdrawals, stock fluctuations, and loss of investor confidence. Financial experts stress that in a digital economy driven by perception, information integrity is as critical as fiscal policy. At the societal level, individuals have faced harassment, job losses, and reputational damage due to false allegations circulated online. Victims often struggle to recover even after misinformation is debunked, as digital content continues to circulate in archives, screenshots, and forwarded messages. Media ethicist Walter Lippmann once observed that we are told about the world before we see it, a reality amplified today by algorithm-driven feeds that prioritize virality over verification. Experts argue that addressing fake news requires a multi-layered response. Fact-checking organizations, regulatory frameworks, platform accountability, and media literacy education are all considered essential tools. UNESCO has repeatedly emphasized the importance of digital literacy, urging users to think critically before sharing content online. Journalists, meanwhile, are expected to adhere strictly to verification, balance, and accuracy, particularly in fast-moving breaking news environments. Ultimately, the fight against fake news is not solely technological, but behavioral. It requires a shift in user responsibility, platform design, and institutional trust. As digital communication continues to expand, the ability to distinguish facts from fabrication remains a critical skill for citizens navigating an increasingly complex information ecosystem. In an era where information travels at the speed of a click, the consequences of falsehood are no longer confined. They are immediate, global, and often irreversible.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
It's a beautiful Thursday morning here in the heart of Coal City, Enugu. And on that note, I welcome you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, a breakfast show where we sit, discuss, enjoy ourselves, and have ourselves a good morning. I'm sure that by now most persons are already out on their way. And I would like to say well done for persons who are out on their way and persons who are still yet to get up in the day. It's time to get up. It's time to have a conversation. It's time to talk about issues and relate across events in Nigeria. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning. And to you, our global audience. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. Ochoma, how was your night?
It wasn't as much as I wanted it to be. It wasn't as restful.
It was a short
It
night.
was quite, it was quite short. And I had this burden in my heart. And I think it was when I woke up this morning, I realized why I was feeling a bit sad. You know, and it was when I came online, I realized that today is the burial, the final rites of the late actor. So it just has this, it's just, you know, but either way, I mean, that's the thing with life. We come, we go. People die, people are born. Okay. That's the reality of life.
I was actually thinking it was the new hair is going to make you feel some headache.
These things are, it doesn't, you know. Actually.
It looked like quite a load.
No, it doesn't. I mean, we are ladies. We learn to live with our loads.
Oh, really? All right.
Welcome to Sunrise. Now we're getting right into our quote for the morning. And today's quote is from the great Zeke of Africa, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. He says, "Let us dig our trenches deep and wide, not to divide us, but to discover the common golden heritage that binds us together." Let us dig our trenches deep and wide, not to divide us, but to discover the common golden heritage that binds us together. It's only when you till a ground, it's only when you till through a mine that you can find gold, that you can find coal in its rawest and purest form. And he's saying this morning we should dig deep, you know, into us, if it's a literal soil, into the soil to find out those rich elements, those rich heritage. The thing about history is only when you dig into history, you know, read about history, study on history, that you realize things that have happened that have probably brought about, you know, the present situation of things that we have in our system, in our country. And as he has said, it is not, us digging deep is not to find something that will divide us. If anything, digging into yourself and realizing the strength of your, in your diversity, or your, you know, the strength in your uniqueness, it should help bring two persons together. So he's saying this morning we should dig deep. You and I should dig deep, sit, evaluate ourselves. What are those things about me that makes me that when I join it with some other person, we are, you know, such formidable and indivisible force.
Exactly. You know, it's quite awesome listening to the great Zeke of Africa, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, a Pan-Africanist and foremost Nigerian nationalist as well, who in his time fought for the independence that we enjoy today. You know, remember the battles against colonial rule in Africa. And I remember quite well a lot of his takings as the publisher of the defunct Pilot newspaper, and hearing him this morning letting us realize the uniqueness, that we have in our heritage. We shouldn't, keep digging to those issues that divide us. A number of times we emphasize on where, the disparities amongst us, rather than looking at that uniqueness in each and every one of us. That makes Nigeria unique. That makes us, mothers, children from the same womb of Mother Nigeria. And when you go literally looking across Nigeria, you see a rich harvest of culture. When you look at food, it's so dynamic. The things that you learn, you think that where you come from, you have all the delicacies and the dishes and all that, until you travel to the next divide, and then you begin to see the richness that this nation has on offer. In fact, in 365 days that make up a year, if you keep traveling and eating different delicacies from this nation, I'm sure that you can't finish it in that 365 days every day. So what Zik of Africa is telling us here is that not to dig trenches, in the manner that the military does it. When the military, dig trenches, it is that of division, for them to take shelter and from there combat the enemy. Rather, when we dig deeper for us to unearth the richness in our heritage, in our culture. By digging deeper, you are unearthing the richness of the earth. You see the gold, you see the mineral resources there. That is in digging deeper. But in digging trenches, you don't dig deeper, but rather you dig divisions. So let's hearken to the words of this great man, the great Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, and then begin to look at those factors that unify us, that will sell us across the globe as a people from one nation with unique heritage. That in itself will be a vantage point for us as a people.
Most definitely, with a country that has over 250 cultures, over 520 languages, across 774 local government areas in 36 states and the FCT. Nnamdi Azikiwe is telling us this morning to dig our trenches deep and wide, not to divide us, but to discover that common golden heritage that binds us together. That's our quote for the morning. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be reading out our weather reports across cities in the southeast today. Don't go anywhere.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives, from moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. The morning temperature would range between 25 and 27 degrees Celsius, rising sharply to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. Expect a hot, sticky, and energy-draining afternoon across Oka, Onitsha, and Nnewi, with intense sunshine dominating the skies. As evening approaches, clouds will thicken rapidly, bringing thunderstorms, heavy rainfall, and possible localized flooding in low-lying areas.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. Enugu this morning begins with temperatures ranging from 23 to 25 degrees Celsius and gradually climbing to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius by afternoon. By evening, scattered thunderstorms and refreshing rainfall will develop, creating cooler and more comfortable nighttime conditions.
All right, the city of Abakaliki this morning starts at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius and will soar to 34 to 35 in the afternoon. Expect the hottest conditions in the southeast today, with strong sunshine, high humidity, and uncomfortable heat levels. By evening, powerful thunderstorms, gusty winds, and heavy rain are expected to bring relief from the daytime heat.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to Owerri. Owerri this morning wakes up to a temperature ranging between 24 to 26 degrees Celsius and reaching 32 to 30 degrees Celsius during the afternoon. Expect humid conditions with alternating sunshine and cloudy intervals. Thunderstorms and moderate rainfalls are expected later in the evening, especially around Owerri and neighboring communities.
The city of Umuahia this morning starts around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius and will increase to 31 to 32 by afternoon. Expect a warm and humid day with periods of sunshine, particularly in Aba and Umuahia. Cloud buildup will become noticeable later in the day, leading to thunderstorms and widespread evening rainfall across most parts of the state.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates.
All right, thank you for staying with us. This is still Sunrise. Now we'll get into our newspaper headlines and analysis this morning. Mr. Uche, are you ready?
Yeah, let's dig deep.
All right. Now we're starting off with the Vanguard newspaper. And it says, the cover story is on Japa. And it says, only 55 doctors left for 250 Nigerians. Only 55 doctors left for 220 million Nigerians. All right. It says, medical doctors have raised alarm that the country's healthcare system is facing a dangerous manpower crisis, with only about 55,000 doctors left to serve a population of more than 220 million people. They raised the alarm at a certain conference held yesterday, the ordinary meeting and scientific conference of Association of Resident Doctors, and said that these doctors have left the country and are seeking greener pastures. And it has, of course, affected the health care system largely. And this is not something that just started recently. We've had, and considering the fact that the medical system has had strikes back to back to back. So I really don't fault anyone that is coming out to say that doctors have traveled.
Yeah, against this background of this meeting or conference where this our attention was called to this issue, it's been a maligning and lingering issue in the system. When you take a look at our healthcare system, is nothing to write home about. And most especially when you look at it from the angle of the practitioners, what is their condition? There are a whole lot of, factors that necessitate the Japa that you see. In fact, the Japa, is no longer a breaking news in Nigeria. We are beginning to live with it. For me, the issue here, there's nothing wrong in Japa. It's a big industry on its own that could generate a lot of revenue for the nation if we tap into it, meticulously plan about it. But it's worrisome that what we have, we are not tapping into the opportunity that Japa presents. Rather, we have a workforce that is migrating away due to the number of factors such as working condition. What is their job condition like? When you interact with a lot of these medical practitioners and resident doctors, and then you begin to have a sneak peek into what their work schedule is and their work life, then you pity them. And that's against the background that we have an economy that is tanking in a way, is no longer where in the past, when you graduate from the medical college, for example, you know that automatically you are coming into a certain status quo or level of life in Nigeria. However, what is obtainable now is that instead of coming into a seemingly sort of comfort, you know, where the remuneration is consummate with the effort that you put in, but at the end of the day, a job that is meant for 5 persons is undertaken by 1 person. And I feel that this headline, you know, coming out from that very conference is magnanimous. When you look at the number, we are talking about 220 million. But when you check very well, the population of this nation has far exploded beyond 220 million. Some reports has it at 230, and I feel that's modest. There are some reports that has it over 250 million. And then you're talking about 55,000 doctors. It's just like when we talk about the police force that is under, you know, that is let's say, overworked, in the sense that we have about 300 something policemen policing over 200 million individuals. So when you equate the similar scenario in the health sector, you see, instead of the United Nations allotted a doctor to how many persons now? You have 1 doctor in Nigeria, you know, attending to over 600 patients, meaning that a lot of facts are being eroded. That's in the job itself. Then look at the fatigue that will set in, where 1 person is doing a job meant for 5, 10 persons. You know, it is a heavy workload. And then what is the remuneration despite the poor working condition? Beyond salary, beyond remuneration, these doctors complain about the work environment, the materials to work with, the tools to work with. In most cases, they do not even have the required tools to carry out their trade. It's an issue on its own. You see, I've had cause to interact with one of them, you know, that his reason for wanting to stay away is that he's becoming depressed, you know, seeing situations where they could offer help and they are unable to do that because what is required is not available. Now, can you imagine the depleted level of electricity that we have in this nation against the background that healthcare system requires 24-hour power supply in this very instance, and they have to, you know, carry out many of their functions, negating the unavailability of electricity in this instance. So it leaves much to be desired. So when you talk about equipment, materials to work, when you talk about remuneration, the work environment and all that, there's a whole lot of factors. And away from that, when you talk about inflation, even if you are paid higher, inflation eats into whatever you get in this very instance. So there are a whole lot of reasons why you see people are moving away in droves. It's no longer a situation where doctors, when you graduate, you feel that you've arrived to that status quo. Rather, you see that they become more impoverished. I quite remember even a decade back where medical doctors, you know, fresh from school, and then they go into the housemanship and they are coming out, they're able to afford a certain kind of lifestyle. It's no longer there when you look at it. And go into our emergency wards. Apart from some, you know, subnational government that has improved the healthcare system in their states, it's so worrisome. So worrisome what you witness there. When they bring in, for example, emergency cases, accidents and emergency cases, and these people don't have the required materials to attend to them, you know, it's quite depressing. And again, when you have an economy where, what's the exchange rate in Nigeria? Do you understand? The exchange rate against the dollar, you know, around 1,400, let's put it there, between the official market and the black market in this instance. So if your currency is devalued of lesser value compared to other currencies, then you have your workforce migrating to where they will earn more. And beyond earning more, where they will be well catered for, better work environment, where they have availability of the needed tool to practice their trade. So for these reasons, you have a lot of doctors migrating away from Nigeria. In fact, there is a joke. I was interacting, you know, with some persons when it comes to the medical profession. I don't just mean doctors now, but nurses, you know. And this individual, being a lecturer in the medical field, they were jokingly saying that most of their students are already planning on a life outside Nigeria. A whole lot of people you see in the nursing school are working towards living this nation. In fact, it may shock you that when you even go to, you know, these our medical school, teaching hospitals, and you interact with doctors, go back in 6 months, go back in 3 months, and when you ask of such individual or call their line, you see that they've left. They keep living in droves. So in this situation, I tell you, Choma, what we are going to witness is situation where doctors will continue to migrate. However, the good news is this: if we as a people become serious, there's nothing bad in it. There's nothing bad in the workforce living, because when you check the population and the number of graduates we churn out every year is a good tool in itself if we want to take advantage. True. In this instance. Yes, and normalize what is not working in our system. Find a way to make it work such that whoever is living, it becomes an export for us, because there will be foreign remittances in this instance where they will return, you know, you see foreign returns, you know, from the countries where they are domiciled. Look at what India is today. You see what is happening in India, because India, for example, latched on to IT, and they are beginning to export that away, the workforce. When you go to Silicon Valley tomorrow, you see that the highest number of people there in the higher echelon are Indians. And what are they doing? They go back home, they bring more people, and they are sending money home. It's helping to stabilize and build an economy back home. So we can take advantage of that as a people. That's when we begin to march in the right direction. So it's an opportunity itself that we could look into and tap from. But we have to get our fundamentals right for us to be able to, you know, see it as an opportunity and not a curse on the nation. Having stated that, the point remains that we need to work on our system where you see resident doctors going on strike. You know, give it 3 months. So you hear the headline that the resident doctors are about to embark on strike. If they are not embarking on strike, another medical association or related organization will be going on strike. So we need to steady this tide in this regard for us to begin to harvest the inherent opportunity that God has given us in terms of material and human resources in this nation.
The thing is that, honestly, I feel like most of these issues is, most of the reason why people leave is not because they feel where they are going to is better. It's because where they are is not providing, because if we check the statistics, majority of people that have excelled in fields abroad are Nigerians, right? When you talk about in piloting, in medicine, I mean, you know, in different fields of study are Nigerians. But the question is, how are you taking, like you rightly mentioned, how are you catering to the needs of this? I've met people who would say, oh, I don't want to leave Nigeria. Because if you leave, if everybody leaves, now we have 55,000 people. And I'm sure by the end of this year, some persons will still travel. And then again, going back to our educational system, we've had cases of where people go to hospitals and that because they are overworked or they are, you know, tired, they mix up things, they infuse wrong medications, and then again sometimes is negligence of them not knowing what to do. So it still comes back to the education system, because it is people that are not trained properly that will go ahead to not train people properly, and the persons who are giving their life, giving their sweat to producing credible doctors probably are not being rewarded in quotes for it. So when you see people, like you said, they churn out graduates every year. And sometimes these graduates, not just in the medical field, they don't know what they're doing. They just have, because like you said, the facilities are not there. All you know is book study. And you see something that should be studied practically, and they're teaching you theory. And then when you come out in the real world, you don't know what to do. And also why they move to countries, not just because of the benefits of the life, it's because of the practicality. You see someone that has studied, I read somewhere, someone that studies, he's in engineering, he's learning coding, Python coding, and they're teaching him through theory. Now he's wondering at what point do I get to practice? So they move to countries that whether or not, okay, you have the basic knowledge, fine, just come and continue and life is easy for them. And I'm asking, if everybody decides to move out of country, what happens to people like us that are not medical personnel?
You raised a lot of issues here as well, but one thing we agree on, is that the workload plays a part. You have overworked doctors.
Yes.
In most cases, you see them collapsing, some, collapse on duty. They fall sick themselves and all that. And then when you talk about that's for the work environment. Remuneration plays a part. Yes, a lot of people want to go to a place where they have better working environment, they are more appreciated. But there's one other fact that needs to be pointed at. Amidst the fact that we have lecturers who operate equally under a harsh condition, but the quality here may not be, entirely an issue, because our Nigerian trained medical doctors, when they, like you pointed out, when they go out of the country, they excel as well. Telling you that the quality may not be in doubt for someone who is willing to learn. You understand? So for that, there is, we give kudos to them in that regard. The quality is there. But the issue is, can our government create an enabling environment that will provide at least the basic that they need to be able to flourish in the industry? And again, beyond this, we are looking at issue of security. Do you understand? When you look at security, these are other factors that would make one want to migrate away from Nigeria and go elsewhere to practice. So these are cumulative and factors that lead into this. And until we interrogate them holistically, we may not begin to have a handle on this very issue. And you will see people will continue to move away in grooves from this very environment.
Okay, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Do stay with us.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise and Aneke TV. Before we proceed into further discussions this morning, we have our guest already in the studio with us.
Yes, joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much for having me this morning.
What's happening now this way?
Very well, we thank God. I guess everybody is, looking forward to an improvement of things in every area, because just like somebody said, things can't just remain this way.
Yes,
so we are looking for, all hopeful, very optimistic, looking forward to an improvement of things, believing that the next day will bring better tidings.
All right, just to keep you up to date, before you joined us, we were talking about the Nigerian health sector, where we are told that a lot of doctors are jabbering. In fact, about 55,000 doctors are left to take care of 220 million Nigerians. That's the conversation we're having. There's a lot of the factors, that would encourage jabber against having a better working environment and healthcare system.
Yes, for quite some time now, that has been a very worrisome issue. It's not only in the health sector, I must tell you. You remember that the Japa syndrome began many years back in the educational sector, where Nigeria, lost a whole lot of eggheads, lecturers. These are very senior lecturers and researchers, who probably went somewhere else to apply their trade. And it didn't look as if, it was such a very big issue at that time. Maybe because the system believes that as these lecturers were leaving, the universities were graduating more and more people. And so there will always be a replacement. Yes, the system will naturally have a way to, replenish itself. But the question to ask is, what's the quality of the kind of people that are produced? You and I know exactly that, the universities and the kind of graduates that are being churned out. So it moved away from just lecturers and moved a little bit closer to the core professionals, And today we are talking about, doctors. And if you study the trend in the last 4 or 5 years or thereabouts, there has been a very serious turmoil in the health industry. I remember the last administration, the health minister was at a point touted to say that if doctors want to leave, they could leave, that Nigeria has enough. For me, that was a very unfortunate statement for the man at the apex of health administration in Nigeria to make. If you study events, if you follow things up, do a little research, you will understand the huge gap in terms of remuneration between a qualified medical doctor by every standard in Nigeria and perhaps his counterparts in elsewhere outside of Africa. Maybe even in the Middle East, how much they earn. So that is why it's always a very big attraction. And the funny thing is that the more these doctors leave our shores to go elsewhere, it impacts negatively on our health system. If you go to the general hospitals now, like I said this before, the health system is divided into several segments, stages. You have the primary health system, where these are hospitals that are located in the villages, and they may not have much sophisticated equipment. They should have enough to attend to primary health needs, like things like malaria, fever, and cholera, and all these health issues at the pedestal level. Things you can even go and pick an OTC drug can be recommended to you. You go into any pharmacy and pick. In those days, they used to be called dispensary units of in the local government areas. Now you move away from there, you have what is called the secondary healthcare. You talk about the general hospitals that are located, in most states now are paying attention to building general hospitals. Some others will tell you there has to be one general hospital in every ward. Others will tell you, depending on what is the policy of the government, there has to be one general hospital or 2 general hospitals in every local government area. Whatever is the case, they take care of secondary health issues. Now, they could conduct operations there and a few other things. Now, you move away from there and get to the tertiary. These are the teaching hospitals. Now, the teaching hospitals are meant to undertake a whole lot of health, needs, take care of health needs. And there, not only to take care of these health needs, also help in incubating, a new set of health professionals. That is where the medical students go for their practicals, the post-MBBS students. Now, again also, you could move away from there and get to what is called specialized units. For instance, if you come to Enugu, you heard the governor says that he's building a 360-bed specialist hospital. In some other places, you have cancer specialist centers. These are places where specialized health needs take place. You see, there's no reason, with the resources that we have in this country, there's no reason why we should be having the kind of health tourism we have now. But that is what we get. In most of these places, do you have enough doctors to take care of them? Not just doctors at the general level, core specialists. That is what the nation is suffering. Elsewhere, industries like in the health sector, they have a special, a special policy, special package in terms of remuneration and staff welfare cut out for them, knowing exactly how important they are in the society. Because I can't imagine a situation where Nigeria will get to the point where we now have to go somewhere else to import, doctors into this country. And if we don't take care, it might get to that point.
If we don't take care, it might get to that point. However, there are some of us who hold different opinions, so to say, in the sense that we feel that if the right environment is created, that JAPA could be harnessed to become a means of earning some foreign reserves.
No, you see, naturally, to a certain degree, nobody is saying that if this country today has 1 million medical doctors, that the whole 1 million must be held back in Nigeria to practice. Nobody says so. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world, right? It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. There will always be people who want to leave their shores and go elsewhere. Just like, for instance, there are a whole lot of people who are earning a living, practicing their trade, doing one or two, either doing business or working or somehow in Enugu State. They are not from Enugu State. There are many other people that are in other states other than theirs. That is how it is. So if you go beyond the national, there are people who probably for some reasons left for them, they want to leave the shores of Nigeria and go elsewhere, right? So those ones will always be there. You can't stop it. But ultimately, what we are saying is that you must create the right environment so that people don't live here out of frustration. Because, I mean, imagine somebody who has gone to go, you know the Nigerian situation very well. You know how difficult it is for you to get through the processes and get into university to study medicine. Now you endure, pass through the processes and all the things, qualify as a medical doctor, and maybe you're working and you are not satisfied, because for any work you're doing, there has to be that inherent satisfaction. Satisfaction comes not, you have job satisfaction that encompasses the environment you're working, your opportunity for growth, the remuneration, and the opportunity for us to meet your personal needs, right? So if those things are there, I can tell you that if you have 500,000 people now who are living, if the right environment is there, it could be reduced drastically to about 100 or even 50. It's not everybody that wants to leave the country. There are people who want to remain here for several reasons, but they are not being forced to leave because they can't die. You see, because if you study for those who study migration, there are many reasons for migration. It's not only one. There are many reasons for migration. So it's not only the desire to explore a new land. Yes, that is there. Remember also that persecution can also force migration. Conflicts can also force migration. Inability to meet one's needs can also force migration, because naturally you have a tendency to move to a place where the land is greener. It's natural.
Okay. Moving on to the next is the Guardian newspaper, and it says this is on 2027 polls. Conflicting court orders, weak oversight raise credibility doubts. Conflicting court orders, weak oversight raise credibility doubts. Concerns are growing over the credibility of the 2027 elections as conflicting court rulings and perceived weaknesses in regulatory oversight create uncertainty within the political landscape. And this has come where political parties have asked INEC if they are able to deliver a free, fair, and credible poll amid conflicting judicial pronouncements, weak oversight of political parties, and growing distrust in key democratic institutions.
Well, yeah, this completely sums up, what we have faced. It's unfortunate that our general election is coming up in less than 1 year from now, and yet we still can't hold on to a few things, in a very concrete manner. That's not good enough. Just like the report says, in many of the parties today, they may have done elections, but many of them are not even sure of the candidature of any of the people they are presenting, because their matters are still locked up in court, and decisions can come at any time. Many other instances, courts of concurrent jurisdiction are issuing orders, and that's even the most unfortunate, because this matter has been on for a very long time, and cries have gone out several times for the NJC to deal with this issue. I don't understand why a federal high court, for instance now, a federal high court in Jalingo will issue an order Another federal high court in Damaturu will issue a counter order, and another federal high court in Uyo or elsewhere will issue another order that seems to be a bit different. Yes, the judges are not the same. They are all different people with their different idiosyncrasies, but the law is the same. And if we all agree that the law is the same, the system is the same, and these judges who are making these decisions are presumed to have been well schooled in the system. So you see, and when you're schooled in the system, your personal idiosyncrasies take the back stage. Of course, they may influence what you do, but principally they take the back stage. In other words, if Chris and I have been schooled in a system that says that, look, 1 + 1 is 2, and 2 + 2 is 4, and 4 + 4 is 8. If that is the system we have been all schooled in, it doesn't matter, even if it's in Japan, or I'm in Canada, or some other person else is in Jamaica, when the issues come from our different ends, we'll give you the same results, except somebody is saying something different. So that is what we expect here. But unfortunately, it's not the case. And the election is very close. Remember that these elections have timelines. For instance, now, when INEC came up with their timetable, one of the parties, you may say, is a very unpopular party, but it is a registered party, went to court, and the court gave a pronouncement that seems to, nullify substantially the INEC timetable. Another court somewhere, not long after that, another court somewhere, gave another pronouncement that the timetable is in order. So this in this instance, how do you look at that? Now, if it's a higher court that is making the pronunciation, it's very clear. Of course, you take the pronouncement of the higher court, So that is why I join the opinion of that paper to say, quite frankly, I'm not comfortable, because at the end of the day, where does it leave the citizens? It's difficult to make a choice, right? And if you look at the thing now, it looks as if there are only just one. In fact, if you look at the big part, because at every point there will always be the big parties and the small parties, whether I like it or not. That's the reality on now. When you look at the big parties today, it looks as if there's only one party that has stability in everything else. That on itself is a subject of another study. Why is it so? Was it an orchestrated system, or is it by peradventure that it is only the ruling party that seems to be stable today? What is it that the ruling party is doing that makes them stable that other parties are not doing? And what are those things that other parties are doing that the ruling party has gotten so right that, who are the people running the ruling party? Are they angels? Did they drop from the sky? So these are, and you see, these are things that we need to unravel to know whether these things are orchestrated, whether somebody somewhere is drawing a some kind of graph, or they just happened.
Okay, you were quite explicit on this very issue. However, we'll see that given these conflicting judgments, and a number of times we'll talk about politically exposed judges and all that, how come over time we do not see the disciplining of erring justices in Nigeria?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That you see, this matter has been on for a very long time. People have cried out. The media has cried out. The civil societies have cried out. Different interest groups, the political parties have cried out. Different interest groups and pressure groups have cried out. That look, the only body that is saddled with the responsibility to, deal with this issue is the NJC, Nigeria Judicial Council. That is the only body because they are the body that regulates the conduct and behavior of judges. So we do expect that and if I understand very correctly, the Chief Justice of the Federation is the chairman of that body. Yes. Or you call it chairperson of that body. Maybe it's a generic term. So it's you do expect that when issues like this happen, the NJC should be able to review. I know they do so. So it's not as if should be able to. They do so. They review the pronouncement, the conduct and pronouncement of judges over time. And beginning from, in fact, even before it gets to the NJC, if it's High Court, the chief judge of the state High Court or the federal High Court is there. He deals with the matter of all the High Court judges, right? If it's a conflicting signal, it's a conflicting judgment from Court of Appeal, you have the president of the Court of Appeal, who is there at least on the first level to handle these issues before NJC as umbrella body can now come and in an overwhelming manner. But we're not seeing this. All of these conflicting judgments come, and apart from, was it 2-3 years ago when some judges were disciplined, and I think that was even more on the case of, was it corruption or something like that? During the Buhari administration, we're not seeing it. We're not seeing it. And yet people have. In fact, today I can tell you very confidently today that, you see, as a young man, we grew up in this country, who went to school in this country and grew up in this country, following events for some time and practicing journalism. There was a time the judiciary was held in very high esteem. True. In fact, I grew up to know that the judiciary is the last hope of the common man. But over a time, we find out that the judiciary has been receiving all kinds of bashing from different angles. And these bashings come as a result of the judgment people have seen dished out from our courts in the last couple of years. The bashes they don't exist in vacuum.
Yes, they don't.
We have seen, in fact, very, very terrible decisions that even the judiciary itself knows that. In fact, I'm sure when some judges heard these judgments, some of them will put their faces on the ground. And we don't seem to see enough of reprimands. We don't see enough of cautions. Sometimes what we just get is a very disturbing code of silence until time gradually fades that away.
Okay, Sunrise continues in a moment. We'll be right back.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power, awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch. Every week, only on Aneke TV.
Okay, you're welcome back. Now, on to our next story is one of the stories we read earlier in our bulletin this morning. And it says, the Zani Alison Madeke cleared of bribery charges in the UK. Now, the former Minister of Petroleum Resources and the former President of OPEC, the Zani Alison Madeke, has been cleared of 6 bribery charges by Southwark Crown Court in London. Her case was concluded yesterday, and also the Director of News at Arise Television has come out to question these convictions and asking the federal government and EFCC to explain why she was discharged, seeing that all the recovery of funds and the charges laid out were clear to everyone as to what we expected her judgment to be. So they have come out to ask why she was discharged and acquitted, and also she said she's not guilty over all the 6 counts of charges that was levied against her.
Said The courts are saying.
Well, yes, no, she pleaded. She pleaded not guilty over time. I mean, since 2015. So she's been discharged.
Mr. Meka, there is a conflict here. Against the background of someone, even asking, someone we adjudged, perhaps through media trial, to be guilty, and in the minds of most Nigerians, this woman is guilty as charged. And here is a court in the UK telling us that the woman is as clean can be.
Yes, sometimes public opinion may be right. Public opinion may be right. But when you get to the law courts, it's a different ballgame entirely. We've just finished talking about the Nigerian judiciary now. And now we are talking about the British judiciary. You see, there are cases that are very difficult to be proven. Except if you have substantial evidence to back up. You see, justice is predicated on two big and very strong crucibles. One, the principle of logic.
Fact.
1 and 1. 1 plus 1 leading to 2. 2 plus 2 leading to 4. Right? Now, when you bring 1 plus 1 and you're giving the equals to 3. That could be very difficult to prove logically. And in law is a very important point. Then we move away from the principle of logic. We come to the principle of evidence. The judge was not there when what you're telling him happened. Even the two lawyers, both the defense lawyer and the prosecuting lawyer, they probably were not there. In fact, most times they were not there. The only thing is that they have been briefed by their respective clients. Right? So, is the evidences they're able to piece together to support whatever claim that is being made or counterclaim that is being made, that the judge will now look at it based on established principles and systems, give his or her judgment. A lot of times, we have heard from senior members of the bench who come out to explain that, look, that a matter actually happened, that something actually happened does not equal to conviction. If they are not proven beyond reasonable doubt, you must convince the judge that, look, this thing took place. Sometimes the judge could be saying the truth in what you are saying. I've heard, I've heard situations where the judge says, look, I cannot go outside of established norms, legal norms. Do you understand? I may understand what you're talking about. I may feel what you're talking about, but my hands are tied. I can't go outside of the established legal norms. So it's left for you to prove your case beyond reasonable doubt. So if those who were prosecuting her were so sure
that she was guilty
of what they were accusing her of, and maybe they were not able to prove the case to convince the trial judge, but I guess they have another opportunity. For any reason whatsoever, they can appeal the case. They have opportunity to appeal the case. That's the most beautiful thing in all of these things.
Okay, but in this very instance, what does this tell us about media trials in Nigeria? Because one thing we may not be able to exonerate the EFCC and APC as a political party is the issue of trying this case in the media.
No, but the Zanis, okay, well, as APC as a political party, yes, it began in the administration of President Goodluck Jonathan, and but you know that the Zani served in that in the administration of Goodluck Jonathan, and a lot of issues were raised. EFCC did some investigation, I believe, and some prima facie cases were established. Now, of course, media trial is not the best. media trial is not the best. But sometimes also, these government agencies are forced to embark on media trial to prove to the people that they are doing something. Which, for me, I frown at. But the good thing here is that this trial took place in Britain, and I do not think the British system will allow a lot of course, politics and diplomacy may interfere in a lot of things. It's a possibility that politics and diplomacy may interfere, in a lot of things. However, I do not think, the British judicial system would have allowed itself to be so influenced, by the kind of issues you're raising now. Let's take it at the face value that the woman, was not found guilty of what she was accused of. If anybody thinks that the justice had been miscarried, let them appeal the case.
Very well said. Very well said.
True, truly. All right. On the next story is from the Daily Trust, and it says, reps tell Tinubu, fix insecurity or step aside. Fix insecurity or step aside. The minority caucus of the House of Representatives yesterday called on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to either refocus governance on tackling national security challenges and economic hardship or step aside, warning that Nigeria is facing what's described as deepening insecurity, judicial controversy, and democratic backsliding ahead of the 2027 elections.
When the report says that the reps tell Tinubu fix insecurity or step aside, I was going to ask, that's my community, the media. Sometimes when headlines, you strike a headline in such a manner that it draws interest. Somebody wants. So when that news came, the first question was like, which rep? Because I want to know exactly.
The ones that are standing on his mandate.
So you see, definitely, as the report says, is from the minority caucus of the House of, because the entire House of Reps, I doubt if the audacity, anywhere exists for them to issue such a ultimatum. However, it doesn't take away, the value and the gravity of that statement coming from the minority caucus. The president, I'm sure, as the father of the nation, he understands. He knows exactly the cost of insecurity on this nation. He understands. So nobody needs to tell him the importance and the urgency of fixing the insecurity that's been in this country. There was something he said. Was it when he went to not long ago? I think he went to was it Rwanda? There was a conference in Rwanda,
yes,
where he made a statement that the youths of this country, if he doesn't deliver something like that, that they may vote him out because election is coming. And prior to, there was also a social media clip that has been making rounds, that where he says, if I don't fix so and so,
electricity, if I come back, don't vote for me.
So, these are very important, points to make. Insecurity is threatening this country very seriously. And Mr. President, of course, he didn't. Nobody would say he created the problem. We are aware. We are in this country. We know the problem has been there since
before he came.
2009, 2010. And the challenge has been there, But he said, "Vote for me, and I will fix these problems." And he was voted for. That becomes a social contract. So. That the minority caucus of the House of Rep is saying so now is just a reminder of what Mr. President knows that he has to fix. But where I have my challenge, quite frankly, is where, when people say, look, don't play politics with this thing. a lot of people misunderstand the implication or the gravity of that statement. When a challenge is still there, and you deny it or whittle it down with the aim of deceiving people, that is playing politics with the issue. Sometimes I baffles, I get baffled when some state officials come out to tell blatant lies, to create the impression that I remember during the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, several times the information minister then will come to tell you how we have decimated Boko Haram, we have done this, and people will be wondering, say, look, how can this man be saying so? Yes, they may have dealt a blow, they may have to a certain degree, weakened their operations within that period, but that is not like decimating, so the government should not play politics with issues of this nature. They should tackle it. If they are not making any headway, let them come and tell the people, look, at this point in time, sincerely, it's a difficult problem. Please, if you have any idea how we can deal with this, government welcomes it. It's not a sign of weakness.
But speaking of this resignation or stepping aside, a certain government in Africa, I think 2-3 days ago, an entire government resigned because they said, that out of the 100% of things they set out to do in the past 1 year, they've achieved just 10%, and they, called for their resignation and they resigned. So do you think it's something that could be obtainable in our country ever, where a government on their own, say we made so and so promises, we made all those promises, and in this time we've not accomplished the major things that we set out to do, and they call for their own resignation?
There are some things that only exist in the theory. In practice, they are very difficult to achieve. They are just utopian in nature. If you say let the government, you see, we are not running a parliamentary system of government.
Okay.
If you assuming you are running a parliamentary system of government, you have the parliament elected. The parliament is different from the government.
Yeah.
Right? Now, yes, the prime minister could resign. And the parliament will, bring another person. The ruling party will, find a way to bring another person. But that's not the system we run here. We run an executive presidential system, whereby practically every other person in government was nominated by the president. He brought them into. So when you say let the government resign, is it that if the president resigns, his deputy will remain, and his minister? What happens? So when you say let them resign, the president resigns, the prime minister, the vice president resigns, the ministers appointed resign. So how do you create that kind of vacuum? What happens to the country? Okay. So there are some things that are the only thing that we say that is that, look, our election is in a few months from now. The truth of the matter is that for me, anybody, if you take a job, you can't deliver that job. It's more reasonable to say, look,
I failed.
This matter big past me. There's nothing wrong in saying that.
Make una collector.
There's nothing wrong.
I have tried my best.
Make una collector.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong in going home to take the needed rest.
Okay, we'll take a short break. We'll be having a segment on the Sunrise Show this morning. We'll be right back.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is Sunrise on Aneke TV. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. And we have our sports oracle with us in the studio this morning.
Good morning. Yes.
How are you today?
I'm fine. Thank you very much. It's the World Cup season and we're having a lot of games coming and we're also having a lot of it happening. Yes. So in the update about sports and especially in the FIFA World Cup, we could see yesterday's game that happened that has been making rounds on the internet about Cristiano Ronaldo's team, Portugal, playing against the Republic of Congo. Now, that game had raised a lot of questions, seeing that Mercy at the other time had to play and score a hat-trick. So the GOAT debate is actually on now. But I will tell you for a fact, Cristiano Ronaldo has done something like that in 2024 when he scored, the last time he scored a hat-trick for Portugal. But trace it back to the history, you also see in Spain, Portugal versus Spain, in the World Cup of 2018, Cristiano Ronaldo had to score a hat-trick. In fact, his hat-trick was a comeback. But I'm not here to talk about all those. I'm actually here to give us an update on the results that we had yesterday, where Portugal had their game time. Everyone predicted Portugal would defeat DR Congo, but it ended in a 1-1 draw. And then you also see England scoring 4 goals. And it was unbelievable for England to score up to 4 against Croatia. Then Ghana yesterday night had to slot it in almost at the neck of time. It was a goal they never expected. 90 plus the extra time, and they had to come out with the winning game. And also talking about Uzbekistan, Uzbekistan had to lose to Colombia, where you have Luis Diaz. Luis Diaz had to, take it home. And, yesterday he was made the man of the match, not just because he played a great game, just because he had to lead the team to the next level. And that has concluded the, roundup of the team. I'm talking about the games yesterday in the group of, in Group L. That's the last group now. It is taking a new turn where the next stage of the competition is going to take place, where you have South Africa playing today against the Czech Republic. Now, also, let's take a look at the group standings, what the groups, the scores, and also just the way it is. They have aligned on the table. You have Mexico in Group A as they won South Africa. Mexico won South Africa, and they are topping the group. Then South Korea too, they won their game, and they also having the 3 points which they needed to have. Then you have Czech Republic at 0 and South Africa. So after this game today, we'll know who's going home and who's staying. Now we go to Group B. We have Switzerland and Canada. Everyone on that group is just on 1. Everyone on the group is just on 1 point, because they had to take what they had to see in the World Cup. And I wanted to ask what you think about this World Cup, how the the games have been going. Is it like what you expected?
To a certain degree, yes, because there are no minors in the world football any longer. You see, because globalization has opened the door, and countries, their nationals can now leave their shores, go to probably where the countries that are perceived to possess very strong football culture, and so when they go there, play within their league several years, they're also learning. They learn the skill, they learn the system, they learn the administration, and when they return to their country, there's like an importation, of the knowledge that have gone there to build their own teams as well. So, and when they do so, you find out that the tricks that makes those other bigger nations who they are, they're already broken and they're already learnt by the smaller nations. And so when you come to the world stage, some of the players that they are playing against are no longer new to them. They know their playing skills. Just like as it is now, if Nigeria has to play against England, now you know the number of players we have in Europe, the number of players we have in England. If Nigeria tomorrow has to play against the English national team, what is new there? Nothing, because the players, they know themselves, they know their tricks, they know how they behave. So, and that's the way it works. But perhaps also, we must not forget one or two little surprises. That has to do with Cape Verde, who held Spain to a goalless draw. Yeah. Spain is the competition favorite in this World Cup. But again, I think by now FIFA should learn a lesson, because over time, each time we go into the World Cup, FIFA will always come up with their favorites. The question to ask is, all of these favorites and these predictions have been making, how many of them have? I remember in 1990, after Mexico 86, we had France, we have Italia 90 or so, where FIFA predicted that Colombia was the favorite, the World Cup favorite. They ended up performing woefully. That led to the assassination of Escobar, if you remember. I don't know how many of you may be able to record that event. I remember also the next World Cup, they predicted that Netherlands was going to, when they had Rijkaard, had some of their best players in the play. At the end of the day, the Netherlands exited from the World Cup at first round. So now we are looking at Spain. Yes, Spain did well in the last European competition. They did very well, and they have very outstanding players there. But they've started with the goalless draw. Now this is going to put a lot of pressure on them. So their next game now, once any mistake is made on their next game, now it puts them on the edge. So I'm happy that these teams the African teams are showing themselves. We have some wins. Egypt did well.
Egypt, they had a goal. They had a goal, and the other team, they had the 1-1.
Exactly, except Algeria. Algeria probably couldn't find their
I was not expecting Algeria to win the game, really. Yes, I was not expecting Algeria. But you can't win. You can't win. Even if Nigeria could trash Algeria, you can't win Argentina. There's no way to win that game.
The only thing I say today, not minding anything. We see one thing is I encourage Nigerians who mustn't behave like the South Africans. We shouldn't behave like we should live our life. Nigeria is a good country, a great nation with good people. So we must live our life. We must behave like Nigerians. And Nigerians are very, very supportive and promising people. Let them live whatever. Let them carry on with their xenophobia, and we can't be caught up in that kind of realm. That's not the kind of life the world we live in. So if they play today, please, as Africans, let's support them. But ultimately, if they play where they win, if they don't play where they don't.
You know what you're preaching. You know what you're preaching. You're preaching the family of Rabe going to hug the bandits that have killed their father. That's what like.
To think that I don't think any African country has
the match is by 6, so anyone that wins.
Yes, you see, Nigeria. The truth of the matter is that we are very good people. It's a great nation. Naturally, good people. So we can't let them live their life. Let them live theirs. I can tell you, if tomorrow Nigeria develops as it becomes like the United States, Nigerians will open their arms and welcome people in this country. We're not going to be caught up in this kind of thing they are doing.
Exactly.
So we can't live their life.
Mr. Emeka, away from the xenophobic tendencies of the South Africans, the question I meant to ask both of you before we go is, this very World Cup, will it settle the GOAT issue between Messi and Ronaldo?
For me, quite frankly, for me, there's no controversy.
Truly, it has never really been in control.
Settled.
It has been.
I don't understand. What's the economy?
It's, I mean, for someone to have scored straight.
No, excuse me.
Now, I'll give you a clip. I'm not going to be very definite with you here. I am a Barcelona fan for life.
Ticked.
Number 2, I am a Man City fan.
Ticked.
All round. So that should tell you who is the GOAT.
Okay, so you.
I mean, before
he's Mercy.
He's Messi, and not just because he's from Argentina. I mean, Argentina is the reigning champion of, like, they are the last winner, current. So I mean, it's not in doubt.
The GOAT, both of them are the GOAT for me.
They cannot be two great of all time.
Of course, this is their last World Cup.
Prior to their arrival, it was not in doubt where Pele stood. Do you understand? And it has to be settled.
But this is their last World Cup. They are featured for 6. They have been, playing for 6 World Cups now. So this is the last dance for them. So after this World Cup,
by first match, the first match, we'll see what happens.
How can you be very, very definite that this is their last?
Messi said last was his last match.
Well, we're going to see what happens. But for me,
Ronaldo said the last World Cup was his last match.
Obviously, you need not look far to know where you stand. Gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you, Sports Oracle, for this segment this morning. I just hope that I wish all African countries well and other countries in this World Cup. That's the much time we can take this morning on the Sunrise Show. Till we come your way again tomorrow, I'd like to leave you with this quote from Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. Let us dig our trenches deep and wide, not to divide us, but to discover the golden common heritage that binds us together. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a wonderful day.
All right, and good hope, the Sports Oracle. Thank you for time with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And Mr. Mekodo, thank you for the in-depth insights you've given us on these news issues.
Thank you so much for having me.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Every June 12th, we celebrate the day in history in 1993, where the first credible, free and fair elections in Nigeria was conducted. An election said to have been won by MKO Abiola, and an election that was cancelled by the military rule. And in the past 27 years here in Nigeria, we've experienced elections after elections. We've seen governments come and go. We've seen political systems coming and go out. And today is Democracy Day, a day where we celebrate annually the commemoration and restoration of civilian democratic rule in Nigeria. What does this mean for citizens? How do we see Democracy Day? Is this something we celebrate or something we just consider another of the celebrations in Nigeria? We'll go into the streets of Enugu to hear the minds of people and know what they think and understand and their feel towards Democracy Day and elections in Nigeria.
Honestly, I think it's just God that will have to come down and help us. But we have to help ourselves first by getting our PVC. If this PVC thing is going to actually change this country, I'm hoping that, getting my PVC this time, that it would actually have a change in our country. Our country is in a deep mess. See, like, we cannot feed well, we are not surviving well. Honestly, this democracy is not democracy. This is like, it's almost like the military regime would even be better. I think what happened in the other country where the military government took over, I think it's even better because they're actually doing what they're supposed to do. I don't know the African country, I don't know if it's Congo or Burkina Faso, but then Nigeria, the democracy is not there. There should be nothing like democracy there. In fact, sometimes I wish that the whites we are still under them. I wish that, you know, this country would have been far better than now. I think they need to wipe out and remove all the people that are bad in the system. If they are able to do that, then, because they are more bad than good in the system, obviously. So even when the good want to do the good, it's like either they are being threatened or their minds are manipulated to do the wrong thing. So it's actually hard for the people in the system to do the right thing. So that's why the people in Dubai, the government in Dubai, they were like that Nigeria has money more than Dubai. I don't know if there's any video like that you've seen, but it's because they have good leaders, and Dubai was just a desert, was just a dry place, but because of good leaders, so everything is boiling down to good leaders. If they can take away the bad ones, we would have a free and fair election. It would be clear results and good results.
So to say uninterrupted democratic rule, it's not the democracy we dreamt of, because these days we don't see things work out the way they should. We are not sure that our votes matter at all, you know. So it's as though those at the top just do whatever they want to do and get away with it. So, and in the days of military rule, okay, people were very careful, you know, what they say. But now it's even worse. It's as though we are being censored. We had freedom of speech rights, but now it's no. Okay, it's gone. So it's as though we are still living under dictatorship. So I don't think we have democracy in Nigeria. In Abia State, in 2023, the INEC rep in charge did the right thing, okay? Humphrey Mosu did the right thing in his own time. So it all depends on who is in charge and if the government will allow that person do what he or she is supposed to do. It was NEC then, now it's INEC. But that I, it shouldn't be there the way I see it. We don't see it as being independent.
With what is very clear to the seeing of the eyes in this country, there is no sign to prove that we are really practicing democracy in Nigeria. Honestly speaking, this condition we find ourselves is a very pathetic one. In spite of the fact we say we are in a democratic rule. I have been questioning, I have been asking, I have been wondering and saying, why is it that people seem to be afraid in democratic rule more than in the military rule? People seem to love their lives. People seem to be so careful about their lives and their property more than the civil rule, more than in the military rule. I know those there during military rule, the people don't mind the khaki, the gun, the bullet and everything, but they try in their own little way to voice out and condemn unjust rule and call a spade, and call evil, and call the government to come to the aid of the populace and ensure that things go well.
Listening to people talk so far, you see a people that are pained, grieved, and hurt by the system of things in Nigeria. And as we know, democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And underneath you see people, a set of people who are concerned about the growth and development of Nigeria. Now, as we celebrate into the day, as we go into the day and years and live to celebrate the Democracy Day, a day we gained, electoral independence, we ask, what is the future of this democracy in Nigeria? How do we trust the system to ensure that it delivers on electoral promises and elections? Town hall meetings remain a central instrument of participatory governance, strengthening accountability and rebuilding trust between leaders and citizens. In democratic theory, particularly deliberative democracy, habemas, and participatory democracy, Pateman, governance legitimacy is sustained not only through elections, but through continuous public dialogue. Globally, Town halls have improved policy legitimacy and reduced governance distance. In the United States, they are used to directly test legislative accountability. In Brazil, participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre reshaped public spending priorities through citizen input, while Rwanda's structured community dialogue systems strengthened performance monitoring at local levels. In Nigeria, the practice has gained visible but uneven traction, with notable examples at both state and federal levels. In Lagos State, under former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, structured public engagements around infrastructure projects such as transport reform and urban renewal helped improve policy acceptance, particularly during major reforms like BRT expansion and environmental sanitation enforcement. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has institutionalized town hall style engagements through community stakeholder meetings and sector-specific dialogues, especially around transportation, security, and urban development projects. These platforms have helped manage public expectations around large-scale infrastructure disruptions while improving feedback loops on service delivery. In Enugu State, under Governor Petermbah, town hall engagement has been embedded into a broader governance communication strategy tied to ongoing structural reforms. Public interaction sessions linked to transport modernization, smart school implementation, and healthcare expansion have helped reinforce citizen awareness of policy direction and state priorities. However, analysts argue that these engagements must move beyond presentation formats into structured accountability forums where citizens can directly interrogate performance indicators and budget outcomes. From a theoretical standpoint, town halls align strongly with social contract theory, Locke and Rosal, which holds that government authority is valid only when continuously justified before the governed. They also reflect accountability theory in public administration, which emphasizes transparency, responsiveness, and feedback-driven governance. For Nigeria, the need is urgent. Rising public distrust, economic hardship, and insecurity demand deepen civic engagement beyond election cycles. Town halls provide a practical mechanism to reduce misinformation, address grievances early, and improve policy ownership. Experts stress that Nigerian leaders must institutionalize town halls as a governance requirement, not political events, ensuring they are regular, structured, documented, and tied to measurable policy outcomes. Ultimately, sustained town hall governance is no longer optional. It is a democratic necessity for rebuilding trust, improving service delivery, and strengthening the fragile bond between the Nigerian state and its citizens.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
man of peace, who would sacrifice everything for peace. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, His Excellency Kasim Shetima, and your dear wife, being the able representative of our President Bola Tinubu. Your Excellency, General Yakubu Gawan, the chairman of the occasion, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my senior colleagues and junior colleagues, good evening. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, eminent scholars, friends, family, and well-wishers. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and the Merciful, let me start by expressing my deepest gratitude, in particular, thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his gracious presence and sending a representative Vice President to represent him, for kindly hosting us here at the Presidential Villa for this memorable event. Your Excellency, we are most honored by your generosity and support. I want to thank His Excellency, President Amada Bio, who has just left us, and the Chairman of ECOWAS, Heads of State and Government, who, despite his national engagements, found time to come and honor me. The same goes to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Niger Republic, Lamin Zain, and your entourage. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I also want to thank Thabo Mbeki, who has earlier expressed his desire to come, but due to the sad event, couldn't come. I want to thank him. He was our chairman of the African Union High-Level Implementation Panel on Sudan, HUIP. For 12 years, we have been working for our organization, the African Union, to assist Sudan out of its crisis. Thanks to my boss, Olusegun Obasanjo, who dragged me onto this mission. For 12 years, we were globetrotting the world to help Sudan. Unfortunately, we couldn't save her into what is happening now. Please allow me to thank His Excellency Musa Paki, the immediate past
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. However, before we start, we apologize for coming on late on this program. However, you know that The Insight is that program where we bring to you a bit of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we'll look at a nation on the crossroad. Yes, a nation at the crossroad, the church to the rescue. And on this day, joining us is a special guest. I won't reveal the name now. However, you know, there comes a time in the history of a people when euphemism lose their utility, when polite vocabulary can no longer mask the raw, bleeding edge of a systemic crisis. Today, we stand at the precise point. We are a nation at a crossroads, not a metaphorical one, but a harsh reality defined by the relentless squeeze of inflation, a widening gap of institutional trust, and a public fatigue that is rapidly hardening into disillusionment. When the state mechanics falter, and when economic policies leave the common man stranded, the gaze of the populace naturally shifts. It shifts towards the single most influential, ubiquitous fabric holding society together, the church. But today, we must ask the uncomfortable questions. Is the church built to be a permanent socio-economic safety net? Or is it merely managing the symptoms of bad governance? When does the message of patience from the pulpit cross the line from spiritual solace into the appeasement of structural failure? Can an institution truly rescue a nation if it refuses to disrupt the very status quo causing the pain? Today on The Insight, we are joined by a leader who sits at the intersection of spiritual authority and governance. Reverend Dr. Chimobi Aniwene, the president and founder, the Redemption Church Worldwide, joins us on The Insight. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much, and God bless our viewers.
Yes, we've looked forward to this day, and finally, the day is upon us. And today we are looking at a nation at the crossroad, the church to the rescue. However, let me first of all ask, before we get into the details of this issue, do you really believe that the church can rescue this nation?
Well, of course, yes, because in actual sense, the church, as it stands now, is the last hope of the nation.
The last hope?
The last hope of the nation.
All right. When you say the church is the last hope of the nation, yes, we agree on one thing. The Nigerian state is at a crossroad. We have a democracy struggling to deliver an economic dividend. Had an economy that is, crushing ordinary people, insecurity that keeps parents awake at night. And you're talking about the ordinary people who can no longer, majority of them cannot talk about where their meals come from. And we're asking, we have churches are full, pastors are busy, reverends all over the nations are busy, but yet the nation is bleeding. So I ask directly, what is the church actually doing to rescue Nigeria?
Well, in the actual sense, number one, I want you to have this understanding that, one, the church is not actually the problem of this nation. The major issue is that the leaders are not listening to the churches. Rather, they are selective. They listen to those who massage their ego, those who, dance their music and applaud them and tell them what they want to hear. There was this prophet in the Bible called Micaiah. At a point, the king wanted to embark on a battle and then invited about 400 and something prophets who prophesied in the favor of the king. Left one called Micaiah. And Jehoshaphat said to the king, no, there is no way we can embark on this, and we have to get the opinion of all the prophets. He said, we have just one left. He's very arrogant and very stubborn and all those things. And then the king said, no, we have to invite him. And when the man came on his way to see the leader, the security personnel of the king then said to him, see what everybody have said. Oh, you better join the line. We know you. You don't say what everybody say. You would like to say your own. But the man was so blunt. When he told the king the actual truth, the king ignored it like the leaders of today. they don't want to have anything to do with the leaders, with the church leaders that will share the truth to them. Number one. Number two, it seems as if to say that the church have been aged out. They operate behind. Take for instance, if you attend some government functions and all those things, you will see that the church will hardly be recognized. They treat them like one, what do I call it, second-class citizens. It was not so in the olden days. So I think, one, there are churches that is, speaking through to power. When we look at the center message of the church, salvation. As salvation get across every human activities. If the people listening to the church leaders, those who are kidnapping will not be kidnapping. Those who are leading will not be looting the public funds. Those who are representing us, even in what do you call it? Parastatals, all these House of Representative and Senate, they will be making laws that have the interest of the masses instead of their selfish interest. I think the church is still doing a lot. Crusades here and there, programs here and there. Some church leaders are moving to the thick knots, going to Benue and all those things. The other time there was killing in Benue, you saw how the president just arrived at the airport. Doesn't have the courage to go to the scene. But there are ministers of God, there are pastors that went direct to interface with individuals. And all those. I believe the church is actually doing a lot, though not enough.
All right. The church is doing
a lot.
Not a lot, though not enough.
Not enough.
Overwhelmed that we still have men of the clothes like you who can actually speak truth to power. However, while we agree that there is selective listening by the leaders, there seems to be an issue here. Okay. One that speaks of trust. If the leaders are not listening to the church, then it takes that something is actually wrong.
But of course, that's true. And it can be vice versa. It can be from the two ends. It could be, number one, they have met wrong pastors. Not everybody wearing cassock is a man of God. There are so many criminals that are hiding inside cassock.
So many criminals.
So many criminals. And unfortunately, these criminals are those that those in power want to hear. Because they will tell you they will do magic and and then they go. So there is no doubt that some of them might have met the evil pastors. But also, there are leaders who are evil and they don't want to interface with light. One of the greatest tragedy of darkness is light. And so when they will come up to, one day I was listening to a TV program, a burial. I think one clerk, this old man from Niger Delta that died, and then the Anglican bishop was preaching. The message was raw. It was hitting the leaders, the political leaders. All of them assembled in that environment, and they were listening. And I'm sure that none of them will want to have any close relationship with that clergyman because he said the truth. So the problem is not actually trust from the end of the pastors alone. Some of them are evil. They cannot come to interface with light.
Okay. They cannot come to interface with the light. Now, Doctor, let's deal with issue of trust here.
Okay.
If we have a church leadership that has lost the moral authority here, because I interact with a lot of Nigerians, and most of them no longer trust the leadership of the church. And I'm speaking about the clergy in this instance, to be able to tell power to the truth, to tell power the truth. Because a number of times, the feedback I get is that they see most of this clergy, at government functions, they see them interacting and interfacing with these so-called leaders that do not listen. And here, the people are in question that the church is losing the moral authority over the citizens and the leadership.
Well, I will approach this question from a different angle. Let me start by saying I pity the masses as well. You know why? Most of the times when the man of God stands to say the truth, they are the people that will come after the man of God.
They are the people that will come after the man of
They will come after you, they will brutalize you, they will criticize you, they will castigate you. Well, any man of God that have the understanding of his calling must not be intimidated by the voice of the masses once you are on the path of truth and righteousness. Of a truth, there is that decline in the area of trust among the ministers of God. There are some that have, eaten the porridge, they have been bribed, they have done this, received gift. One of the things that blinds is gift. And these government people seems to have what they need to bribe the church, but not every man of God is bribable.
Not every man
of God is bribable. That some men of God come in contact with politicians and then you see them in the big pictures and all those things. That doesn't mean that they are in support of the evil they are doing. You don't know the discussion some of them are doing behind. Even though we know there are some actually who find that circle and heal themselves and they continue with their evil. But the fact remains, no government would want to have deep relationship with a fearless preacher who speaks his mind. And I must tell you, my brother, there are fearless preachers in this nation that is still shaking the government. And they are still saying the truth. So, if the masses are losing their trust, what about their own trust? Because it is not the preacher alone, it is the preacher and the people. The pastor and the people. There are members also who have sold their conscience. Most of these leaders you are seeing in government positions and all, most of them are church members. Most of them are our sheep. But unfortunately, there are, like I said at the beginning, there are imposters. And someone cannot just come up and act to be like the governor of the state, and it's not the governor. So when arrested, you still address him as His Excellency. You don't address him as His Excellency. He's an imposter. So we need to have that line to separate the sheep from the wolves, because there is a lot of mix up even in the body of God's 60. A lot of mix up. But I want to address the audience and I want to encourage them. See, we still have remnants. There are people that have not submitted their staff to Pharaoh.
There are people who have not submitted their staff to Pharaoh.
Yes.
I love that. Reverend, speaking with you this morning has given me this audacity to ask. I am a student of history and I've taken part, through religious history as well. And in this nation, I remember names like the late Idahosa, men who would tell government that they are using this facility, you can't change that, and they will go ahead, use that facility. They will tell government that this is what they intend to do, and they couldn't be stopped. Are you telling us that we still have men in the religious circle who still walk that path?
Of course, greater number of them. I can even call some names. Greater number of them.
If we have men with such boldness, like you want me to believe,
yes,
why is the fortune of this nation not yet turned around? Because I'm meant to understand that from where you sit, you could command both the political leadership and the followership of this nation.
You see, one thing you have to understand, even in the days of Idahosa, he confronted powers, but people chose to do what they want to do. We are not running a state religion where the priests have a stake in the government.
Where the priest has a stake in it.
Yes. When you talk about state religion, you talk about the king, the priest, and the prophet. They move together. But in the setting of this nation, federalism, we have the executive, we have the legislative, we have the judiciary. So you look at it critically, you find out that the church does not fit in. But having said that, mine is to speak the truth. It is your responsibility to accept and act on the truth. And because we are not empowered to control our influence, they are limited. It takes only divine appearance of God to do one or two things. Let me go further. I've watched people like Bishop Oyedepo, Issa El Buba, our brother in Enugu, Father Mbaka, on several occasions, our late Papa Omar. I myself, by the grace of God, have constantly confronted the government. But unfortunately, most of them will not hear. I remember the day when Papa Ayoli Sejafo was the CAN president and at the same time the PFM president. He did a lot. But you know what they did? They have to set him up. Set him up. Supervise him from in and out just to close his mouth. And unfortunately, the major problem is not even these preachers. The major problem, I must say, it's sorry we are in the air. The problem is disunity among the church leaders. A man of God is confronting with the truth. Another one is telling you, you must be an idiot to say this. A man of God is calling the government to order. Another man of God is saying, why are you talking to the governor like that? And if the church will have the required influence, even though they are not included in the government structure, if the church must have the required influence, we must break the wall of denominationalism, where on Sundays the Catholic can go to the Catholic, the Anglican can go to Anglican, the Pentecostal can go to Pentecostal, but at the end of that fellowship we come as one body. If we don't have one voice, if you look at the story of the Tower of Babel in Genesis chapter 11, you find out that what brought, should I call it fear or threat to God, was the unity he found among the people of that day. If the church can be united, we will shake this nation. We will shake the nation, we will shake the government, we make a declaration and it will start. Number one. Number two, the population of the church, of the Christians in this nation, they are bigger. We can use our vote to change government. If we call you a guy, what you are doing is wrong, and you don't want to hear us, then the next election you'll be voted out. Right. We will vote you out.
I agree with you on this, that the power to use the vote is quite obvious. However, the question now is, should the church be involved in politics?
Of course, 100%. How can you change governance when you are not involved? Even from the Bible days down to this age, you can't separate. Like if you want to talk about the freedom of South Africa, forget about this xenophobic attitude some of them are displaying now. You cannot talk about the total emancipation of South Africa without the involvement of the religious body. So the church must have to get to politics. The Bible says when the righteous is on the throne, the people rejoice. We cannot be shying away from politics and criticizing politicians when we have no interest to go and change the situation. So if you criticize them and rubbish them and you have no interest to occupy the seat, who will change the nation? So I'm not only encouraging our members, there are political priests, there are ministers who have political mandate. As a pastor, you felt you can do this, you felt you can do that. Come out, contest. We'll support you. But if we must support you, you must promise us that you will do something different. Because unfortunately, my brother, corruption have eaten into Nigeria that if we are asked to choose a new name, corruption may come into that name. Because corruption have eaten into both the church and the general body.
Yeah, Reverend, in as much as I want to agree with you that the church should get involved in politics,
seriously,
more partisan, there are still the other group, even within the church, that argue that the church must remain neutral, that getting involved will cause more division. And you rightly pointed it out, that the issue with dissenting voice of even ministers, when there are ones who want to stand and say, truth to power, get involved and see that things are changed, that being more partisan would divide the church further.
See, there is a wisdom to handle it. I am a pastor, and where I pastor is not where 2 or 3 are gathered. We have quite a number of people, and there are members of APC, there are members of PDP, there are members of NDC, there are members of ADC. They know I, as their leader, I'm not a partisan. Doesn't mean I don't have right to support anybody of my choice. It is my constitutional right as a Nigerian. But we have to come to the point where we are neutral. Like during the last election, I was preaching to the people. I said, see, this is where I'm going to. This is what I'm looking at. But you are not under pressure to follow me. Maintain your stand, provided you are getting it right. My understanding might be different from your understanding, unless I say to you, thus says the Lord. If I say thus says the Lord, even on gun point, I won't change my mind. I will tell you this is what the Lord is saying, and that is where we are standing. But everybody have the right to belong to any party of their choice. So the church as a body should not be neutral. In fact, church should sponsor members who want to contest or vie for any political position for change. Now, for instance, if we have actually disabled the members of the church and your member happen to be the Senate president and he respects you, with the spiritual understanding and the honor he has for you, there are some errors he will not be allowed to do. You will not come in and say, no, God, this is against the masses. This is against the progress and the peace of this land. We have to do this. Unlike this insecurity matter that we are talking about and other things, my brother, two of us knows that there is a political hand in this insecurity matter. Let our leaders liberate Nigerians. Save us. Save us this pain and this intimidation. All this kidnap there, kidnap here, kidnap here, kidnap there, and then the Islamic insurgents and all those things. That is a political hand. And Nigeria have enough intelligent officers to flush these things out. But the problem is that they have not been given the necessary support.
I agree with you totally. But still on politics and organization, is it possible for the church to unite, have a common front to push for their own interest and the general interest of the people?
How do I approach this? It is difficult, but it is not impossible.
It's difficult, but not
impossible. It is very difficult for the church to unite as one, in as much as we have CAN. But you know that not every church is a registered CAN member.
Not every church is
Not every church is a registered CAN member.
What's the reason for that?
I don't know. People have their different understanding, different views. And that's an error. So if the church must be one, there are a lot of structures that we have to put in place. Because someone who occupied the leadership position might have enemies he wants to deal with. So there must be a structure put together. And if we must get it right, it is necessary for the church to be. It is not impossible, but with what is going on, it is absolutely difficult. Who would you want to be the leader? When you do something that is anti-cleric, anti-scripture, and you are called to order, some of them will tell you that the Holy Ghost spoke to them. This issue of Holy Ghost spoke, Holy Ghost spoke, Holy Ghost spoke, Holy Ghost spoke, is actually causing a lot of trouble. Man of God, does it mean that Holy Ghost speaks? Reverend. But we judge the speaking from the standard of the scripture. And you see someone marrying about 20 wives, a clergy, and they ask you, the Holy Ghost asked him to go and marry 20 wives. That contradicts the scripture.
Indeed. You know, let me backtrack a bit.
Okay.
Should every religious body, Christian religious body, be a member of CAN?
Of course.
They should.
Of course, if the water must be purified,
so
we need to have a head.
You are within. What could be reasons why some of these churches are not member of CAN?
Number one, many church leaders are fake.
Many church leaders are fake.
Many of them are very fake, highly occultic. Number two, lack of loyalty. Because when you belong to a body, you will be under someone. There are some who are too arrogant that they cannot be under control. So I don't want somebody to come and run the church for me. I don't want somebody to ask me some questions. There are some general overseers who are acting like God in their churches. So when they have that understanding, they don't want to. Two, sin. There are some that are so deep in evil, so deep in sin, and they have the understanding that if I belong to this body and this matter lead to this level, I will be sanctioned, I will be cautioned. So in order not to be under that authority, I don't have to be a registered member with them. But the Nigerian government should make it a law that any church that is not under CAN, under PFN, under CPFN, and we have about 5 blocks. If you are not found a member in any of this group, we deregister you. There are so many unregistered churches now. Whereas by right, church should be registered.
But that may be against their constitutional right.
Which constitutional right?
To freedom of religion and practice and worship.
Of course, but there is a provision in the law that every church should register under, what do people call it? CSC. Everybody have to come under that. It's a law. That you register doesn't mean that they are the one running the church. But you have to register in case of some issues. At least the government, the nation where you're operating from, should be aware of your existence. You will not be operating in secret. It's an error. That's why some evil going on. There are situations where churches are demolished and then human skulls are found under the altars and all those things, and the pastor impregnated a woman, impregnated the daughter, impregnated 10 members in the name of Holy Ghost manifestation. That's an insult to Holy Ghost.
All right. Sorry, Reverend. You know, I'm running a bit faster than I should. It should have been more interactive. I'm trying to cover as much space as possible. However, we do apologize. Is it not possible that CAN, may not be a unifying factor against the background of those who don't want to belong to CAN because CAN has compromised?
Well, it depends on the angle you are seeing it from. We don't have a perfect vessel. We all are moving towards perfection. CAN, in my own understanding, have not actually failed nor compromised. The problem, my brother, is that if you must assume a leadership position in the church organization in this nation, you must, number one, be brutal. Number two, you must not have any skeleton in your cupboard. Because this government, they will fight you to stand still. But if you have boldness, like the people of Idahosa you talked about, someone like Dr. Makbai, who actually was the founder of PFN in this nation, Nigeria, if you look at such persons and then elect them to leadership position, a lot of things will be corrected. But of course, some leaders who has the power to elect might not elect people of that character. Because they go with two-edged sword, not one face. Their sword goes like this and like this.
All right. I am agree with you in a lot of things you're saying. However, looking at this quality of some preachers or some churches, obviously some are fake, occultic, lack of loyalty, and sin you mentioned. How do we then, the followers, able to differentiate between the right church, the right leadership to follow?
The standard of the church has always been the Bible. As a member in the church, at the end of each services, go back, read the Bible, have a personal study life. Holy Spirit is not monopolized by clergies on the altar. The layman will have access to the Holy Spirit. When you have fellowship with the Holy Spirit, you will be guided. The Bible said the Spirit of God in us bears witness with our own spirit that this one is right, this one is wrong, and all those things. So I think the major thing for the church members to know is to come under the influence of the scripture, come under the influence of the Bible. And then two, don't be carried away by miracles. I believe in miracles. God is the miracle worker. But that is not the yardstick to judge a good pastor. If you want to know a good pastor, get to know the depths of knowledge from the scripture. I'm not talking about those who are preaching mystery that is outside the Bible, personal ideologies. The Bible said that the Bible is not for any private interpretation. It is the Spirit of God that gives us the understanding to have the deep truth or deep meaning into the scripture. So we must look at the word base of the preacher, and then we must look at the character of the preacher off camera, because the Bible says by their fruits we shall know them. You can never see a mango tree bearing orange fruit. It's not possible. Any pastor that have character issues off the camera, you are going to see some certain characters and all those things. So we'll be brave enough to have access to the scripture, because the scripture is the mirror. If you don't have access to the scripture, there is no way you can dictate that this one is falsehood and this one is right and all those things. So when we have that understanding, unfortunately, some pastors tend to promote themselves. When you see a pastor that is in most cases promoting himself, telling you how powerful he is, how he is Ojena Mao, how he is Oyokomita, how he is this and that and that and that, and there is zero acknowledgement of Jesus Christ, zero glory. You know, I was reading the Bible the other time. I saw that when miracle happened in John chapter 3, Peter didn't turn it as an opportunity for fundraising. He turned it as an opportunity to witness Christ to the audience. But these days, you see, after some of these arranging miracles, at the end of the day, next thing is fundraising. Have you seen that the pastor is a supernatural entity, a supernatural personality? If you sow the seed of 1 million naira, bago, in the next 2 hours, the Lord will credit your account with 10 billion. God is not a criminal. God is a God of process. And Khan is unable to regulate. That is what I'm saying. Khan cannot do it because some of them are not under Khan. Khan cannot do it because some of the leaders within that same circle are guilty of the same crime. So how can you fight a crime that you have a stake on? You are a shareholder.
All right, Reverend, I would want to probe this very issue further. However, before we get into that, let's still, think a bit towards politics, and that has to do with voter registration, for example. What is the church doing, especially in eastern Nigeria, where you have voter apathy in this very instance? How is church mobilizing its members to register? We know that INEC is carrying out ongoing voter registration exercise.
We preach it on the altar.
You preach it?
Yes, we encourage our people offline. And then we also interact with the INEC officials to bring the machine to church. We've registered thousands of people in the church.
That's interesting.
Yes, we've done that.
All right. I said I would have wanted to pursue this issue about where the church stands as a moral authority, because a lot of persons may argue, and sometimes we tend to agree with them, that the church is failing. As a result, you have the new generation, the youth, the Gen Zs, deviating, moving away from the church, back to what they call traditional religion. But for want of time, Reverend, I would keep an open invitation where you have to, because I have seen that you are ready to do that. But we have a few minutes left. Let me ask you pointedly, where do you get the boldness to speak about the church in this manner? You talk about the fake ones, the occultic ones, those who are not loyal. Where do you draw the courage to talk about these things?
I was not born a pastor. I first gave my life to Christ. And one of the reasons why I gave my life to Christ is to enjoy eternity in heaven. Calling is a secondary assignment. So I am not a pastor that moved into the ministry for material wealth, which by the special grace of God I don't lack. By the special grace of God. But that is not what is motivating me. What is motivating me is Christ and Him crucified. You cannot center on Christ and not have the boldness to say the truth anywhere. I don't have skeleton in my...
You're not scared for your life.
Scared for who? I'm dead already. A dead man does not fear about life.
Is that where you draw the courage?
Yes, I'm dead.
As well?
I'm dead. This is a dead man talking to you.
A dead man talking to you.
I'm not alive, I'm dead. And everyone who knows me know that I am unapologetically connected to Christ, and I defend the church no matter what it will take from me or the sacrifices I would have to make. But that does not mean that somebody should come up and point a gun at me. You don't have the right to do that.
All right. We are almost out of time. What would you be telling the Nigerian government?
Well, what I want to tell Nigerian government is to have a rethink. Have an understanding that you are not leading yourself, you are leading a people. Number two, you must understand the cry of the people. There is hunger in the land. There is insecurity in the land. There is intimidation here and there. Some of government officials are intimidating the poor masses. And I know that some of them, some of the leaders on top might not be aware of that. Let us have baptism into the consciousness of human existence and have this understanding that power is transient. What will you be remembered for after this your reign? Because at the end of this your regime, you will come back to become an ordinary Nigerians, and we are going to pay you back according to the way you led us. Rethink and carry the people along.
That's interesting. And there are many Nigerians who are, wanting to hear you speak to them. What do you say to them?
Hang on. Exercise patience. Don't corner ways. Don't, because of the evil in the land, put your hand in wickedness. The soul that sinneth, the soul shall die. Trust in God and watch God make a way out. Be positive about Nigeria. Let us not keep prophesying doom and evil and wickedness in Nigeria. Hang on. A nobody today can become a somebody tomorrow. And when God offers you the privilege and the platform to lead, please correct this error that you have been fighting all this while. Don't add to our pain. God bless Nigerians.
Thank you very much. That's quite deep. And if you've been watching us, the voice and the person you've been hearing speaking to us on A Nation at Crossroads, the Church to the Rescue, is Reverend Dr. Chimobi Aniwene, President and founder of the Redeemed Christian Redemption Church Worldwide. Yes, TRCW. Reverend, it's deeply a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you, sir.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads between strong personalities and weak institutions. The question is simple but profound. Can a nation truly progress when its systems depend more on individuals than on rules? In the life of nations, strength is not measured by individuals but by the resilience of institutions. Where rules are weak, personalities become powerful. Where institutions are strong, leadership becomes secondary to order. This is the enduring dilemma of governance in many developing states. Douglas North defines institutions as the rule of the game. When those rules are informal or inconsistently applied, development becomes unstable. Max Weber's theory of charismatic authority warns that leadership rooted in personality may inspire change, but cannot endure without institutionalization. Samuel Huntington adds, the most important distinction among countries is not their form of government, but their degree of government. Where institutions are weak, governance becomes personality-driven rather than system-driven. History provides cautionary examples. In Mobutu Sese Seko Zaire and Idi Amin's Uganda, institutions were replaced by loyalty networks and personal rule. The outcome was not strength, but collapse. When systems are subordinated to individuals, the state becomes fragile, regardless of leadership charisma. Nigeria reflects a similar structural challenge. Policies often change with administrations. Enforcement can depend on influence rather than consistent rules. Institutions struggle with continuity. Asimologo and Robinson describe such examples as extractive institutions, structures that serve power rather than enforce fairness. Over time, this weakens trust and undermines governance itself. James Madison wrote, "If men were angels, no government would be necessary." Institutions exist because human nature is imperfect. Scripture reinforces this truth. Put not your trust in princes nor in the Son of Man. Both philosophy and theology converge on one idea. Societies must be anchored in systems, not personalities. When institutions are weak, the results are predictable. Policy instability, inconsistent justice, economic uncertainty, decline in public trust. Nations become trapped in cycles where progress is repeatedly reset. The strength of a nation is not the strength of its leaders, but the durability of its institutions. And where institutions remain weak, even strong men eventually fade, leaving the system still struggling to stand.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. The Abia State House of Assembly has unanimously resolved to summon the state's top security chiefs for an emergency high-level meeting following a surge in local abductions. Nigeria's Minister of Women Affairs, Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, has declared a national emergency after revealing that over 2,700 gender-based violence cases were documented in just 4 months. The federal government has strongly denied reports suggesting it is considering new taxes on telecommunication services and petroleum products following an IMF advisory report. Details of the news. A series of coordinated air and ground offensives by Nigeria's joint security forces have yielded major operational successes across the northwest and north-central regions. Intensive maneuvers led to the military and police commands have resulted in the rescue of 22 kidnapped victims, the frustration of several abduction attempts, and the direct destruction of multiple criminal enclaves. The sweeping operations targeted deeply entrenched bandits and terrorist networks across Katsina, Zamfara, Kogi, Kebbi, and Kwara states. In the northwest, troops operating under Operation Fansan Yamma stormed a terrorist camp in Matazu, Katsina state, using superior firepower to force the criminals to abandon 4 captives. In a similar high-pressure engagement in Zamfara state, troops responded to a critical distress call and freed 3 more victims following a fierce gun battle. Meanwhile, in Kebbi State, intelligence-driven operations by the police command intercepted 3 suspected Boko Haram logistics suppliers transporting food, arrested 4 notorious Lakurawa bandits, and successfully rescued a woman abducted from her home in Kebbi. Further down in the north-central region, the Nigerian Army's 12th Brigade executed an aggressive blocking mission supported by helicopter airstrikes in Kogi State's Abwede Forest. The heavy bombardment forced fleeing bandits to abandon 5 captives who safely escaped into the arms of waiting troops concurrently in Kwara State. 9 residents who had spent weeks in captivity following an April raid were successfully freed, while security forces moved in to arrest 4 looters, systematically targeting the properties of families displaced by the conflict. Security authorities have attributed these massive breakthroughs to heightened interagency collaboration and have vowed to sustain maximum pressure until all remaining camps are permanently dismantled. Tensions and expectations are running high across Ekiti State as security forces, electoral officials and civil society groups enter the final countdown for Saturday's critical governorship election. With just 48 hours until voters head to the polls, the Independent National Electoral Commission is beginning the high-stakes distribution of sensitive voting materials, including ballot papers, and bimodal voter accreditation system machines across all 16 local government areas. The Nigerian Air Force has already concluded a massive airlift operation from Abuja to guarantee these materials arrived safely on time. On the security front, the state is under a total lockdown. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has flooded Ekiti with 10,000 personnel drawn from neighboring states, deploying elite tactical assets like anti-thuggery squads and canine units. Simultaneously, the Nigerian police force has activated a strict election security framework designed to neutralize political violence and protect over 2,000 polling units. Meanwhile, the judiciary has already set up the Election Petitions Tribunal in Ado-Ekiti to handle any post-election disputes that may arise. The highly anticipated race has effectively narrowed down to a three-way battle. Incumbent Governor Bayodun Oyebanji of the All Progressive Congress made a statewide broadcast appealing for a second term. Pointing to his achievements over the last 3.5 years, he faces a fierce challenge from Dr. Wole Oluyede of the People's Democratic Party and Dare Bejide of the African Democratic Congress. As 13 political parties prepare to contest the poll, civil rights groups are also pushing for full inclusion, with one prominent organization deploying 150 observers and 25 sign language interpreters to ensure voters with disabilities can seamlessly cast their ballots in what many view as a crucial litmus test ahead of the 2027 general elections. The Abia State House of Assembly has resolved to summon the state's top security chiefs for an emergency high-level meeting aimed at aggressively tackling a sudden surge in kidnappings and violent security breaches. The resolution was unanimously passed during a plenary session following a motion of urgent public importance presented by Deputy Speaker Augustine Okezie Meregini. The lawmaker sounded the alarm over a recent targeted attack in Umuahia North, where gunmen brazenly abducted 2 residents from the Umuawa Alocha community, an incident he characterized as a dangerous insurgency of kidnapping. In response to the growing threat, the Parliament has officially directed the Abia State Homeland Security Agency and its sister security arms to immediately step off tactical operations across the state. Speaker Emmanuel Emeruwa, who presided over the session, emphasized that the current security trajectory is highly critical and requires swift interagency collaboration. Furthermore, the Assembly has mandated the mayors of all 17 local government areas to immediately reactivate and heavily equip local community vigilante groups, while working alongside traditional rulers to establish tighter surveillance networks in their demands. The Ebonyi State Police Command has finalized plans to launch a massive enforcement operation to impound all vehicles plying public roads without valid registration number plates or with license plates that are deliberately covered, defaced, or altered. According to an official statement by the police public relations officer, SP Joshua Okando, motorists caught violating these traffic guidelines will face strict legal sanctions. The directive stems directly from a high-level strategic meeting held by the Inspector General of Police aimed at curbing a dangerous, growing trend of where criminals use unregistered or marked vehicles to evade law enforcement tracking. State Commissioner of Police CP Hope Urunwa Okafo has already ordered all area commanders and divisional police officers across Ebonyi to immediately commence full enforcement of the new security measure. Authorities are advising all vehicle owners and commercial motorists in the state to urgently obtain valid legal plates through official channels and ensure that all inscriptions remain perfectly visible at all times. Police officials emphasize that while the crackdown is heavily designed to strengthen crime-fighting efforts and boost tracking capabilities, All deployed personnel have been strictly ordered to carry out their duties professionally and with the utmost respect for citizens' rights. The Deputy Governor of Cross River State, Peterobi, has made an urgent appeal to the National Boundary Commission to speed up the demarcation of borders across the country to prevent recurring violent communal clashes. Speaking at a high-level national workshop on border security and cross-border cooperation in Abuja, Ode stressed that definitive border governance is absolutely critical to maintaining Nigeria's internal stability, security, and socio-economic growth. Ode, who also served as the chairman of the State Boundary Committee, lamented that Cross River continues to suffer from unresolved, lingering territorial disputes with neighboring Ebonyi, Akwa Ibom, Benue, and Abia states. He emphasized that these fluid frontiers have disrupted peace and stalled vital developmental projects in the affected border communities. He reaffirmed that the administration of Governor Basi Otu remains fully committed to its people-first agenda, prioritizing inclusive security and safety for all citizens residing on the margins of the state. Beyond internal friction, the Deputy Governor raised major national security concerns regarding international border corridors. He specifically cited a recent alarming invasion by Cameroonian soldiers in the Danare community of Boki local government area, alongside unresolved sovereignty issues surrounding the Bakassi Peninsula. Ode urged the Commission to immediately rise to its statutory responsibilities, warning that prompt demarcation is the only sustainable way to foster peaceful coexistence and block external aggression. Governor Basi Otu of Cross River State has strongly reaffirmed his administration's commitment to sustainable resource management, biodiversity conservation, and building robust climate resilience across the state's coastal territories. Speaking through his deputy, Peterobi, at a high-level project dissemination workshop, the governor lauded the successful completion of a landmark environmental initiative targeted at protecting vulnerable marine environments. The comprehensive program focused heavily on the integrated management of fragile mangrove ecosystems while aggressively expanding social protections and financial safety nets for forest and fisheries dependents. The project achieved significant measurable milestone by combining direct ecosystem restoration with aggressive community ownership strategies. Dr. Hussein Gaden, the representative of the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations to Nigeria and ECOWAS, revealed that the initiative successfully trained more than 4,800 local residents in cutting-edge climate-smart practices. Furthermore, the collaborative effort provided alternative, sustainable livelihood opportunities to coastal inhabitants and successfully restored 15 hectares of heavily degraded mangrove forest. Moving forward, the Cross River State government plans to fully lock in those environmental gains by scaling up investments in nature-based development solutions. Governor Otu emphasized that safeguarding the state's sprawling mangrove forest is essential to defending coastal communities from rising sea levels, erosion, and economic hardship. By replicating these successful approaches and deepening partnership with international donor agencies like the UK PACT program and the FAO, the administration aims to guarantee long-term economic stability and environmental security for vulnerable households, particularly women and youth. The federal government has declared a national emergency over a staggering surge in gender-based violence, revealing that Nigeria documented 2,755 formal cases in the first 4 months of the year alone. Minister of Women Affairs, Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, disclosed the alarming figures in Abuja, pointing out that the data translates to an average of 23 reported incidents every single day. Shockingly, due to severe structural bottlenecks within the legal system, only 4% of these formally reported cases have been successfully prosecuted, leaving 96% of survivors entirely without justice. The data further highlights a deeply troubling trend, with females making up over 81% of the documented survivors and sexual violence accounting for the vast majority of all reported abuses, heavily impacting young girls between the age of 10 and 14. Compounding the crisis is a severe national shortage of protective infrastructure, as Nigeria currently possesses only 50 functional shelter homes to cater to its vast population. The minister warned that urgent multi-sectoral action is required across the country to dismantle the deep social stigma that routinely discourages victims from speaking out or seeking immediate legal and medical help. To directly address this infrastructure gap, the Ministry of Women Affairs has signed a strategic memorandum of understanding with the New Era Foundation and the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. Under this new agreement, a prominent facility in Ibeju-Lekki, Lagos State will be fully transformed into a specialized women's support and rehabilitation home. This center will pioneer a survivor-centered model of care by combining emergency housing with critical mental health services, trauma care, legal aid, and long-term economic empowerment programs to help vulnerable women safely rebuild their lives. Anambra State has made medical history by becoming the first subnational entity in Nigeria to officially roll out lenacapavir, a groundbreaking long-acting HIV prevention injection. Administered just twice a year, this cutting-edge pre-exposure prophylaxis alternative serves as a highly effective substitute for daily preventive pills, with clinical trials showing it prevents almost all HIV infections among high-risk individuals. The landmark launch follows the federal unveiling of the drug in March, executed alongside global health bodies including the World Health Organization, the Global Fund, and PEPFAR. State Health Commissioner Dr. Afam Obidike hailed the deployment as a massive step toward the eventual elimination of HIV through advanced prevention strategies. With Nigeria currently managing over 1.6 million patients on HIV treatment, and Anambra ranking among the top 20 affected states with over 46,000 patients, authorities are hoping this rollout sets a vital example for other highly burdened states like Benue, Akwa Ibom, and Lagos. To ensure the drug's success, the state government has issued a strict warning against any commercialization or hoarding of the medicine, emphasizing that access must be fully guaranteed for underprivileged populations. However, medical experts are stressing the urgent need for accurate public education, clarifying that lenacapavir is an infection-blocking drug that stops the virus from replicating, not a preventive vaccine. Health authorities are actively translating educational materials into local languages to ensure the public does not misinterpret the breakthrough injection as an excuse for recklessness in sexual behavior. Beyond immediate healthcare delivery, local stakeholders note that the deployment of this American-developed drug highlights a critical need for African research institutions to invest more heavily in indigenous medical innovations, reducing the continent's permanent dependency on foreign solutions. The Lagos State government has launched an intensive specialized HIV and AIDS sensitization campaign, tailored specifically for persons with hearing and visual impairments. Organized by the Lagos State AIDS Control Agency at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the targeted intervention aims to eliminate deeply entrenched barriers to healthcare access, aggressively reduce social stigma, and guarantee that life-saving medical information reaches every corner of the state's disability community. Speaking at the forum, the Chief Executive Officer of the agency, Dr. Folakemi Anemashun, emphasized that communication gaps, architectural barriers in clinics, and widespread social exclusion frequently isolate vulnerable individuals from essential testing and treatment services. To combat this, the interactive sessions provide participants with practical HIV demonstrations, self-testing kits, reproductive health resources, and clear legal advocacy instructing regarding the fundamental healthcare rights of persons with disabilities. Advocates and participants strongly lauded the government approach, noting that public health campaigns routinely overlook the unique needs of the disability community. State health officials reaffirmed that breaking down this systemic healthcare inequities is absolutely critical to achieving the grand goal of permanently ending HIV as a public health threat in Lagos. Moving forward, the agency plans to expand its network of disability-inclusive diagnostics facilities, and train more local leaders to serve as direct peer educators within their respective communities. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. The Abia State House of Assembly has unanimously resolved to summon the state's top security chiefs for an emergency high-level meeting following a surge in local abductions. Nigeria's Minister of Women Affairs, Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, has declared a national emergency after revealing that over 2,700 gender-based violence cases were documented in just 4 months. Coming up shortly, the federal government has strongly denied reports suggesting it is considering new taxes on telecommunication services and petroleum products following an IMF advisory report. We'll be right back shortly. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. A teenage boy who captured the hearts of many after being rescued from severe domestic abuse is celebrating a major milestone as he prepares to enter the university. Master Chimkanayo Olusemeka was rescued 4 years ago in July 2022 from a life of horrific neglect and assault at the hands of his uncle and wife. The crucial intervention was led by the First Lady of Anambra State, Nonye Soludo, who took the young boy under her wing to provide an opportunity for a complete physical and psychological transformation. Speaking in Oka, the First Lady described Chimkanayo's journey over the last 4 years as a powerful testimony of healing and resilience under the continuous care of her office and the Anambra State government. The teenager received extensive medical attention, counseling, and full academic sponsorship. Mrs. Soludo reaffirmed her unwavering commitment to funding his education to whatever level he chooses to attain, noting that his success proves difficult circumstances do not define a child's ultimate destiny. As Chimkanayo stands on the threshold of his higher education journey, he has expressed a desire to reunite with his biological parents. The state government has agreed to respect his wishes to reconnect with his family, emphasizing that his welfare remains a top priority. Officials confirmed that he will continue to be closely monitored and protected by the Anambra State government to ensure his ongoing safety and success as he begins this new chapter. The Lagos State government has declared that educating children on road traffic rules from an early age is absolutely critical to drastically reducing accidents and raising a new generation of responsible drivers and pedestrians. Speaking at a specialized transport awareness session at St. Saviour's School in Ikoyi, the State Commissioner for Transportation, Mr. Oluwaseun Oshiemi, stressed that installing civic responsibility early ensures safe roads for the future. He called for intensified partnerships between public ministries and creative private organizations to deliver these life-saving messages in highly engaging and memorable ways. The high-impact school outreach was executed in collaboration with Lumi, a prominent children's educational brand founded by the Lagos State Tourism Ambassador, Miss Pelumi Nubi, famously known as the first woman to complete a grueling solo 10,000-kilometer drive from London to Lagos. Nubi used her historic transcontinental journey to inspire the children and teach them how modern transportation networks seamlessly connect global communities. Her educational brand uses a friendly purple cartoon car and storytelling techniques to transform dry transit regulations into exciting adventures of courage and curiosity. During the highly interactive demonstration, the pupils were taught safe pedestrian crossing habits, the exact meanings of traffic light and critical safety measures to observe when riding on state buses, trains, and ferries. Organizers confirmed that the event at St. Saviour's School is part of a much larger coordinated blueprint to scale the Lumi transportation safety and awareness program across thousands of primary schools in Lagos State. Government officials maintain that providing children with this practical knowledge will significantly boost their confidence and guarantee they can safely navigate their local communities. Indigenes of the Nembe Okiori host communities in Bayelsa State are raising the alarm over massive oil pollution that has devastated local rivers, creeks, and vital mangrove ecosystems. Local leaders report a severe unprecedented drop in crucial seafood resources, including bonga fish, periwinkles, and lobsters due to ongoing environmental contamination from nearby oil fields. The widespread degradation has deeply crippled fishing activities, which serve as a primary source of survival and income for these waterlogged settlements. Speaking at a strategic leadership training program in Yenagoa, Chief Isaiah Young Dede, chairman of the Nembe Okiori Host Communities Development Trust, lamented that the destruction of mangrove forests has completely blocked the natural breeding and migration patterns of aquatic life. He stated that the lack of catches has left hundreds of families struggling to survive, reducing once thriving fishing hubs to communities living hand-to-mouth while battling seasonal flooding and worsening coastal erosion. In response to the crisis, community leaders are openly questioning the equity of the Petroleum Industry Act, calling the current 3% host community development fund completely inadequate to address the massive scale of devastation. The trust is urgently appealing to international donors, development partners, and global environmental organizations to provide immediate funding and technical support for ecosystem restoration and shoreline protection. Participants at the forum stressed that urgent, transparent collaboration between oil firms and government regulators is the only way to save the Niger Delta from total ecological collapse. Personnel of the Nigerian Navy ship Delta have uncovered a massive, highly sophisticated illegal crude oil storage site hidden deep within the creeks of the Niger Delta. Acting on precise intelligence regarding illegal oil bunkering, naval forces launched a targeted sweep of the Ubokodo Creek area in Delta State under the ongoing Operation Delta Sentinel. The breakthrough operation successfully disrupted a critical temporary storage point used by economic saboteurs within an illicit regional supply network. The operation utilized advanced area surveillance to expose the criminal syndicate's increasingly complex concealment tactics. While the site initially appeared empty to the naked eye, the detailed analysis of high-resolution drone imagery dug reservoir intentionally buried beneath a thick cover of logs, planks, and dense forest vegetation. Upon physical exploitation of the concealed site, the naval officers uncovered and recovered also approximately 17,000 liters of product confirmed to be stolen crude oil. The Director of Naval Information, Navy Captain Abiodun Folorusho, confirmed that the recovered crude and all associated bunkering materials have been processed in strict accordance with the standard military operational procedures. The Navy emphasized that this high-tech bust effectively denies criminal elements access to critical resources meant to fund further sabotage. Leadership reaffirmed that the Nigerian Navy will maintain intense intelligence-driven pressure through persistent air and sea surveillance to safeguard the nation's vital energy infrastructure. The federal government has strongly debunked widespread reports suggesting it is planning to introduce fresh taxes on telecommunication services and petroleum products. The official clarification follows the recent publication of the International Monetary Fund's article consultation report on Nigeria, which recommended various revenue-enhancing measures to bolster the nation's fiscal sustainability. In a statement issued by the Ministry of Finance, the government clarified that the external recommendations have been grossly misrepresented and are entirely non-binding on Nigeria's sovereign domestic policy. According to the ministry's spokesperson, F. Oviakborie, any definitive decisions regarding national taxation can only be enacted through established constitutional and legislative channels, heavily guided by prevailing economic realities. The state confirmed that the current value-added tax waiver on petroleum products remain fully active to shield struggling households and businesses from global energy market volatility. Furthermore, authorities noted that while existing laws theoretically provide for a fuel surcharge, making it operational would require a ministerial order and official gazette publication, neither of which is under consideration. On the digital front, the government reassured consumers that the old telecommunications exercise duty introduced prior to 2023 has been completely repealed under recently enacted tax laws and cannot be retroactively applied. Moving forward, the administration emphasized that its fiscal strategy will remain laser-focused on plugging systemic leakages, expanding activity economic productivity, and improving administrative efficiency. Financial authorities urged the public to completely disregard the speculative reports, reiterating that the state is committed to stimulating investment rather than imposing additional tax burdens on citizens. Now in sports, Ghana's Black Stars secured a dramatic last-gasp victory over Panama in their opening World Cup Group L match in Toronto. In a tightly contested and attritional battle played under steady rain, substitute Caleb Urenki became the hero, bundling in the winning goal in the 5th minute of stoppage time to ignite wild celebrations among the 43,000 fans in attendance. The victory marks a monumental milestone for veteran coach Carlos Queiroz, who has now become only the second manager in football history to feature in 5 consecutive World Cup tournaments. The Black Stars managed to pull off the gritty opening win despite missing the services of influential Viral midfielder Thomas Partey, who was denied entry into Canada due to an ongoing trial in Britain. While the first half saw Ghana struggle to register a single shot on goal, their defense held firm against early Panamanian pressure. The late breakdown of Panama's defensive line leaves Ghana sitting in a very strong position as they look ahead to their remaining group fixtures. Meanwhile, over at the Estadio Azteca in Mexico City, South American heavyweights Colombia cruised to a convincing 3-1 victory over World Cup debutants Uzbekistan. Bayern Munich forward Luis Diaz delivered an absolute masterclass in front of over 80,000 speculators, providing a brilliant assist for Daniel Munoz's opening volley before firing home a superb solo goal of his own in the second half. Although Uzbekistan made history by scoring their first ever World Cup goal, courtesy of Abouskev's Fazulev, Colombians sealed the definitive win in their dying seconds with a fine header from Jamington Campas, sending them to the top of Group K. Natasha Idibia, the wife of legendary Nigerian music icon Tubaba, has taken to social media to show her affection on her husband and his eldest son, Nino Idibia. In a heartwarming video shared on her Instagram story, the Edo lawmaker captured a warm family moment featuring herself, the legendary crooner, and Nino, who is Tubaba's son, with his ex-partner Sumbo Adeoye. Gushing over the bond they shared, Natasha sweetly captioned the snippet, describing the legendary artist as the love of her whole life, while proudly referring to Nuno as her very first son. This cozy display of family unity comes as no surprise to fans who have watched the couple navigate past public scrutiny. Since their traditional wedding in July 2025 and the arrival of their first child late last year, Natasha has constantly embraced her role within the blended family. She has been spotted on multiple family outings and high-profile celebrations, seamlessly bonding with Tubaba's other children, including his daughters, with ex-wife Aneke Idibia, as the couple continues to put their past extended family drama firmly behind them. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. The Abia State House of Assembly has unanimously resolved to summon the state's top security chiefs for an emergency high-level meeting following a surge in local abductions. Lawmakers have also directed local government mayors to immediately reactivate and fully equip community vigilante groups to establish a tighter surveillance network across the state. Meanwhile, Nigeria's Minister of Women Affairs, Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, has declared a national emergency after revealing that over 2,700 gender-based violence cases were documented in just 4 months. The minister raised intense concern over severe judicial bottlenecks, noting that a staggering 96% of these reported abuses remain entirely unresolved and unprosecuted. We told you the federal government has strongly denied reports suggesting it is considering new taxes on telecommunications services and petroleum products following an IMF advisory report. Financial authorities reassured the public that the IMF recommendations are entirely non-binding and that existing fuel tax waivers remain fully active to protect households from inflation. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chinimaso, and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Religion wears many names, but in its deepest form is not in rituals. It is in love. True faith is not louder than others. It listens. It breaks bread with strangers and weeps with the broken. We are not defined by the places we kneel, but by the way we rise and reach for each other. The prophets came not to divide, but to remind us that all paths to God must pass through kindness. So, let our prayers not end in temples. Let them begin in how we live, in the warmth we give, and in the bridges we build beyond belief.
Every June 12th, we celebrate the day in history in 1993, where the first credible, free and fair elections in Nigeria was conducted. An election said to have been won by MKO Abiola, and an election that was cancelled by the military rule. And in the past 27 years here in Nigeria, we've experienced elections after elections. We've seen governments come and go. We've seen political systems coming and go out. And today is Democracy Day, a day where we celebrate annually the commemoration and restoration of civilian democratic rule in Nigeria. What does this mean for citizens? How do we see Democracy Day? Is this something we celebrate or something we just consider another of the celebrations in Nigeria? We'll go into the streets of Enugu to hear the minds of people and know what they think and understand and their feel towards Democracy Day and elections in Nigeria.
Well, when we talk about democracy, we're talking about government of the people, for the people and by the people. So when we talk about democracy, we are talking about a government in which the people who are the masses or the citizens select to rule or govern them. But whereby the democracy we are talking about today has been truncated. That is where the problem comes in. If issues can be addressed to handle this democracy, then I believe everybody will be happy in this country. There is a possibility, 100% possibility, that is if the people who were elected to represent us will be able to abide by the rules which they made. That's just the problem. If they can be able to abide by the rules, whereby they will respect the electoral laws, you know, respect everything that goes with election, apart from it, that is only when we can speak of democracy. But if they cannot respect that, there's no democracy in this country.
No. Nigeria is not doing fine. This country is very, very bad. They are not doing fine. Even if electoral something or electoral, I don't know. The inec has failed us. The government has failed us. The state government had failed. Local government has failed. Even the Nigeria entirely has failed. I can remember when I was small, they used to say the young shall grow. But those people, that time when I was in primary school, they are still there now. They are still in the politics. They are still there. So when the young shall grow, when are they going to grow?
It's a laudable activity. Yes. The Nigerians were disappointed in the outcome of the annulment of the elections. And many people were sad. And when by the end of the day, you know, there's nothing we can do. It was military regime, so it was taken. And then when some other regime decided to make it a memorable, in the minds of Nigerians, everybody welcomed welcomed it. Okay. The only problem there is that MK Abiola was the person that that everybody knew was winning the election. Yeah. So, but the point that the person who made that thing to be a reality is the umpire, who refused to, who continued publishing the result that show that MK Abiola is winning. So, and the person of Professor Humphrey Wose, I think we have some credible Nigerians who can do the job. But I'm thinking that for us to get people who can be good umpires, we check on their antecedents, not to just bring somebody from anywhere, and people we are hearing his name for the first time, and he's not a member of the, he's not in any way fighting for human rights, he's not in any way doing, and he's not brought in. And people who has reputation, and who will not like their names to be dented.
Democracy Day was to be celebrated. I'm always happy whenever Democracy Day is approaching, because it's a day we celebrate ourselves, because it's the government of the people, by the people and for the people. So not just the leaders alone, we celebrate the leaders and we celebrate the followers. So we are celebrating every citizen of the Nigeria. As far as democracy is concerned, it's a day that was celebration. It's a day that all of us have to be happy, and we have to turn up in masses to wherever the hosting is to come and celebrate our joy. So everybody have a say in government. It's just a vacancy that need the masses to occupy. It's just you and I that is needed to occupy the seat. So it is free and fair. Nothing is wrong with that.
Listening to people talk so far, you see a people that are pained, grieved, and hurt by the system of things in Nigeria. And as we know, democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And underneath, you see people, a set of people who are concerned about the growth and development of Nigeria. Now, as we celebrate into the day, as we go into the day and years, and live to celebrate the Democracy Day, a day we gained, electoral independence, we ask, what is the future of this democracy in Nigeria? How do we trust the system to ensure that it delivers on electoral promises and elections? In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon in the 042. How you guys doing? Today is a beautiful Thursday afternoon. Welcome to our Vibe Central on the best entertainment in the industry, live on Aneke TV, where we give you hot gist, tell you what is going on in the entertainment industry right around Nigeria, where we educate you and tell you what is up, like what our celebrities are up to and what they are doing currently in the nation. And I go by the name Gift with Obodo, properly called Shushu Lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. I have a lot of gist and groove for you to dig, and I have a lot of messages from most of our celebrities talking about what is happening in the country. But still heading towards my previous discussion about Baba Ijesha. So many actors, comedians, actors, musician has come to, one and ask that why will a style person like the wife come out to, have a baby for a man who has been seen, in so many, or called an ex-convict, has been, has been diced for a particular crime before. Why would she, as a prestigious lady as she is, known, very popular, why would she, find herself in an unfortunate situation? So, somebody like Regina Donna, she says, so he should have been condemned for the rest of his life. She has a different perspective to this Baba Ijesha's case. She said, should he be condemned for the rest of his life? Regina Daniel Chukwu Assembly defends Baba Ijesha after being after welcoming a child with Lumini, a very superstar and a fashion brand, CEO who owns a very big company for herself. And then I'm moving over to one narrative. Someone said, talked about how he actually, with these guys, or told a person who actually ends up with him in an occasion, that he or she is not qualified to be his friend. Okay, going over to a tweet on Twitter, somebody said the easiest way to lose me as a friend or a lover is asking them to pack the leftover food for you just because you couldn't finish it. The easiest way to know a greedy person. And a reply on this, someone said, I spent over 200k for Syria and she spent a lot of 200k on a particular meal and not finish my food, and so she make me leave it because of TGB. But for me, if I've spent a lot of money and I can, that's why we have takeaways. You can just tell them to package it for you. I should just leave it because I want to form. For what? Who are you forming for? If you have a lot to spend, I always say, if you have a lot to spend, you can easily tell us, beep us. We the devourers will come and devour everything because no time to waste, nothing to waste in this whole just country hard like this. You won't waste. What do you want to waste? What do you even think you are wasting? Nothing. So someone said on X again, say karma has to be the fastest ever fakest thing ever. Please tell me why my stepmom, who almost ruined my dad's life, is now working as a PA to a sitting governor. Oh my God. Maybe she was your dad's karma. Twitter is not a safe place. I'm sorry, but I have to laugh it out because Twitter obviously is not a safe place for someone to stay because, oh my God, that reply was massive. I didn't actually expect that reply. It's something that when I saw it, I just said, Jesus Christ, that was harsh. That was actually harsh. That was rude. So another time when you want to post something, know that be ready and open-minded to a lot of comments because people will make you look stupid. People will make you feel like, babe, you're not supposed to, get your keyboard and type some certain setup shit on anything on the internet space. But what I'm saying in essence is that if you're typing, just know that yeah, anything that comes out of it, I can bear it. I can carry it with my full chest. Because if you can't carry it with your full chest, please don't type. Because tell me why someone would say her stepmom did this, did that, and at the end of the day, she became the PA to a sitting governor. That is a very huge milestone for her. And someone said she actually is his father's karma. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe not. So this thing, like we talk about karma, for me as a point, I say, does karma really exist? It's quite funny because I have a very biological, experiences that made me feel like, karma might not be. Karma might just be, our own little thinking that something like if you do something bad things will come out. It's just natural logistic thinking, logical thinking, very figurative when it comes to the aspect of paying people back for what they do to you or what they did not. But in a way, yeah, karma exists. But let's move to the next one. That the freeze has come to say a lot of things after. I don't know, you guys would have seen a way where that is freeze you know, attire to the late Alex Ikubu's songs of you know, praise during his late memorial time, and you know, everybody was sent to appear in their white attire, but that the freeze being that the freeze, the service of song, you know, that the freeze being that the freeze, you know, he had to appear in a black attire while others appear in a white attire. He said he doesn't quite alienate with the fact that this is supposed to be money, not something of joy. But people are saying that he transited to heaven and he himself is not giving, you know, getting down with it. But the thing that broke the hammer slave, that made Solomon Buchi to come online to, you know, issue it hot, was the fact that that the free said something about the some of the notable musicians who came to the service of song, somebody like Nathaniel Bassi, Mercy Chinwo. He said that they were too loud and lousy, that this is supposed to be a time of solemn, something time where people are supposed to mourn and reflect on the life and their experiences and their occurrence and how this actor has impacted in them, not a time to be loud and, you know, turn this into a concert. But, you know, Solomon Buchi will always talk now. If Solomon Buchi did not talk, oh, who else will he came out to say you are such a disgrace. You did not even go there to honor the late Alex Ekubu, but you went there to write the list of errors that occurred. And Solomon Buchi claims that the field for criticizing the late Alex Ekubu's service of song, you know, saying a lot of things. Yeah, but the truth is everybody has his own perspective to how things should be done and how things should not be done. But it doesn't still give us the fact that we should always look for one thing or another. I think that he should have done better by, you know, stopping the fact that he shouldn't have criticized the dead. He should have just let things be, let things slide, let everybody be at peace. You know, everybody has his own, you know, one or two problems. So you just like, let's just give the dead the respect close to him, not, you know, coming to criticize him. And you know, Solomon Buchi had, if you have watched the interview, where he said that this thing, when it comes to matters where that the free should talk, he won't say anything because he feels that the freeze is being biased with his opinion and feels that he just needs to trend. That's why he dropped those two things. But who knows? Everybody, like I always say, A has his own perspective of becoming an A. B has his own perspective of becoming a B. So one thing is that everybody just have to be in one confined area, and for that, everybody has to divide their madness. Either you follow madness B or madness A. But all this thing, madness is madness. So internet is a space where we see a lot of people's perspective. I always want to know you can always type in your own perspective. Are you siding that the freeze, or are you actually siding Solomon Buchi on this opinion? Because this one is saying that a lot was done and that's why he left early. Solomon Buchi is saying that he just came online to catch crews and, you know, catch, you know, just trend and do some certain things, not even an honest opinion. But whatever you are, you can always slide into our DM comment section and, you know, let out your opinion. We'll be right there to read out your opinion on this matter. Talking to our next one, BGM said, my friend wanted to come work in Lagos, so she applied to a clinic and she got this response. Like, true, honestly, the response is massive. Hey, the person said, hey Linda, first class honors, there is something better for you. Please don't lower yourself, your standard. All the best. I will just paint because, do you know the kind of times, the effort this person must have, you know, put in, honestly, for her to get to attain this level, and for you to just come and just tell her this. I don't blame when people say school is calm, but for me, school is not calm. School actually elevated me, brought me to some certain level, brought me to meet some certain people. It has for me, school has improved my life massively and tremendously. And I couldn't give a lesser accolade to the fact that this is thing that education can quite a lot bring into your life without even much stress. So you just have to tune in and be the best part of your life, bring in what you have more, because life is just, you know, get and dish out. If you can't get and dish out, you don't have anything to dish out. You just keep repeating yourself and revolving around yourself over and over again. So actor Jigan is grateful as he shows off his new mansion. The mansion, this kind of mansion, I call it Wahai. Oh my God, God when, God when, God when. See, just see mansion. He said ability in disability. This house is something else. God when. I keep repeating, God when. Why am I made building house? Why am I here? Oh, but it's okay, it's all good. Like I would say, every life like turn by turn. When you reach your turn, enjoy. When you reach your time, enjoy. But enjoy getting wisely. Don't ever over enjoy and put yourself in a very hot soup that you see yourself struggling to get out. Because if you get eventually, don't call me. Don't call me unless you have some cool cash to spend, and then we'll spend it together. And I'm moving over to the next one. It says on X, someone says, how do your money finish? Is this such a triggering question to ask me in this triggering regime? The worst is what do you use your salary for? When I've been paid, before I get my pay, I think most times I would just, you know, list out things I need the money to, you know, what I want, the list of things I need the money for. I have to divide it. I have to prioritize it. That's just it. But if it's to, you know, when you just get the money, you just spend it as the day. A lot of expenses, a lot of things will come out. You don't even know how you spend your whole money. And one thing is that you just be sure that your money has Otilo at some point. Then let's move over to the next gist, and it's about this trending thing as was having between Judy Austin and Mr. Obasi, who happens to be Judy Austin's ex-husband. He has been seen on several and different podcasts, you know, saying a lot of things about Judy Austin, how he left him after he actually got married to her at the age of 27. She's from a poor background, how he catered for her family, you know, sent her to write wike, NECO, and all kinds of exam. At the end run, he has to desert him with 2 kids, and the worst of it is that she did not allow him to have access to those kids. That's the most heartbreaking and discerning thing that she had done. And she left him for a bigger fish. Who we all know the bigger fish. It's Yule Dochie, who is meant and seen as the bigger fish here. As you know, he said, I met Yule Dochie 3 years ago after our marriage ended. That's what Judy Austin is trying to tell us. And that is not a crime. Stop insulting him. Actress Judy Austin reacts to her ex-husband podcast, accusing him of being a deadbeat father. No, that's the truth. Yeah. My friend will say Judy Austin will keep explaining, and she will get tired. Actually, she has just been explaining. This week she has just been explaining a lot of things. And then I'm giving a big shout out to single mothers who have actually made it to the milestone. And the likes of Nengi, who is a Big Brother Niger star, has seen herself. She said, "Oh, no, they don't see this bikini," and she has just been posting her child off and on, and how she has just been disturbing. So a big shout out to our single mother. I don't know, this society today, I think we have more and more of single mothers, and I don't know if this actually is stopping anytime soon, but this thing needs to be stopped because most of these our actresses prefer love the fact of being called a single mother, and they are enjoying it, and they are making the life look flexible and making it look, you know, goofy, and people are trying to subscribe to that. Please don't subscribe. Go and look for one Odowo or look for one man there and get yourself fixed up. The life where you envy, you know, when you get to that shoe, you see that it's not easy. Because I saw a clip of the child trying to stress at night. Assuming you have a father figure, you're like, okay, you dare not, you know, walk around at night where others are sleeping when my father is around. Who you tell who born you? Na me born you. Na me go tell you what you go do. And the next thing you just see yourself sleeping and getting some nap. But if it's mom, you know, you look and say what she's saying. You're already familiar with her. You don't think actually there's something that, you know, of importance that should, you know, cut off in your life. But anyway, being said, everybody has his or her own problem to face. Maya have, others have, and what we need to do is to face this problem in unison, and try as much as possible to make sure that this problem doesn't overwhelm us. And somebody says, someone sent me 200k and say, please manage it. Manage and what exactly, my dear? I've graduated from helper to destiny changer. I don't even care how much you send. I hate hearing that manage it. The truth is that you have to manage it because it's not your money. If it's your money, you can choose not to manage, or you can choose to manage. But as in be like this, they give you the money, so you're not supposed to, feel entitled. It's not your money. Someone just out of free will, goodwill, sent you that money to, try to find a way to fix up yourself. So you should just don't feel like at the top of your world that after all you are supposed to have the money. You are not supposed to have the money. It's a blessing and a privilege for you to be able to exert that kind of amount for yourself, but it shouldn't be an over-exaggerated thing for you. You should just be yourself, get yourself ready, get yourself fixed, and get yourself, in that opportunity where everything should accost and across to you that thing. So, but moving over to the next one is actress Eva said, rapper Eva said, if Christians spent more time being like Christ and less time of casting judgment, the world would have been a final place. I don't quite align with this issue because I don't quite align with this issue because for me, she's trying to criticize Christian. But before we go on the next gist, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Don't touch that out.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome to our Vice Center on the best entertainment show in the industry, live on Aneke TV. Going back to what I was saying, what rapper Eva said about if Christians spent more time like being like Christ and less time casting judgment, the world be a final place. I think it's a kind of bad criticism from her. And I don't know if she's a Christian, but if she is, she's not supposed to say this. A lot of things. Everybody has his own dimension and perspective towards life. And let's talk about actress Wumi Tularia. She said, if I find a man and you move to him, I pray he doesn't send you to heaven. Find your happiness somewhere else. This actress and their wala. So let's talk about this, what Victor Osimhen said. He said, nobody has broken my heart before. Any sign of disrespect, I don't go. this is coming for a man that has money because, like, if you don't have money, the woman will not even, bother. If you are going, go, please. Go, please. Excuse me. I'll just say, excuse me, please. Who are you? What are you even feeling like? What are you even thinking? Like, who are you? I beg go. My friend will say, as a lady, don't ever, accept some things thrown to you. Even at relationship, talk more of marriage, just step away. But before you 100,000 naira to get a shop and start a business, she was so happy to finally get something to start for herself. Now she has gotten the shop, but the problem is she said the money has finished. My friend is now confused because she paid the rent and bought some chairs and mirror, and now we can't find a whole 900k. Shop is ready, but no goods. The plan was to add hairs to the nail and lash extension. She knows how to do. Now she know nothing is many. Marriage is not for the weak. Actually, marriage is not for the weak, but I think at the small time a woman she should be accountable for everything she knows, knowing fully well that if this man is managing his life and he gives you a little amount, you should be able to give an account of what the money was spent on. Like likely said on this picture, you see that the man said the rent, the shop, and some other things, the chairs and some other things were paid for. Then what actually did she spend the 900k on? Nobody could tell. Now, there's no good in the shop that she will be like, oh, okay, I spent the money on buying this, buying this. I think at this point, some women should do better. And after all this thing, you expect the man to entrust a huge amount of money for you. When the man is dictating your life, you think that the man just all of his sudden stand up to dictate your life. I think some women create avenue and space for a lot of things to happen to them. And it's so unfair that it's been, seen as an opportunity to dig up from the husband's pocket. No, it's not an opportunity to dig up from your husband's pocket. It's an avenue for co-parenting and getting responsibility in a it's between you and him. So it's not supposed to be solely meant for him. You should contribute one way or the other to your family and your husband and to your relationship. If not, I think it's one-sided. You were trying to push the man's strength or make him overwork himself to be able to fend for you or in the family. Let's talk about the actress Yvonne Jegede, who shares three types of President Tinubu supporters. This is one of the funniest things I've seen online today. He said, "We don't enter Amo. This one known in my heart." Like he made mention of three things that you should know. These ones know in their heart that nothing makes sense, but they actually tie themselves. They can't break it. The second ones are the believers. These ones are the ones that believe that something will happen eventually. Maybe another 10 or things will get better. And the third one, she talked about delusional ones. These are the ones that live in a bubble. They pray for things to happen when they know that, things are not going to happen. They see themselves in the psychiatric ward. The truth is that in this time of our, in this time in this country, everybody has his own perspective. If you are for the bag, you go for the bag. If you are for the impact, you go for the impact. If you are for the ones, if you belong to the group that I know the truth, I want to speak for the truth, I want to stand by the truth, just have one shoe or your shoe for running, because if anything pops up, you run well. Make sure you have an escape plan in everything you do, because one bad thing is when a person does not have an escape plan, for him to exist when the sin is very hot, you become a liability to another person. So at this point, but the last one that has hit the nail is about what Bobrisky said. She said, "Who gave you the audacity to judge Lumini?" She's trying to question people that are judging Babe Ijesha's wife for actually accepting Babe Ijesha, no matter the fact that he's an ex-convict. Bobrisky slames Angel, Nkechi Blessing, and others for actually bashing the wife of Babe Ijesha. This is a war tones, but truth be told, some women should do better. Before you get married, say I do to some certain people, you just have to think that this thing might be a future thing that will cost you your born kids, the future of your family, and everything, the image you have stayed long to build. and someone just all of a sudden is trying to taint that image. You know, some people will stop patronizing this lady, and some people will start buying things from her brand because the fact that he is an ex-convict, and what he did was something very, very, very appalling. On today's Vibes and Jar, thank you for listening. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for always watching. Thank you for everything. We always do this same time, same station every day by 12:30 p.m. You know, stay tuned. I always want you guys to follow us on our official socials on Instagram, TikTok, you know, live on Aneke TV. Always tune in. I wait you for another day. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is
Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Thank you very much, Cyril. I think he deserves a round of applause. Today's getting the protocol. Everybody is recognized. That's what I would say. Your Excellencies all, the Vice President, Your Excellency, wife of the Vice President, everyone here, our mentors, our fathers, traditional fathers, we welcome all of you because every Nigerian is represented in this hall today. And so it is with profound honor and immense pleasure that we, Cyril and I, stand before the distinguished gathering to welcome you to this historic event, the Legacy of Statesmen, a special occasion dedicated to celebrating the life, service, leadership, and enduring contributions of one of Africa's most respected elder statesmen, General Abdul Salam Alhaji Abubakar GCFR. Today we gather not merely to celebrate a man, but to honor a legacy defined by patriotism and indeed Africa. General Abdul Salam Abubakar occupies a unique place in Nigeria's history. At a critical moment in our national journey, he provided calm leadership and demonstrated uncommon statesmanship by successfully guiding Nigeria through a peaceful democratic transition in 1999, laying the foundation for the longest uninterrupted democratic experience in our nation's history. Today's event, therefore, is both a celebration and a reflection. It is an opportunity to revisit values that define true statesmanship and to inspire present and future generations with lessons drawn from a life dedicated to service. And as part of this memorable occasion, which is not tired at all, Chairman of the organizing committee, Major General Abdul Rashid Aliu, he wants me to add the retired, to come and welcome all of us. And these men and women that have organized themselves are today here going to be represented by him in welcoming us. And I think they deserve a very, very loud round of appreciation. Before he comes on the microphone, in Nigeria, we believe in the strength and purpose of God. And I know that Bishop Matthew Kuka is here with us. Please, let's give him another round of applause, because he's going to invoke all the angels to ensure that they're here with us as we continue this very historic moment. Welcome, Chairman, Organizing Committee.
Mr. President, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Major General M. Aliu, and I'm the chairman of the organizing committee, coordinating a team of hard-working group of people, steered by my extreme lead. Thank you for all your support. Mr. President, my task today is to welcome you to this occasion. However, I have a problem. The problem is this event is taking place in the State House Banquet Hall, which is part of the villa and belongs to you, Mr. President. So, how can I welcome you in your own home, to your own house, when I'm also a guest? Well, so as a soldier, I obeyed the last directive. So, Mr. President, may I, on behalf of the celebrant, his family, and the organizing committee, welcome you most sincerely to this event. Mr. President, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, invited ladies and gentlemen, permit me to use a minute to tell you one encounter I had with my boss. I happened to be his chief security officer when he took over as president of Nigeria. When he rolled out his 6-month transition program, our constituency, the military, was divided into majorly 3 groups. One group believed that, yes, it is time, they have accepted as proposed. Another group felt, yes, it's okay, but can we have an extension of 3 to 6 months? The third group felt the civilians are not ripe to take over the mantle of leadership. Your Excellency, when this kind of thing happens in my constituency, the security situation is not too good. As the chief security officer, I went to him. I said, sir, are you aware of this? He said, yes. I said, sir, because of the situation, can we extend it 3 to 6 months so that we can have the second group by our side? He looked at me. He said, Abdul Rashid. I said, sir, it is my duty and my task to take decision on behalf of the country and what is good for it and ensure its implementation. I've taken my decision. That's what I will do. It's your task to make sure I remain alive and complete that task. Mr. President, from that day, the security department did not see sleep. Luckily, towards the end, the 3 groups all merged together, and we successfully had a smooth transition. Mr. President, this is to tell how extent, to what extent, General Abubakar went and was ready to go to ensure the transition was successful, including sacrificing his life. Mr. President, invited ladies and gentlemen, once more, it is my honor and privilege to stand here and welcome all of you to this history-making occasion. Thank you, and I wish us all the best.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the organizing committee, retired Major General Abdul Rashid Aliyu. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we did say to you that this event is a unique one, and therefore the entire hierarchy of Nigeria's legislature is well in attendance. We recognized Their Excellencies, the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Let us also now acknowledge the presence of Their Excellencies, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin, CFR, and the Right Honorable Benjamin Okezi, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. We acknowledge their presence here as well. Your Excellencies, a distinguished keynote speaker is His Excellency Mr. Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa. His address comes to us via video, and I believe that the technical crew are set to link up with our distinguished guest speaker at today's occasion. The technical crew.
Chairman of the occasion, Your Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, GCFR, Your Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, GCFR, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, distinguished participants at this important occasion, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I sincerely apologize that I cannot be with you in person at this happy occasion when we salute a brother, a friend, a colleague, and a distinguished leader, His Excellency General Abu Salami Abu Bakr, GCFR, CSG. Unfortunately, today we laid to rest our youngest sister who passed away during a car accident a week ago. As the eldest in our family, I could not be absent as we laid her to rest. Esteemed Chairperson, permit me also to express my sincere appreciation for the honor of delivering this keynote address in celebration of the life and service of my brother and fellow African. The celebration of great patriots such as His Excellency, General Abu Salami Abu Bakr, is a worthy tribute to whom honor is due. The choice of the topic of my address is apt and timely, as the narrative about the works and service of this officer, patriot, and honorable gentleman must not be left to historical chance. As part of my role today, I'm delighted to speak on the subject of democratic transition and governance, as well as peace building in Africa. This subject concerns all of us deeply, for it lies at the very heart of Africa's aspirations. The infamous Berlin Scramble for Africa conference took place 140 years ago. As all of us throughout Africa fought over the decades to defeat this rape of our continent, we discussed what we would do with our countries once we achieved our liberation from colonial oppression. We can, for instance, see this in the decisions taken at the 6th Pan-African Conference in 1945. This reflection continued even during the years when our countries had gained their liberation. It is out of this process, informed both by our deep reflection and actual experience, that was born the determination that these two issues of democratic rule and peace and stability must be two of the pillars on which we place all of independent Africa. Accordingly, the issues of democratic rule and peace and security are fundamental to the fulfillment of all our aspirations as Africans. Without a clear understanding of democracy and the nexus between peace and security and development, it will be impossible to put in place programs which would lead to Africa's unity and renaissance. This we must also say that the Scramble for Africa was not just a historical event or episode that came and went, but it is a reality which continues to calibrate our relations with multiple powers and interests. It is imperative that in all our dealings, especially in the realm of governance and organization of our societies, we must be conscious and alert to the pitfalls that keep being placed on our paths, awaiting any miscalculations or deviations on our part from the true path of Pan-Africanism. It is in this respect that I shall speak on democratic governance and peace building in Africa and delineate the contributions and legacy of His Excellency, General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR, CSG, former head of state and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are, of course, also performing many other important functions at this gathering today. The launching of 3 seminal books on the life and times of General Abubakar is one of the main reasons why we are here today. It's also an occasion to recollect and calibrate, celebrate our good fortune as Africans in the continuous construction of our continent's political culture and institutions. We are also renewing our pact with destiny and committing ourselves to the advancement of our dignity and esteem as Africans. We cannot do any of this in a vacuum. We must do so in the context of sound and credible scholarship and research. Writing books and leaving behind us correct narratives and testimonials for present and future generations matters greatly. The paucity of scholarship and research leaves room for distortion and misrepresentation, which leads to the adoption of wrong policies. The accumulation and distribution of knowledge about where we came from, how we attained our position, our present condition, where we are going, how to shape our future for the better, must be approached by all of us as a labor of love. The recognition of the symbiotic link between knowledge and action, the nurturing of a relationship between our development and the protection of the environment, and the art of linking our past, present, and future as one organic whole are all necessary elements of the outlook we must cultivate to achieve the progress millions of our people seek and demand. I therefore salute the authors of the 3 books being launched today, including the man of the moment, General Abdul Salam Abubakar, who has contributed a very informative autobiography, Call of Duty. I congratulate the authors most sincerely for enriching us through their talents and the fruits of their intellectual labors, including through the 2 tomes One is called Nigeria's Grand Patriot, General Abu Salam Alajiba Abubakar GCFR, and the other one is Mediating for Peace in Africa, a first shift in honor of General Abdul Salam Abubakar GCFR, CSG. I urge others to emulate their selfless service to Africa and their commitment to the truth and the education of future generations. It also behoves me to congratulate my dear brother, friend, and companion in Pan-Africanism, His Excellency General Abdul Salami Abubakar GCFR, on attaining the ripe age of 84. More than being blessed with attaining such an age, we must celebrate his lofty stature as an eminent African statesman, a global leader, an accomplished and principled soldier, a family man and a man for all seasons, who has dedicated his life to peace, to the cultivation of harmony in his country and beyond, and achieving shared development throughout Africa. At this moment, also permit me to reiterate our condolences as we pay tribute to one of our brothers, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. May his gentle and kind soul rest in peace. Their ages did not permit both Presidents Abubakar and Buhari to participate in the struggle against colonialism for the emancipation of our countries from alien domination. They were, however, given the privilege in later life to participate in the consolidation of the independence gained by our forebears, as well as contribute to the struggle for the total liberation of Africa, which focused in particular on the armed struggles to end colonial domination and apartheid in Southern Africa. We have today assembled in a gathering like this in part to look back on our accomplishment as a people that came out of colonial bondage and racial marginalization. From the decisive year of 1957, when the former Gold Coast gained her independence and became the Republic of Ghana, to the year 1994, when white minority apartheid domination was defeated in South Africa, our continent has gone through important transformations. These have tested the strength and resilience of our people in some instances and exposed our vulnerabilities and weaknesses in some others. The idea of democratic governance and its practice have been evolving and changing in different ways in all the countries of Africa. The diversities of our societies and the different outlooks towards modernity and its challenges have ensured that no single country construct or meaning can be given to the democratic process in our continent. In this context, we must also accept the fact that Africa is not an island unto itself, left adrift or untouched by the evolution of norms and the growth of perceptions about how societies are governed and countries are organized elsewhere in the world. However, as we recognize the reality that democratic governance might take different forms in each of our countries, we have to understand and accept that central to democratic governance is the principle and practice that the people shall govern. Being part of the human family and the larger global community, we must learn to imbibe what works for others and discard those things that retard our progress as nations. It is along this trajectory that I tried to link the life and times of General Abdul Salami Abubakar by way of delineating his contributions to the attainment of these objectives during his lifetime. The 3 books that we're launching today testify to the richness of the life of Abdul Salam Abubakar and his odyssey as a soldier, a husband, a father, a leader, and a statesman of global repute. And given some of Africa's history since independence, it would be natural to expect that a man of his background from the military profession, who rose to become general and head of state while in a soldier's uniform, would not be associated with the idea of democracy. Perhaps he would more readily be associated with peace building in the sense of preventing wars end conflicts or ending them. However, the beauty lies in the fact that he performed both duties with a keen sense of justice and history, responsibility and distinction, leaving many in awe of his ability to organize a political transition in his country as quickly as he did, immediately after assuming power as head of state. We're fortunate that we have the 3 books we're launching today which explain in detail how all of this happened. Without doubt, a sincere appreciation of the yearnings of the people and profound wisdom about the fundamental needs of this dear country, Nigeria, prevailed on him to take the correct path of the earliest possible transition to democracy. His legacy offers strategic lessons for Africa's continued struggle towards good governance, peace, and sustainable development. His tenure from 1998 to 1999 as head of state is significant not only for his brevity, but also for the cascading impacts that it created in the history of democratic transition in Africa. He not only swiftly paved the way towards democratic governance in Nigeria, but also laid the foundations for subsequent peaceful transfers of power in Nigeria, for which not only you Nigerians, but the rest of us Africans are immensely proud. By recognizing this achievement, we're not only acknowledging a fact of history, but indeed also paving the way for the consolidation of our aspirations for peace and inclusive development all over our continent. It would be immensely beneficial if from today's event, future generations of Nigerians and other Africans would derive useful lessons about the vitally important issue of leadership. Reflecting on leadership legacies, especially in the context of democratic transitions and peace building, we equip ourselves as well as future generations with knowledge and inspiration to build a better Africa. This can come only with emulation and the extension of knowledge in the form of books and other written records. Admittedly, Africa's history and indeed its political evolution have been characterized by periods of military rule, of one-party states, of authoritarianism, and protracted struggles for democratic governance. The continent has witnessed cycles of electoral disputes, governance failures, and conflicts that have often undermined development. The protracted conflicts in several parts of our continent can be attributed to failures of leadership, bad governance, and the restriction of the civic democratic space for citizens. It is a fact that many African nations have struggled with this aftermath of the colonial rule, where weak institutions and power struggles led to military takeovers and political instability. However, this argument cannot continue to be a justification for our failure to maintain the course of democratic governance and the observance of its universal rules. As I've posited earlier, we in Africa cannot isolate ourselves from the currents of world history, political evolution, and recalibration. We must perceive, identify, and engage the trends and interests that shape the ever-changing dynamics in the world. Africa's victory over colonial domination started more than 6 decades ago. Over this period of time, countries in other parts of the world have made progress by leaps and bounds, while many of us in Africa remained fixed in the controversies of succession and regime elongation. Meanwhile, electoral conflicts and disputed results continue to pose significant challenges to democratic consolidation. Africa also continues to grapple with the persistent conflicts, ethnic divisions, and governance crises that threaten peace and tranquility in many countries. The Sahel region, in all its vastness, is undergoing some dramatic changes occasioned by, among others, the struggle to defeat neocolonialism, institutional weaknesses, governance deficits, and constraints associated with stunted development. The issue of Western Sahara is still not resolved. The Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes region are still besieged with difficulties and humanitarian disasters. Both Sudan and South Sudan are tied up in violent centrifugal processes. Resource-rich and population-endowed countries on the continent are experiencing challenges of governance while they strive to overcome these through various policy interventions. However, it is not all doom. We have seen success stories in democratic consolidation and post-conflict recovery. My own country, South Africa, has transitioned from apartheid to democratic non-racial rule. Liberia and Sierra Leone's post-war stabilization, and Senegal and Ghana's thriving democracies stand as beacons of hope for all of us. The regional economic communities have played a crucial role in mediation, conflict resolution, electoral support, proving that Africa can generate and sustain the will and find the solutions to address its challenges. It is in this context that we see the contributions and legacy of General Abdul Salam Abubakar in Africa's democratic transition and consolidation of peace. And some of the defining moments in Africa's political history and democratic transitions were as a result of the roles he played in leading various election observation missions and peace negotiations across the continent. He played defining roles in peace negotiations in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in the Gambia, in Congo-Kinshasa, Sudan, and Niger. He was also invited by my President Nelson Mandela, of blessed memory, to assist him in the reconciliation efforts in Burundi. Recently, he was also involved in the negotiations efforts between ECOWAS and Niger in the aftermath of the military takeover and power in that country. I was privileged that I worked with him as well as the late President Pierre Buyoya of Burundi, may his soul rest in peace, as together with other colleagues. For a decade, we worked as envoys of the African Union with the people of Sudan and South Sudan exactly on matters of democracy, peace and stability, and development. And during these several years of rendering service to Africa and the world, General Abubakar worked closely with ECOWAS and the AU to foster dialogue and stability. He was invited to several countries to offer advice and proffer solutions to conflicts and foster negotiations. For instance, in 2018, he was invited to Switzerland for dialogue on election-related conflicts and violence in Africa. Back home, his response to the political uncertainties that followed the sudden demise of General Sani Abacha, the then head of state, General Abubakar, the then Chief of Defense Staff, demonstrated great wisdom, foresight, and statesmanship. Following his appointment as head of state by the Provisional Ruling Council, he recognized the urgent need for stability and democratic governance, and hence chose to commit to a short transition period. He placed the interests of his country first and overcame the temptation and the allure of power. His demonstration, his administration, immediately upon coming into office, set about providing constitution for Nigeria along the necessary electoral and governance reforms leading to free and fair elections in 1999. He ensured the strengthening of institutions necessary for sustaining democratic rule in Nigeria, thereby paving the way for enduring civilian governance. The example set by General Abubakar in Nigeria offers several key lessons for African leaders and institutions. His commitment to democracy, peace, and stability must stand out as his greatest legacy. The constitutional framework and electoral institutions that he helped to create still serve as the bedrocks of Nigeria's democracy. Without doubt, he has laid the foundations for the sustenance of a democratic ethos, anchored on the credibility of elections, respect for constitutional term limits, and adherence to democratic principles, which have now become the norm in Nigeria. The duty of advancing democratic transition and building peace and security in Africa must be a generational endeavor involving present and future leaders of the continent. In doing so, we must imbibe the legacies of leaders like General Abubakar and read about their lives as we find them in books such as the 3 that we are launching today. Educating our youth and instilling in them the duties of patriotism and good conduct must entail holding up the examples of leaders like General Abubakar to build and perpetuate the active interest and participation of the youth. We must therefore consciously invest in shaping the disposition and minds of our young people to be conscious of their responsibility to their countries and to Africa. Only in this way can we perpetuate the spirit of Pan-Africanism and continue to profit from the examples and legacies of leaders like General Abubakar. This must include familiarization of the youth with the African continental policy positions binding on all member states of the African Union on matters of democratic governance and peace, security, and stability. These policies are included in such important documents as the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, as well as the protocol relating to the establishment of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union. In celebrating General Abubakar on this special occasion, we recognize and affirm that his contributions to democracy and peace in Africa will continue to inspire future generations. His selfless service, commitment to national unity, and exemplary leadership remain a model for others to follow. In conclusion, dear brother Abdul Salam Abubakar, I congratulate you once again on your 84th birthday and commend the launch of these 3 books, which will serve as valuable resources for scholars, for policymakers, and aspiring leaders across Africa. As a call to action, let us carry forward your vision of an Africa where peace, democracy, and progress define our collective future through work of institutions such as the Abdul Salami Abubakar Institute for Peace and Sustainable Development in Mina and the proposed African Resource Center in Abuja. Permit me to end my address with a quote from my own leader, Nelson Mandela Madiba, who once said, "Real leaders must be ready to sacrifice all for the freedom of their people." May we all remain committed to this noble perspective. Your Excellencies and dear friends, thank you very much for your attention.
And that's why we said, let's take it to Africa and then bring it back home. As on your behalf, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring on a man whom, as a young girl growing in Zaria, we cannot go to Usasa without Mama's bread. And he has led us through going on with one Nigeria, ensuring that indeed we can do things in our own way and ensuring lasting peace, not just on the continent, as our guest speaker said, but indeed from home. And so we're back in the hall, and our chairman is here with us, former president, a man who loves Nigeria so passionately, and I wish I could play back one of the interviews I heard with him when he pleaded that Nigerians, we must love each other unconditionally. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, chairman of today's occasion, our own former president, General Yakubu Gowon, JC, FR. I want the applause to continue because we are a respecter of age. We didn't want to bring him on stage twice. So the applause should continue. Respect for age, respect for service, respect for sacrifice, our own General Yakubu Gowon. One step at a time, sir. Thank you.
Please excuse me. I've been ordered to go to the presidential platform. Thank you. Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, ably represented by our own Vice President. Thank you for the honor for me to do this address from your platform. I welcome you to this auspicious occasion of the special recognition of the celebrant General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR, CSG, and of course, may I say, our General Abdul Salam, may I use, our supporters are always called the other leg. Ma'am, Your Excellency, Mrs. Abdul Salam. And of course, his family that is here with him. I also welcome all President Jonathan and the President of Sierra Leone that is here with us. And of course, in absentia, but you've seen him on the screen, former President of South Africa, and our keynote speaker, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki. Thank you for reviewing the books. Let me also extend my warm welcome, to other presidents that are here. And let me abide by the protocols that had been done already. But let me also extend my warm welcome to other top government officials, leaders, and members of the National Assembly, the members of the Diplomatic Corps, our revered traditional rulers, and all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Granted my personal knowledge of the celebrant and the genuine respect I have for him, it is with utmost pleasure that I accepted to serve as chairman of this occasion, mindful of the words of Sir Winston Churchill, who said, "A nation that does not honor her heroes will soon have no heroes to celebrate." I truly acknowledge the significance of this gathering as we celebrate a consummate patriot, a veritable icon of democracy, peace, and national unity, and of course, certainly a good general who served Nigeria well to ensure that it remains united. Thank you, General Abdulsalami Abubakar. God bless you. It is therefore quite exciting that this occasion is marked with intellectual content by the launch of the 3 books, with one of them that chronicle pivotal role of General Abdulsalam Abubakar in Nigeria's transition from military rule to democracy within 11 months, from June 1998 to May 29, 1999, serving as an invaluable historic and academic resource for democratic transition, governance, and peace building, ably presented earlier on by President Thabo Mbeki. I'm sure I speak for all in this room that we are happy to be associated and indeed learn from the worthy lessons of General Abdulsalam Abubakar exemplary leadership, which continues to attract and receive national and international recognition. The legacy of leadership and peace building is a key referential aspect of his achievement. I say without fear of contradiction that he led one of the fastest and seamless democratic transition from military to civilian rule in recent history. Well done, well done. He supervised the drafting of a new Nigerian constitution, which is prevailing operational constitution of our country. He also midwifed and supervised one of the most seamless and credible elections in Africa today. His contribution to peace building in Africa remains legendary. He has been and continues to be a highly sought after active and credible mediator in regional peace processes. His mediation role, particularly in Liberia, Sudan, Mali, Niger, Congo, and the Gambia, are shining examples of consistency and dedication to peaceful coexistence and good governance, on the African continent and beyond. It is also pleasing to note that his contribution through the Abdul Salam Abubakar Institute for Peace and Sustainable Development Studies, AAIPSDS, with the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, consolidates and fosters dialogue on conflict resolution as a major contribution for intellectual and human capital development. Today is significant as we gather to acknowledge the unique place the celebrant occupies in the roll call of our national heroes, a leader whose patriotism is evident in his consistent choice of country and humanity over self. This choice has granted him worldwide acclaim, distinguishing his voice as a beacon for peace and stability in Nigeria and beyond. With the recurring challenges of democratic transitions in Africa, many African nations on the continent continue to face electoral violence arising from weak democratic institutions, military coups, as well as ethnic and religious conflicts that undermine national unity and development. I affirm that the strategy of strengthening democratic institutions through the rule of law, credible elections, good governance, and accountability at all levels through the peace initiative championed by General Abdul Salami Abubakar and Bishop Matthew Kuka has remained a source of inspiration and stand as a commendable model worthy of replication across Africa. From my individual reflection about General Abdul Salami Abubakar, I have many connections with him that include military command responsibilities, which he discharged admirably as an officer and gentleman during my tenure as head of state, and later as head of state and commander-in-chief himself. His ideals and contributions reflect exemplary selfless service and patriotism. His military professional wisdom and steadfast commitment to Nigeria's unity is positively referential. According to Mahatma Gandhi, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Yes, that is what General Abdul Salami Abubakar did. Thank you. Well done. Finally, on behalf of my family, the other leg, myself, and Nigeria at large, I warmly congratulate and appreciate General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR, on the occasion of his 84th birthday. let me reiterate my commendation for his exemplary contribution to the art of leadership and good governance in Nigeria, Africa, and the world. I encourage scholars, leaders, and policymakers alike to draw lessons from his trademark seamless leadership style in order to strengthen democracy and peace building in our nation and beyond. Permit me to also call on the young people as future leaders to learn from the, Permit me to also call on the young people as future leaders to learn from and to emulate his examples of selfless service, patriotism, nation building, and commitment to justice and unity. On this note, I wish to declare, well, I think you've had the review of the book already by Thabo Mbeki. These books, of 3 books, launched officially, launch or open with a warm commendation and with the following closing words. There is dignity in labor as demonstrated in the life of our dear celebrant of today, General Abdul Salami Abubakar, GCFR CSG. We need to leverage on his trademark softness, politeness, and respect for others, irrespective of the parts of the country you come from. At a time like this, when some unpatriotic elements are emphasizing our differences instead of our similarities and common bond, as demonstrated by our patriotic sportsmen and women, the calmness of His Excellency General Abubakar and many other patriots remind us that there is hope for our country. Let us hold on to the uncompromising values of peace, democracy, and good governance for the prosperity of our great nation and Africa. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless you all. But before I end, I don't know, I haven't seen Aneke. I had wanted all of us to sing a special happy birthday to the General. But I don't know, is there any, oh, I see, I've now just seen the cake there. Is that the cake to be done? Well, I do not know what the arrangement is, but certainly it's either because I would like to hear us all singing a happy birthday to him. Do you want it to be done after this has been, the cake has been done? I don't know when. Yes, or we can do it now, and I will be the conductor of the happy birthday. So, right. Well, it seems as though everyone seemed to be agreed that we should sing. We should all stand and sing a happy birthday to General Abdul Salami Abubakar. Good. Yeah. ask how old you are, we would ask that. God bless you. Well done. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman of today's occasion, former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. Another round of appreciation and applause for our general. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellencies all, very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We move on with this event with that heartwarming happy birthday song conducted by the former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. Please be seated, sir. At this moment, before we bring on the next speaker, I would like to recognize particularly contemporaries and people and officers and men that have been specially invited by the celebrant to be part of today's event. I'd like to recognize General Alani Akinrinade, General Mohammed Magoro, General Ishaya Bameyi, General Agwai, General Kazir, and General A. Akilu. Please shall we give them a round of applause. They were specially invited. We also know that the former AU chairperson is here with us. Former ECOWAS chairperson is also here with us. We also have the former NSA from Ghana is here with us. And speaking about Ghana, we have here the representative of the former president, Osahi Alexander Afeyo Markin, who is representing former president of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. His position is the third deputy speaker of ECOWAS Parliament and minority leader in Ghana's parliament. Would also like to recognize that we have with us Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, former president of ECOWAS, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, we welcome you. We also have former foreign ministers here with us. My own brother, Professor Ibrahim Gambari. We also have with us here Chief Tom Ikimi, General Ike Wachuku, Alhaji Sule Lamido. We have Buhari Bala, and of course, His Excellency, son of the soil, Ambassador Zubairu Dada. We are moving on quickly. We have now goodwill messages, and who best to kick this off? We have with us, what do you know? Right, we're using technology again. Would like to bring on Her Excellency Amina J. Mohammed, GCON, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. IT, are you ready?
Your Excellency, Ayana, on this occasion of your 84th birthday, I'm delighted to join your family, friends, and many admirers in celebrating you and in wishing you good health, peace, and continued strength. You came to office at a very delicate moment for Nigeria, when the country needed calm, reassurance, and a clear sense of direction. Nigerians were looking for a way forward, and your stewardship at that time helped create the confidence that such a path was still possible. What many people remember most is that you understood the weight of that moment. In choosing to organize elections and to hand over power within 11 months, you did something of lasting significance for our country. You helped restore confidence in the promise of democracy and demonstrated that leadership, especially in a time of uncertainty, must be anchored in responsibility and in the national interest. You were able to carry both the military establishment and political leaders through that transition because your approach inspired trust. That same sense of duty has continued to define your service beyond office. Over the years, you have remained a respected voice for dialogue, for peace, and for the patient work of building peace in Nigeria and across the continent. It is also especially fitting that your memoirs are being launched on this occasion. They will capture something of your journey, but also of a very important period in our country's history, and they will help pass on the lessons of that time to a new generation. Your Excellency, I wish you a very happy birthday and many more years of good health and peace.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and now to deliver a goodwill message on behalf of a former president of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, let me invite Osahen Alexander Afenyo Markin, who is the third Deputy Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. May we put our hands together as we invite to deliver the message of former President of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, Osahen Alexander Afenyo Markin. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, here is announcing the arrival of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR.
Your Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, this is a tribute in honor to General Abdusalam Abubakar, GCFR, former head of state of the Republic of Nigeria, soldier, statesman, peacemaker, unsung hero of African democracy. And I do so on behalf of former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of the Republic of Ghana. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there is a particular kind of greatness that history seldom pauses to honor, not the greatness of the conquest, nor of longevity in power, the quiet greatness of a man who held absolute power and chose to give it back. Today, we celebrate that man. We celebrate General Abdusalam Abubakar, one of the most consequential democratic heroes Africa has ever produced. The making of a soldier, as the records have it, he was born 13 June 1942 in Mina, Niger State, enlisted into as an officer cadet in the Nigerian Air Force. He served his nation, never plan of getting into public life as a political leader. Then in an unexpected hour, 8 June 1998, when General Sani Abacha passed on to eternity, Nigeria exhaled. Then it held its breath. The Nigeria head of state Abacha had left behind was a nation at the time in profound strain. Pro-democracy activists had been imprisoned and some killed. The June 12, 1993 presidential election had been annulled. Some other activists were in difficult challenges. Into this charged vacuum stepped General Abdusalam Abubakar, appointed head of state on the 9th of June 1998, less than 24 hours after the passing of General Abacha. He had not plotted for this position. He was a career professional, handed the most consequential assignment of his life on virtually no notice. Within days, he released political prisoners, lifted the ban on political activity, and repealed the most regressive decrees of the previous era. On the 20th of July 1998, he published a precise transition timetable. A democratically elected president will be sworn in on the 29th of May 1999, a date certain, a commitment carved in stone. He then built the architecture to honor that promise. He created the Independent National Elections Commission, INEC. He supervised a constitutional framework for multi-party elections. Within 11 months, he conducted 4 rounds of elections, ending it with the presidential election of February 1999. Then on the 29th of May 1999, exactly as he promised, he transferred power to civilian President Olusegun Obasanjo. 16 years of uninterrupted military rule from December 1983 to May 1999 ended, not with a coup, not with bloodshed. It ended because one man decided it should end. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to proceed to extol this man's rarest virtue. This is a part of General Abubakar's story that history has not sufficiently reckoned with. We have seen this story before. A military leader that takes power, the sycophants arrive and whisper, "The country still needs you. Only you can hold it together." We know how that story usually ends. General Abubakar refused. He walked away from power and went home to Mina. And he did not stop there. When President Obasanjo later when General Obasanjo later in his rule, some others had intended that he have extended time in office. Again, we heard the voices of General Abdusalam and President Thabo Mbeki, who worked actively in ensuring that the Nigerian constitution remains same. Now, a gift that endures. Nigeria's Fourth Republic, born on 29th of May 1999, is now the longest sustained period of civilian democratic governance in Nigeria's entire post-independence history. In 2015, for the first time, an opposition party defeated the ruling party at a presidential election and power transferred peacefully. Nigeria is the largest democracy on Africa's continent and the 6th most populous country in the world. It has endured without interruption for more than a quarter of a century, and that endurance began with General Abdusalam Abubakar. On this auspicious day of your birthday, let me wish you many, many more accomplishments. God bless you and your family, your beautiful wife, and the retired justice of the Court of Nigeria. God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Osahen Alexander Afeni-Obarkin, representing the former president of Ghana, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this occasion is one that's extraordinary, and therefore we are proceeding at an extraordinary pace. Among those who have come here this afternoon to identify with the celebrant are former ministers who served under General Abdusalam Abubakar. And here we have a number of them. Rear Admiral Festus Pobeni is here with us. Chief John Nwudu is also here. We have Professor Debo Adeyemi. We have Chief Nike Akondi, Chief Honorable Gio Ogbaga, Alhaji Bala Buhari, and Dr. Ali Gombe. They all served under General Abdusalami Abubakar, who is the chief celebrant today. Speaking of which, we also acknowledge that both serving and former top administration officials are also here this afternoon. Let me acknowledge Senator George Akube, who today is the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume. We also have a former Secretary to the Government of the Federation who has come to this occasion, Mr. Boss Gida Mustafa is here with us. Let me acknowledge a former head of service, Alhaji Yaya Ali Ahmed, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one who was both Secretary to the Government of the Federation and at one time President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Ayim Pius Ayim, who incidentally is also co-chair of the organizing committee of this event. Thank you so very much, Your Excellencies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the National Assembly, Nigeria's legislative arm, is distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio. A short while ago, he was putting finishing touches to his address, which was to express the goodwill of the National Assembly to a celebrant. Let me, at this point, now humbly call on him to deliver this message to the day's celebrant. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the podium the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio. Your Excellency.
The chairman of today's occasion, our own former head of state, General
go on with one Nigeria. Former heads of states, commanders-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my brother, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his dear wife, representing our dear President, who is unavoidably absent, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. You permit me to adopt all the protocols enunciated. I had the mind to deliver a written goodwill message on an occasion like this. But when I listened to the speech of the former president of South Africa, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, he encapsulated everything about our celebrant, His Excellency General AAA, General Abubakar, and his dear wife, who toiled and took care of the house while he was on the field, toiling for Nigeria. So let me especially recognize him and congratulate him for turning 84 today. Happy birthday, sir. Happy birthday. From the National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we are here in our numbers. And I'm also happy that as a Pan-Africanist, we have seen former presidents sending their goodwill messages to you. And in our presence, we also have the current president of the Republic of Senegal, our dear brother, who is always supporting us. Your Excellency, thank you for being here with us. The former president, or current president of Sierra Leone. Coincidentally, I've known him for a very long time. He's like General Abubakar, always very humble. And sometimes he will sit very quietly. Welcome back to your home, Nigeria. And then as we were speaking, we saw the man who benefited from your gesture of sacrifice. You refused to extend your tenure. You left office as you promised Nigerians. And so one man benefited from it. His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, who was on his second missionary journey, having served as head of state, commander-in-chief, and handed over on time. So we called him back and we rewarded him by making him a civilian president. I recall 1976 to 1979. And he came back and took over from 1999 and served meritoriously and handed over power in a very serene and bloodless situation to his civilian counterpart. So welcome to this occasion. May God also continue to keep you for more decades to come to serve Nigeria and Africa. Many global leaders are here, and so I was once a governor, so my colleagues, former governors, are all here. I was once a minister, so former ministers are all here. The only rank I have not entered is that of General Gowan, that of my brother, President Jonathan, General Abubakar, OBJ, and all others. So for every other rank, I've attained all the other ranks. Today, I'm happy that my brothers are here. Senators, Deputy Senate President, I can see you. My brother, Barrow Jibrin, Deputy Speaker Ben Kalu, many distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, many members of the House of Representatives, but above all, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, is here with a lot of our traditional rulers, the Oni of Ife, and so many others, Obas and Emirs, who came to this occasion to come and honor this great man. I've also seen a lot of retired major generals who are also here. The galaxy of stars in Nigeria, those who have served and those who are serving. So even Governor Zulum from Borno State, alongside many other governors. I first saw Governor of Gombe State and so many. May God bless all of you for coming to honor this great man. So from the National Assembly, I will say that we are the beneficiaries of the great sacrifice done by General Abubakar in handing over power to a democratically elected government. We should actually crave your indulgence to have a day to honor you in the National Assembly. Because every government will have the executive, and every government will have the judiciary, but only democracy will have the parliament. So my presence here is an indication of the fact that you have covered all, and that you deserve the honor that we are giving you today. You brought democracy back to Nigeria. May God bless you richly. So we have been beneficiaries. So this podium will not be enough for me to stand and extol your virtues. From a personal note, I know you, I know your family, I know your dear wife. And I had a particular story which I told you, which you had forgotten, of the late president of Ghana, Jerry Rawlings. He said he had a conversation with you about 3 to 5 days before you became head of state of Nigeria. And that in his normal brash way, he dismissed all your suggestions. And then you left Ghana. Then 3-4 days later, you were announced as head of state and commander-in-chief in Nigeria. And his secretary rushed to his office and said, do you remember that man who came? And then you were not very patient with him. And he said, who? He mentioned your name. And he said, he is now the head of state and commander-in-chief in Nigeria. He told me himself. Then he was at the castle in Ghana. And he said, oh my God, he had to close work. He said, so what do I do now? We had a very good relationship with Nigeria, and the man just came here, and I did not receive him as well as I should have done. Who is going to speak for me now? So this is to show that, yes, destiny may be delayed, but destiny can never be denied. So it was your destiny to rule this country and to take this country to a democratic rule. And God has bestowed that on you, and you were able to discharge it with a lot of sacrifice. Yeah, one of the organizers here said, what normally happens in government? In government, there's a lot of sycophancy. You have all sorts of advice. Some came to you and said, extend your tenure. You had absolute power to do so. Nobody would have questioned you. Others said, add 6 months. Others said 3 months. Others said, why don't you go a little bit further? They were not speaking in the interest of Nigeria. They were not even speaking in your interest. They were speaking in their personal interest. Because most time people in government are not the beneficiaries of that government. The sycophants around them that benefit from the government. And they want you to go on so that they can use you to prolong the way they loot the government and the way they enjoy the government. But you were able to shake them all off with conviction of a man who knew where he was going. I would like to follow somebody like you, a man who knows the road and follows the road. So today I salute you. I salute you for your courage. I salute you for your sacrifice. And I salute your work in the whole of Africa and the global community. And I salute the fact that God has kept you alive to see 84 years. And I pray, together with my colleagues, that you'll see more decades of life because of your good heart, in Jesus' name. So for me and my colleagues in the National Assembly, we look forward to receiving you. We look forward to a day we can also join to celebrate you. This will not be enough. But permit me to congratulate you for putting down your thoughts in your autobiography. And permit me to also salute those who have added 2 books in your honor. If you didn't do this, how will you have been able to represent yourself well? Future generations will never forget you because you were able to put the right things on the tablets. So I want to say on behalf of my colleagues and those in democracy today, the Vice President will speak on behalf of the President. Me, I can only speak on behalf of the Parliament, both at the national level and at the state level, to say that we are beneficiaries of your gesture. We are beneficiaries of your sacrifice, and may your sacrifice never be in vain. I must say that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is grappling with a lot of enemies of progress, of what you left behind. Today, many are sponsoring insecurity in our country to paint that your democracy in a bad color. But I can tell you that with the determination of men and women in uniform, that the enemies we see today, we shall see them no more. You can imagine in a country where a child will stand up to kill the father because of tramadol and because of all sorts of, I don't know how to put it, but I can tell you, no matter the insecurity we see today, with men like you, the example you have laid behind, we will definitely defeat terrorism. We will defeat poverty in this country, and Nigeria will take its rightful place in the global community. Congratulations to you, sir. Congratulations to you. Happy 84th birthday, and congratulations to all of us. May God bless Nigeria in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the reflections. As we move on, I'd like to recognize that representing General Ibrahim Badamasu Babangida is his son, Mohammed Babangida, who is here with us with Aminu. You are both welcome. Finally, I'd also like to quickly put a close to recognition as I recognize the former CDS, General Ogbomodia, and of course my father, the Wakil in Adamawa Ambassador Dr. Hassan Adamu, CON. You're all welcome. This concludes recognitions as we move on with this program. A man that has become a global conscience in the sense of people believing that when you leave office, you should go beyond just Nigeria and be continental. And that's what he represents. He says, no blood is good enough to have him in office. I'd like to bring on His Excellency, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR. Please let's welcome him very, very warmly.
Our President, Tinubu, here ably represented by our Vice President, and let me also appreciate the wife of the Vice President. Let me sincerely appreciate my dear friend, the President of Sierra Leone, His Excellency President Madabio, and the Chair of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Governments. Thank you for coming. The chairman of this occasion, our revered former head of state, His Excellency General Yakubu Gowon, thank you, and thank you for chairing very well. Let me appreciate President Olusegun Obasanjo. Thank you for your leadership in this country. And let me sincerely appreciate who brought us here, the celebrant, His Excellency General Abdulsalami Abubakar, and the former First Lady, Mrs. Abubakar. Thank you. The keynote speaker of this occasion, though he's not here with us, but we enjoyed his speech, His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki, former President of South Africa. Thank you for accepting to speak today. President Nana Akufo-Addo, the immediate past president of the Republic of Ghana, here represented by the minority leader. Thank you for the speech and thank you for being here with us. The Senate President, His Excellency Godswill Akpabio, thank you for your leadership. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, His Excellency Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, thank you. The Deputy Senate President is here with us. The Deputy Speaker is here with us. Let me also appreciate the presence of my Vice President, Architect Namadi Sambo. Thank you for being here with us. And the immediate past Vice President, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, SAN. Thank you for being here with us. Let me appreciate our key traditional rulers are here with us. His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, and His Imperial Majesty, the Oni of Ife. Thank you for being here with us, representing the traditional institution. We have very, very senior and respected members of the audience that I will not bore you by going through the list. For example, the Secretary of Government is here, the Chief of Staff is here, the President of ECOWAS Commission is here, and so many others that they have mentioned their names. So please pardon me and let me stand on the protocols as presented by the Masters of Ceremony. It's a great honor and privilege to join distinguished guests, friends, family members, colleagues, and admirers in celebrating an exceptional Nigerian, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, on the occasion of his 84th birthday. It is also an occasion for the public presentation of three very, very relevant books that chronicle the life, service, and enduring legacy of a remarkable statesman. At 84, General Abdulsalami has no doubt entered the distinguished pantheon of national leaders. But this is not merely a celebration of age. It's a celebration of a lifetime devotion to the service of our nation and humanity. General Abdulsalami belongs to that rare class of leaders whose influence transcends the office they occupied. His life story is a testament to humility in leadership, patriotism in service, and wisdom in statesmanship. The theme of this occasion, Legacy of a Statesman, is both fitting and profound. Legacy is not measured by the number of years one lives, but by the values one leaves behind, the institutions one strengthens, and the lives one touches. In this regard, General Abdulsalami's contributions to Nigeria stand as enduring monuments. At a defining moment in our nation's history, he demonstrated uncommon courage and selflessness by guiding Nigeria through a peaceful transition that restored democratic governance and renewed hope in the future of our country. His actions during the critical period reinforced the principle that true leadership is not about service, sacrifice, and commitment to the greater good. So, when we listen to this Chief Security Officer to Abdulsalami, he gave us a review of what happened for that short period he was in office. To me, I used to say that sometimes, because when I lost the election in 2015, some people used to pour on me encomiums that sometimes I don't even deserve. But if there is anybody that we can give credit to, who has stabilized democracy in Nigeria today, is General Abdulsalami Abubakar. A military head of state with so many well-ironed khaki people around you with assault rifles and APCs, saying that we will still stay on. And for you to have the courage to say no, it takes somebody who has a common commitment to the peace and progress of the country. I know of a president that the time to leave, critical time to leave because of certain circumstances, and the wife just said, no, we are not going. And he caved in. And the rest is a very ugly history. So we must commend Abdulsalami Abubakar. Beyond his tenure in office, General Abdulsalami has remained a steadfast advocate for peace, dialogue, national unity, and democratic stability through the instrumentality of the National Peace Committee, which he chairs. He has continued to advocate for peace, peaceful elections, as well as intervene in conflict resolutions and nation-building initiatives. And some of his activities were even during when I was in office, so I knew what he did, especially in Sudan. The launch of these 3 books is therefore a rare opportunity to preserve history, document lessons in leadership, and inspire future generations by one Nigeria's most respected elder statesman. As we celebrate General Abdulsalami today, we are reminded that nations are built not only by policies and institutions, but also by the character of those who lead them. His life offers enduring lessons in integrity, humility, patriotism, and commitment to the national service. On behalf of my family and the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, I congratulate General Abdulsalami Abubakar on attaining this age of 84, not ripe age of 84. Age of 84, he still have more years to live. I also commend the authors, editors, and all those who have contributed in one way or the other to the production of these very important books. May Almighty God continue to bless General Abdulsalami with good health, wisdom, strength, and many more years of fulfillment and service to all of us. May his legacy continue to inspire generations of Nigerians to place country above self and service above personal ambition. Happy 84th birthday, Your Excellency, and congratulations on this remarkable celebration of a life dedicated to the service of Nigeria. I thank you all.
Thank you so very much. Let's hear the applause, more of it, for His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, former President of Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there's no way that our next speaker would not have been at this event. After all, at the time the celebrant was handing over, it was he who took over the reins of government. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite to give his address former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR. Thank you so much. Let's keep the applause going. Thank you.
I will stand on the established protocol and I will tender my unreserved apology for being here late. Not what I want to do, but I will admit my guilt with explanation that I was to be picked up from Lagos at 12 o'clock. I was at the airport at 11 o'clock, and I was not picked up until 1:45. So that's why I am here, not at the time that I should be here. General Absalami Abubakar, congratulations. And if you will permit me, I would say 4 military leaders have made tremendous contributions to Nigeria of today. And without their contribution, we will not be where we are. They are all not perfect human beings. They all made mistakes, but they all made contributions without which we could have not been able to have Nigeria of today. Let me emphasize that I am talking of military leaders, not Nigerian leaders. Military Nigerian leaders. And let me begin by saying I'm an eyewitness and a direct participant in almost all the actions and activities of the 4 of them. If you kindly permit me, I will speak briefly on 3 and more copiously on 1. I start with our Oga as a military leader. And of course, I'm referring to General Yakubu Gowon, who launched his long-awaited book about a month ago. I had to tender again an unreserved apology for my not being able to attend the launch. I explained in my letter of apology to you. But at his 90th birthday anniversary, almost 2 years ago, I said a bit of what needs to be said without his mature
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Gutop Chukuma. Here are the headlines. The Nigerian Correctional Service has made history by releasing its first 10 inmates under the provisions of the parole system at the Medium Security Custodial Center in Umuahia, Abia State. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has ordered an immediate scale-up of waste evacuation operations across the megacity following growing public concern over mounting trash backlogs. The Ministry of Finance has officially published implementation guidelines to ensure a smooth, transparent transition to Nigeria's updated fiscal framework under the Tax Act 2025. Now the news in details. The Nigerian Correctional Service has made history by releasing the first 10 inmates under the country's official parole system. The milestone event took place at the Medium Security Custodial Center in Umuahia, Abia State, marking the very first operational implementation of the measure since it was established under the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019. Speaking on behalf of the Controller General, Assistant Controller General Ngozi Okeke hailed the rollout as a massive step forward in aligning Nigeria's justice system with international correctional standards. Prison officials emphasized that the newly launched parole framework is strategically designed to tackle the long-standing crisis of prison congestion while lowering offending rates across the nation. The transition in selected eligible inmates into supervised community service. The initiative aims to promote structured rehabilitation without compromising public safety. The national leadership highly commended the Abia State Command, the local judiciary, and key legal development partners for pioneering the successful launch of the program. Stressing the legal realities of the released, the chairman of Abia State Parole Board, Justice Obisike Oji, clarified that parole is strictly a supervised reintegration mechanism and not an official pardon or state clemency. He warned the 10 beneficiaries that they must strictly comply with all the predetermined conditions of their release. Justice Oji concluded by reminding the freed individuals that any deviation from the rules or engagement in criminal behavior will result in an immediate return to custody. The Adamawa State Police Command has arrested a prime suspect in connection with the recent abduction of 3 children in the Yola North local government area. The breakthrough follows an official report filed at the State Intelligence Department by the victim's father, Samaila Musa. He stated that his 3 sons, aged 24, 10, and 8, were violently kidnapped from their family home and whisked away to an unknown destination, after which the criminal syndicate established contact to demand a hefty ransom for their release. Upon releasing the disturbing report, Adamawa State Police Commissioner Kabah Hassan immediately ordered a full-scale tactical operation, deploying advanced intelligence and technical tracking resources to hunt down the perpetrator. The rapid response yielded swift results, leading to the capture of 1 suspect who is now being held in protective custody. Police authorities confirmed that the detained individual is currently cooperating and providing highly useful intelligence to help detectives track down the remaining fleeing members of the syndicate. Command spokesperson SP Suleiman Nguroje assured the public that exhaustive investigations are still ongoing to ensure the safe rescue of the victims and the total dismantling of the criminal network. He emphasized that the police force remains fiercely committed to using all available legal resources to eradicate kidnapping from the state. The command wrapped up its briefing by promising that the arrested suspect will face swift prosecution in court of law the moment the investigation is fully concluded. The Bauchi State Police Command has launched a major security crackdown targeting unregistered vehicles, fake registration details, and motorists who conceal their license plates. Acting on a direct order from the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Riwan Disu, the command has partnered with the state judiciary to set up instant mobile courts across 5 area headquarters and strategic spots within Bauchi metropolis. These specialized courts have already begun the rapid prosecution of traffic offenders to ensure swift legal accountability. State Police Commissioner Sani Omolori Aliyu emphasized that untraceable and unidentified vehicles present a severe security hazard to the public, as they are frequently utilized by criminal syndicates to commit high-profile crimes like kidnapping and armed robbery. Command spokesman SP Nafiu Habib clarified that the extensive enforcement drive is entirely designed to safeguard civilian lives and properties rather than intimidate law-abiding motorists. Vehicles found in violation of the regulations will be immediately impounded. Offenders hauled before the mobile courts face heavy fines and severe statutory sanctions under local motor vehicle licensing laws and police regulations. Law enforcement authorities are urging all vehicle owners and commercial drivers to urgently regularize their documentation and ensure their license plates are clearly visible at all times. The command called on residents to cooperate fully with officers on duty, vowing that the targeted operation will be sustained indefinitely to completely eradicate the use of untraceable vehicles. The Anambra State Police Command has stepped in to provide a vital financial support for the urgent medical treatment of a 10-year-old boy who was allegedly subjected to horrific abuse by his guidance. The young victim was rescued after a disturbing video surfaced on social media showing his heavily scalded body and severe injuries inflicted across his entire frame. The boy is currently receiving intensive medical care under state protection in Oka, the state capital. Operatives attached to the State Criminal Investigation Department initiated the financial lifeline after the witnesses the sheer severity of the child's physical trauma and pain. Police spokesman SP Tochukwu Ikenga stated that the intervention underscores the command's unyielding commitment to defending the most vulnerable members of the society, particularly children. He emphasized that the command has significantly intensified its investigation to ensure the couple responsible for the abuse is swiftly brought to justice. Anambra State Commissioner of Police CP Ikioye Orutugu has reassured the public that the command will continue to collaborate closely with government child protection agencies and community stakeholders to safeguard the rights and welfare of children. He maintained that law enforcement remains steadfast in strictly enforcing laws designed to protect minors from exploitation, neglect, and all forms of violence across the state. The Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau has launched a full-scale probe into the tragic boat accident that claimed 11 lives in Benue State. Leading the Federal Response, NISB Director General Captain Alex Bade Jr. headed an investigative team to Wadata along the River Benue for an immediate on-the-spot safety assessment. The emergency visit is aimed at uncovering the exact circumstances surrounding the disaster, gathering critical eyewitness accounts, and finding immediate solutions to prevent future maritime tragedies. Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia welcomed the Bureau's rapid intervention and called for a permanent, more robust NISB presence within the state to drive safety advocacy and enforce risk reduction initiatives along the river. In response, Captain Bade expressed his deepest condolence to the victims' families, emphasizing that the fatal crash serves as a painful warning about the urgent need for operator compliance. He noted that while water transportation is vital for local livelihoods, safety must remain a strictly shared responsibility. During their field deployment, the federal investigators met directly with community heads, local residents, and representatives of the Boat Operators Association. These interactive sessions provided the agency with valuable first-hand insight into daily transport challenges and local navigation habits. The NISB has assured the public that the technical data and findings gathered from the field assessment will be used to reshape national waterway policies and enforce stricter regulations. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control is sounding the alarm over the rising danger of drug misuse and self-medication across Nigeria. Speaking at a public sensitization campaign in the Mushin area of Lagos, NAFDAC's Director of Pharmacology Vigilance, Uchenna Elemuwa, representing Director General Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, warned that while medicines are designed to save lives, their irrational use is becoming a lethal public health threat. The agency flagged reckless over-the-counter dosing, antibiotic abuse, and counterfeit drugs as prime catalysts for severe adverse reactions and avoidable deaths. A major focus on the health alert is the rapid acceleration of antimicrobial resistance, which occurs when microorganisms evolve to defeat the antibiotics designed to kill them. NAFDAC officials emphasize that common infections are becoming increasingly difficult and expensive to treat because people routinely misuse these vital medications. To combat this, the regulatory agency is calling on both healthcare professionals and the general public to actively report any negative drug side effects to their monitoring systems, noting that a single report can save thousands of lives. The local government is backing the federal push, with Mushin Executive Chairman Tumbosun Arwe pledging sustained grassroots support for medication safety. Arwe committed his administration to expanding free local medical outreaches and upgrading primary health care centers to enhance community-wide health education. Moving forward, NAFDAC is urging doctors, pharmacists, and patients alike to handle prescription drugs with strict accountability, reminding citizens that patient safety always begins with the responsible use of medicine. The United Nations Development Programme is urging Nigeria to aggressively pursue a future completely free of plastic pollution. Speaking at a specialized waste solutions summit in Abuja, the national coordinator of the UNDP Global Environmental Facilities Small Grant Program, Ibironke Olubumesi, challenged Nigerian youths to develop innovative alternatives that can break the country's heavy reliance on non-biodegradable materials. She called for a coordinated nationwide effort involving government agencies, private corporate organizations, and everyday individuals to systematically phase out standard plastic usage. While acknowledging that plastics remain deeply integrated into global daily life, Olubumesi emphasized that finding creative methods to manage and repurpose current waste is absolutely critical to eliminating severe risks to public health. She urged young innovators to design both upstream solutions to prevent plastic reaction and downstream systems to handle existing pollution. Thanking the organizers for empowering next generation, she concluded by reminding participants that local environment innovators have the potential to unlock immense global opportunities. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has ordered an immediate round-the-clock scale-up of waste evacuation operations across the megacity following growing public concern over mountain refuse. In an official statement issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Boyega Akosile, the government acknowledged the environmental challenges facing several communities and assured residents that the issue is receiving the highest level of executive attention. To tackle the crisis head-on, additional resources have been deployed to support frontline environmental agencies. The governor has explicitly directed the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, alongside LOMA and LASEPA, to intensify their efforts and swiftly clear the backlog. Managing waste in a rapidly expanding megacity is an immense task, with Lagos generating roughly 13,000 tons of refuse every single day. While acknowledging recent operational hitches, state authorities maintain they have the full capacity and determination to restore normal sanitation standards. Substantial progress is already being reported in several hit areas, and the government promises that more visible improvements will manifest across the state in the coming days. Officials are appealing to residents, market associations, and business owners to remain calm and cooperate with the cleanup teams. Citizens are also urged to dispose of their waste responsibly and avoid blocking drainage channels as the administration works to reinforce the long-term resilience of the state's sanitation architecture. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here's a recap of the major stories making the headlines. The Nigerian Correctional Service has made history by releasing its first 10 inmates under the provisions of the parole system at the Medium Security Custodial Center in Umuahia, Abia State. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has ordered an immediate scale-up of waste evacuation operations across the megacity following growing public concern over mounting trash backlogs. Coming up shortly, the Ministry of Finance has officially published implementation guidelines to ensure a smooth, transparent transition to Nigeria's updated fiscal framework under the Tax Acts 2025. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has approved the immediate rollout of a contributory pension scheme for the state's workforce. The breakthrough policy was announced via an official circular issued to ministries, departments, and agencies by the chairman of the State Pension Board, Tunji Adekunle. According to the state government, the newly structured scheme will strictly apply to all public and civil servants recruited into the state service from January 1st, 2025, with implementation officially taking effect on July 1st, 2026. Under the newly approved guidelines, the pension contribution rate is structured as a shared responsibility, setting a 12% contribution from the Oyo State government as the employer and an 8% deduction from the employee's monthly salary. State authorities have also given assurances that they will guarantee the immediate payment of all accrued benefits to affected workers the moment the scheme officially kicks off. To ensure a seamless transition, the Pensions Board has directed all government agencies to nominate a dedicated pension desk officer to coordinate the administrative data. All ministries and departments are required to compile and submit a comprehensive list of eligible workers recruited since January 2025 in both hard and soft copies. The circular outlines a strict deadline, warning that all relevant workers' documentation must be submitted to the board on or before Monday, June 22nd, 2026. The Hausa community in Aba is pushing the Abia State government for a major infrastructural upgrade to accommodate its booming population. Leading a delegation to the Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs in Umuahia, Sariki Bello Shehu II proposed development of a massive all-in-one settlement along the Osisioma axis. The proposed hub would integrate a new mosque, an expansive market, schools, and modern residential facilities to relieve severe congestion in their current location. A primary catalyst for the relocation request is the heavy traffic gridlock that routinely paralyzes local roads during Friday prayers. Beyond the new settlement, Sariki Shehu urged state authorities to tackle poor urban planning, specifically targeting the problematic conversion of residential buildings into commercial shops, while calling for better metropolitan transport services across Aba. The community leaders also praised Governor Alex Oti for his swift intervention during recent security incidents involving northern traders. Abia State Commissioner Uzo Wanchukwu welcomed the delegation, praising the community for maintaining a peaceful coexistence. He reassured the leaders that the OT administration remains entirely non-discriminatory and is committed to protecting all law-abiding residents regardless of tribe or religion. Wanchukwu finalized the meeting by promising continued state collaboration to ensure sustained unity and regional development. The federal government has officially released the implementation guidelines to steer Nigeria through its transition to a brand new tax regime. Published by the Ministry of Finance, the new framework is designed to provide clear direction for taxpayers, revenue agencies, and consultants. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Yadele, stated that the guidelines rest on three core pillars: clarity, fairness, and administrative certainty, ensuring the overhaul does not trigger confusion or disrupt across the business landscape. Under the newly clarified rules, all tax liabilities, ongoing audits, and disputes tied to periods before January 1st, 2026 will remain strictly governed by the old repealed laws. Similarly, tax returns for accounting cycles ending before that date will follow the previous framework. However, any tax filings and obligations failing due to its course from January 1st, 2026 onward must comply entirely with the updated legal structure established by the four major components of the Tax Act 2025. For businesses currently enjoying tax exemptions or fiscal incentives, the government confirmed that these approvals will remain valid until their predetermined expiration dates to maintain economic stability. In contrast, any pending incentive applications still under review, alongside all fresh requests, will be evaluated under the strict provision of the new laws. The comprehensive transition blueprint also aligns clear protocols for handling overlapping transaction taxes, development levies, and future record-keeping requirements. Now in sports, Super Eagles and Udinese shortstopper Maduka Okoye has weighed in on football's ultimate goalkeeping debate, naming Italy and Manchester City star Gianluigi Donnarumma as the best in the business right now. Speaking on the finest gloves in the game, Okoye reviewed his personal top 3, ranking Barcelona's Marc-Andre ter Stegen at the summit of his admiration list, followed closely by Real Madrid's Thibaut Courtois and Donnarumma. The Nigerian international noted that ter Stegen remains a personal idol from their early days together in Germany at Borussia Mönchengladbach. However, when it comes to sheer current dominance, Okoye admits the analytical narrative changes. He insisted that Donnarumma is presently operating on a completely different level than anyone else, labeling the towering Manchester City anchor as the absolute strongest goalkeeper in world football today. Now in entertainment, a wave of emotional hope has hit fans of late Nollywood actor Alex Ekubo following reports that his wife, Aneke Ekubo, is expecting a child. The revelation emerged during the funeral rites in the actor's hometown of Arochukwu, Abia State. As the funeral convoy arrived at the palace of the Eze of Arochukwu, the traditional ruler offered prayers over the casket, asking that the late actor's lineage continue. The monarch shared that they had received news of the pregnancy, praying that the unborn child would grow up to achieve even greater exploits than his popular father. While the late actor's family has yet to officially verify the claim, the announcement has brought a powerful sense of comfort to Nigerians mourning his sudden loss. The identity of his wife and executive director of NOG Oil and Gas Limited was only recently made public by netizens following a deeply emotional service of songs. During that service, industry figures like Pastor Itua Yodalo and actress Uche Jumbo paid tribute to her strength, with friends confirming that the couple had been privately married before his tragic passing. The bittersweet news follows a period of intense grief across the Nigerian entertainment landscape as colleagues prepare for the final burial rites. For many fans and industry peers, the prospect of a child carries a profound sense of closure and continuity for the late star's legacy. As the funeral proceedings conclude in Arochukwu, the community continues to rally around the widow with prayers and emotional support. And now to end news. Here are the main points again. The Nigerian Correctional Service has made history by releasing its first 10 inmates under the provisions of the parole system at the Medium Security Custodial Center in Umuahia, Abia State, marking the first official rollout under the 2019 Correctional Service Act. Officials emphasize that this supervised reintegration mechanism is strategically designed to tackle severe prison congestions while lowering national reoffending rates. Meanwhile, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has ordered an immediate scale-up of waste evacuation operations across the megacity following growing public concern over mounting trash backlogs. Frontline environmental agencies like LOMA have been deployed to work round the clock to manage the city's massive daily output of 13,000 tons of refuse and restore community sanitation. We told you the Ministry of Finance has officially published implementation guidelines to ensure a smooth, transparent transition to Nigeria's updated fiscal framework under the Tax Act 2025. Minister Taiwo Oyedele confirmed that while all prior liabilities and all debts remain governed by older laws, all fresh tax obligations and filings from January 1st, 2026 onward must fully comply with the new legal structure. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Nigeria's debt profile continues to rise, raising concerns among economists about sustainability and long-term economic stability. As of 2025, the total public debt was estimated to be around 152 trillion naira, or roughly $190 billion, according to the Debt Management Office. Debt servicing now consumes a significant share of government revenue, limiting spending on infrastructure, health, and education. Economists say the challenge is not only how much Nigeria borrows, but how effectively borrowed funds are converted into productive assets. The World Bank has repeatedly highlighted weaknesses in Nigeria's public financial management system, including inefficiencies in capital budget execution and limited transparency in project delivery. Across the country, there are recurring examples of abandoned and uncompleted projects, despite significant public expenditure. Infrastructure studies show that cost overruns, delays, and project abandonment remain common in public sector delivery, often due to procurement weaknesses and poor oversight. Roads, hospital facilities, and housing projects in several states remain uncompleted years after budget releases and contract awards. In the power sector, Nigeria continues to lose an estimated $29 billion annually due to unreliable electricity supply and infrastructure deficits, according to industry estimates cited in international reporting. Despite repeated investment cycles, grid instability and transmission constraints persist, limiting industrial growth. Governance experts also point to leakages in public finance management. Studies by international organizations have estimated that Nigeria lost billions annually in previous decades to corruption-related inefficiencies, including inflated contracts and weak monitoring systems. These leakages reduce the impact of borrowing and weaken development outcomes. Even social intervention programs have faced scrutiny over accountability and targeting inefficiencies, with investigations in recent years leading to recoveries for mismanaged funds in some federal programs. Despite these challenges, Nigeria remains richly endowed. The country has more than 70 million hectares of arable land, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, agricultural productivity remains below potential due to limited mechanization and storage infrastructure. Agriculture still employs a large share of the workforce, but contributes less than expected to GDP. In the energy sector, Nigeria produces over 1 million barrels of crude oil per day, according to OPEC data. Yet, for years, depended heavily on imported refined products, creating pressure on foreign exchange and public finances. New refining capacity is beginning to shift these balances, offering potential savings in import costs. The solid minerals sector also remains largely underdeveloped, despite more than 40 commercially viable mineral resources, including lithium, gold, and iron ore.
Industry reports suggest the sector contributes less than 1% of GDP, despite its strong export potential. Experts argue that reducing Nigeria's dependence on borrowing will require a shift from consumption-driven spending to productivity-led investments. This includes strengthening procurement systems, enforcing project completion audits, expanding non-oil revenue, and accelerating public-private partnerships in infrastructure delivery. Ultimately, analysts say that Nigeria's economic challenge is not the absence of resources, but the efficiency of conversion. Borrowing, they argue, only becomes sustainable when it is tied directly to productive investment and measurable national outputs. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go ma. How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Putamwa, in our Hozu, in our uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades was your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Yamela Madia, who me would ya wo, Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over soon. You better have you what
asi na ekwekwo amagba ekwu ụmụ nwanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ. Nge dịka ị na-esonyela anyị na tata na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na Aneke TV ebe ụmụ nwanyị na-anọ akparị na-akarị na-ekwu ka o si wee dị ha. Na nke taa ihe anyị na-eji n'anya bụ ụmụ nwanyị pụta ụmụ ihe nchọ ikwu tupu anyị enebe anya n'ihe ha. Ụmụ nwanyị maka esi ekwu okwu chọ egbuo ha akpa ha egbuo ha akpa ha mana ihe m na-ajụ bụ kedu onye na-egbu ụmụ nwanyị. Ọkwa ụmụ nwanyị bụ ihe si egbu onwe ha oge ụfọdụ. Ofu onye bụ ihe gwa m na ọkpa ahụ a na-ekekwa nwanyị bụ nwanyị bụ ihe siri ibi eji eke enya ịpụta isi na egbu oge dịka nwanyị mana isi egbu onwe gị. Gị bụ nwanyị ugboro one ka nwanyị ibe gị pụtanugo n'ọchịchị ijekwunye ya n'azụ ghara ijekwunye nwoke n'azụ. Ụmụ nwanyị ada ekene ihe ụmụ nwanyị bụ anụdechi eshishi mana naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nke taa maka na ọ ga-atọ ụtọ maka ihe anyị na-eji n'anya ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo ihe ha sụrụ ya n'oyibo bụ breaking barriers, building inclusive governance. Mana a ga-asị onye mụ na ya yi ka ọ kọwalụ m ya ọfụma maka oge ụfọdụ nsị na mgbidi ahụ a na-eji ije gbaji na onwe ka ọ bụrụ na ọ bụghị mgbidi ọ bụ n'ogwe. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ isonyela anyị ka anyị na-anya ka ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esi wee gbupie ogwe ahụ nọchiri iru ka ha wee so na ndị na-ekwu okwu na gọọmenti. Kedu onye mụ na ya nọ na nke tata ọkwa ọnụ na-ekwulu ọra Adaọgwụ onye isi kpokobere ụmụ nwaanyị ọgwụ niile. Ọ na-abụ oge ụfọdụ nje ebe ụmụ nwaanyị agbaka anụ ajụ ha ọkwa nkenke mmadụ anyị ọjụ obere ihe ka akwụdị m nọ maka ogo mana onye abụ ọ dị mkpụmkpụ eme iwu kedu onye na-ekwu maka ya o wee bụ dọkịta ambasadọ Chinemerem anyị onye abụ onye isi gburugburu na-ekpokọta ụmụada ọgụ mee na ha pụta otu ha si wee kwụ Chinemerem anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nketa
ndị onye isi oche
daalụ maka isonyere anyị global president aka gịnị kedu ihe aha na-abịa
ụmụada ọgwụ global
global daalụ maka isonyere anyị
ndewo
dịka nsi wee kwuo ihe anyị na-eche n'anya bụ ka ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esi wee gbajie okwu ahụ n'ọchịchị ụzọ isonye n'ọchịchị na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị biko tụnyekena anyị obere azụ kedu ụdị ogwe ahụ gbajiri mmanụ ụmụ nwaanyị anaghị agafe ọ bụ briji Ọnịsha ka ọ bụ
Iseche kene gị ndewo ihe dị na ogwe maọbụ ihe mgbochi dịrị ụmụ nwaanyị na gbasalụ ọchịchị orika otu n'ime ogwe anwa bụ ọnwụ na-egbu ọtịrị Igbo mụmụ si na ọnwụ na-egbu ọtịrị dị ọtịrị n'ukwu ewu dada tọrọ ọkwụrụ dada ọ wee bụrụ na ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ogwe dịịrị onwe ha nke mbụ mana o nwere ike ọ bụ ya nwa bụ nke ikpeazụ m ga-akọwa ọzọ bụ ihe gbasalụ omenala ga-akpọ ya omenala na-ekwesịrị ekwesị bekee ga-akpọ ya harmful traditional practices omenala na-ekwesịrị ekwesị bụ ebe ọ ga-awapụta sị gị na ọnọdụ nwaanyị bụ n'usekwu maọbụ asị gị nwaanyị na-esekpu anyụmamịrị maọbụ ogwe ọzọ dị n'ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ bụ echiche gbagọrọ agbagọ enwere ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ nwekwara ike o sonyere na omenala mana ọ kwụkwara onwe ya n'ụdị pụrụ iche bekee na-akpọ ya stereotypes ịghọtago ka anyị bido na stereotype bụ echiche gbagọrọ agbagọ apụta mgbe a ga-asị gị nwaanyị ama achinwe ọchịchị ị na-ebe akwa ka nwaanyị ọ na-anya moto ka nwaanyị ọ na-agba asịrị ka nwaanyị ọ na-eje ka nwaanyị ihe ọbụla jọrọ njọ ka e wegoro dashie ya nye ya nwaanyị n'efu site n'uche gbagọrọ agbagọ ọ stereotype o kwesịghị ekwesị ihe a bụ otu n'ime ihe kụgọgoro echiche ndị mmadụ echiche akụgọrọ akụgọ gbasara ụmụ nwaanyị apụtazie n'anya anya na nwaanyị ekwesịrị ọchịchị na ọchịchị ekwesịrị ta ga-asị gị na abada nwere onye ọ na-ekwesị ewegie na ọchịchị nwere onye ọ na-ekwesị ya nọọ nwoke ka ọ na-ekwesị echiche a akụgọrọ akụgọ ma ọ bụ gbagọrọ agbagọ bụ otu ihe na-alụ agha na-echere nwaanyị aka mgba bụ ihe mgbochi gbuo ogwe na-ekwerọ ngafe dịrị ụmụ nwaanyị n'ihe gbasara ndọrọndọrọ na ọchịchị ọzọ bụ nke omenala anwa abịa na omenala ka esi afụta nwaanyị na o kwesịrị ibu n'usekwu ma ọ bụ na o sekpu anyụmamịrị nke a mezi ya ọ bụ na ọ dị ala karịa nwoke enwere ilu ndị Ghana nwe ilu ahụ atụgharịa ya na asụsụ be anyị ihe ọ na-apụta bụ na mgbe ọbụla amụrụ nwa nwaanyị na ana na-emi emi mana mgbe ọbụla amụ nwa nwoke na ana amụọ nwa nwaanyị ala eze amụọ nwa nwoke ani mkpu apụta ịghọtago so omenala dị otu ahụ wee bụrụ ihe nwere ike ime a na-afụzi nwaanyị ka second hand or second class citizen nke a pụtara na nwaanyị adịchaghọ ọ bụghọ nchala dịka nwoke si wee bụ ọ bụghị nke ọfụrụ peterobi ọ bụ ihe dị ana emego nwaanyị ka ọ dị ana karịa na o kwesịghị ekwesị so a na-afụta nwaanyị ka onye na-ekwesị onye na-erughị eru n'ọchịchị nke atọ bụzi ewu dada tara ọkwụrụ dada mgbe ọ ga-abụ na asị women support women ka women damaging women mgbe ọ ga-abụ eruo nwaanyị a na-agbaso nwaanyị ibe ya mgba ụfọdụ ihe na-emekwa ka nwaanyị gbaso nwaanyị ibe ya mgba anwa bụ echiche gbagọrọ agbagọ anwa ma ọ bụ omenala anwa ọjọọ anwa na-ekwesịghị ekwesị megoro ka nwaanyị fụtagoro onwe ya na ya na onwe ya erughị eru na otozughọ fụtagodo onwe ya na ọnọdụ ya bụ n'usekwu fụtagodo onwe ya na ọ gaghị agbajinwo na o nwere ebe emedebere ijere na oke mụ na gị so nwaanyị nwere ụdị echiche anwa ịfụtazi nwaanyị ọzọ ka ọ na-agba vụga ka ọ gafee ogwe ọ ga na-asị na nwaanyị a n'isi adịrị ya mma onye nke a chakakwa onye nke onye a kwesịrị ka a tụọ ya ụdọ n'ukwu ka a kpụghachite ya onye a chagburu onwe ya n'akwụ so ihe atọ ndị a bụgodu nke ka o si adị ọkụ kịta
eto anyị ga-asị no ihe ndị na-alụ agha wee na-emegide nwaanyị na-echere ha aka mgba nye gbasara ndọrọndọrọ na ọchịchị. Ndewo.
Daalụrị nne. Nne n'obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ka o si dị kịta n'ụwa. O tego aka ụmụ nwoke chịbara anyị. Ma mgbe ndị amị na-achị, ahụtụbeghị m ebe nwaanyị chịrị. Kamgbe emebere obodo a, ahụtụbeghị m ebe, ama m na onwe ngokwa obodo nwaanyị bụ gọvanọ. Ọ dịghị ka ị na-anya na ihe na-eme na Naịjirịa kịta n'ụdị politiks a na-ekwu ụmụ nwaanyị tozu ịpụta.
Ụmụ nwaanyị tozu etozu n'ihe niile. Ụmụ nwaanyị dị n'Igbo dị n'oyibo. Ụmụ nwaanyị zu ka eme. Ihe ahụ iche na o si ike. Ọ bụ na ọ dị ka ọ na-adị gị n'uche gị ka na ọ bụzi ihe ndị agboro. Ka ọ bụzi ihe ndị na-egbu mma. Ka ọ bụzi ihe ndị na-agba egbe. Ejidekata ndị oshi ifu nke ụmụ nwaanyị so ha wee na-ezu. Ejidekata ndị ntọrị ifu ụmụ nwaanyị so ha. Ejidekata ndị na-alụ ugbo na-efe ụgbọelu ifu na nwaanyị so efe ụgbọelu. Anyị dị n'igede dị n'ụbọ. Ya ihe ahụ iche na ha ga-eme enwe ihe ga-anasịsị mmadụ one n'ime ha ma ọ bụ ma enwe. Ka o si wee dị taa ọnọdụ ọchịchị na ndọrọndọrọ bụ ihe na-agba anya mmiri mana aka nwekwa ụmụ nwaanyị nwe obi anwa ga-emenwe ihe a na-eme. Ya isi ọ gịnị ka m zara ajụjụ gị? Ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ga-emenwe ya.
Maka ihe nji wee jụọ gị ajụjụ a apụta na-asị ụmụ nwaanyị wetozugbo anyị kedụkwana ụmụ nwaanyị ga-apụta. Ọ dị ka ọ na Naịjirịa ma obodo Afrịka ma obodo ala Igbo ka ọ na-anye enwekwa ụmụ nwaanyị. Mana ị na-anya ebe niile enyegoro ụmụ nwaanyị ọchịchị ha gafere ruo onye ọfụma ọ Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Kedu onye ị ga-akpọ ọ dọrọ akụnyere? Kedu ebe enyenugo nwaanyị ohere idozi ihe ọ ghara idozi tie o wee sonye n'ihe a ikwu na anyị nwere ụmụ nwaanyị n'obodo? Dịka ịkọwara ọtụtụ ihe na-abụ ọgbata ufie. Biko kedu ebe a ga-esi bido wee kwọrọ nnukwu ụwa ije gwugwu ka kedu otu ọ dị gị ka ga-bido tinyebe aka ka ama na ga-ewebetebe ụmụ nwaanyị maka otu oyibo si wee kwuo onye inclusive governance ya bụ itinye ụmụ nwaanyị kedu ebe a ga-ebido wee mebe ha ka ụmụ nwaanyị wee bataba?
Ọ bụ na ntọala ụlọ ọbụla abụ ihe na-esighị ike ma ọ bụ na-adịghị mma enweghị ihe injinia pụrụ ime. Ọ dịghị ihe ọbụla mmadụ ga-eme ihe ọbụla nsogbu ya site na ntọala ya ma ọ bụ okwu ukwu osisi ka ị nwe o wee bụrụ na mgbọrọgwụ ya nwere nsogbu nkwudosi ike ukwu osisi ahụ nye nsogbu o wee bụ maka gịnị? Ọ bụ gị ka m na-akọwa anyị ga-na-achị azụ n'iji wee mezie ọnọdụ a. Anyị ga-na-achị azụ maka onye ahụ bụ prezident ọ na-abụ ụmụ nwaanyị jere ime ụka nne agụwa dọkịta onye mụrụ ya nne m lọya onye mụrụ ya ihe niile a na-achịrị azụ n'ezinụlọ. Dịka m na-ekwu n'ezinụlọ ka ị ga-afụ nwa nwoke na nwa nwaanyị nke nwoke akọrọ mgbuwa na-aga siri n'ịgba bọọlụ siri n'isi otu a na-asị nke nwaanyị ịzagakwa ụlọ ịzagakwa efere imegokwa nke a ịmara na nwaanyị ka ị bụ a sị onye bụrụ nwaanyị ya gbuo onwe ya. Nkịta zara oku na-asa imi na-akpụ ya n'anị ọ ga-egbuzi onwe ya maka ọ bụ nwaanyị nke nwoke ekoruzi akwa ya n'ubu tikapụ. So ọ dị ezigbo mkpa na anyị na-achịkwa ebe esi digo ka esi adịtụ anyị na-achịkwa azụ ebe ahụ anyị si wee nwefie ya ka anyị si ebe ahụ je nweta ya maka na ezinụlọ agbakọta ọnụ bụrụ ụmụnna ezinụlọ agbakọta ọnụ bụrụ ụmụnna na ụmụnna agbakọta bụrụ obodo a na obodo a agbakọta bụrụ steeti. Ya ọ bụrụ na anyị na-achị azụ ihe na-eme anyị si anyị n'aka anyị na-achịga bido ị na-azụ nwa gị na be m anaghị m azụ ụmụ m na ihe abụọ ọlụ nwoke na ihe abụọ ọlụ nwaanyị. Ofu nwa nwoke ka m nwee na-adị agụ ya ịma mbụ isi ọwụwa dịrị nwa mmadụ m ga-eje yọta ọ bụghị ọmụọ nwa ọ bịa na-ekokwugharị ka oke ogugu na ọ na-eshi nri ị ga-eshi nri ị ga-asụrụ ya akwụ ya ị ga-eneti ya ọfụma. Ọ na-eghelu nwoke eghelu nwaanyị onwe onye agụụ na-asọpụrụ ịghọtago. So ọ bụrụ na anyị ga-na-achị azụ bido ma ihe gbasara ọchịchị famili ọchịchị ezinụlọ enweghị ihe kwesịrị ikwu kpahada gị nwaanyị ọ tụkwuru nwa gị nwoke ọ bịa tụkwuru nwaanyị tinye ọnụ n'okwu nwoke etinye ọnụ n'okwu anaghị ama onye gị enweghị ụbụrụ ewetasị na n'otu aka ụbụrụ nwaanyị si adị enwere ebe a na-asị n'ihe agba otu ụbụrụ nwoke si adị. Ka m gwakwa gị mgbe ụfọdụ ndị ị na-afụcha ndị amara ha na-ewepụta ezigbo atụmatụ ọkwa nwunye ha na-agwa ha inye ha ezigbo atụmatụ mana kama ha ga-ekwu ya kama ọ gasị nwunye m si m ọpụta ọsị nna m si m
maka na ama nkweta nke nwunye
ma ya bụrụ nnọọ nwoke na-achị nna m si m ma ya gawa aga ya ihe ji wee kwuo ya o nwere ofu igwe mụ na ya na-ekwu okwu Osimo na okwu ọbụla siri ike na mpa ya bụ onye amaala afịa n'obodo tupu ya ma na ya ga-abịa igwe mana ọ na-abụ nwa okwu gbojuru n'dọlụ na papa ya bụ onye a na-elekwasị anya ọ nata nri ahụ adọrọ mma ndị nri mami ewe dịgharịwa n'akụkụ ya mami ewe jiwe ya ogene okwu ekwuche mami asị ya ọ bụ na eji okwu ahụ maọbụ eji izu ahụ gị si otu a gị mee ya otu a gị si ka ọ dị otu a ogewe ya ogecha na emecha na papa ya eme ihe ahụ na ọ nata na onwe ka ọ ga-agba na-anata ojegote ọkụkọ bịa sị mama ya enyi di ya gị bịa na ọ ga-aka esi wee chee mana anyị a ga-ege ntị nwaanyị ọbụla Chineke dowe n'akụkụ gị bụ ihe o ji chọọ gị mma bidie na ndị na-amụ ndị mụrụ amụ kwe ka ha na-etinye ọnụ n'ezinụlọ nekwa ihe bụ ụgwọ ọnwa m nekwe ka Emeka kwesịrị ịna skuul onye nke kwesịrị ime ka anyị ga-esi mee o nwee ike ọbụla Angela ya tụpụta alụ Angela nwee ike isi oke ka oke je mụtụ nwa ọlụ ka onye nke agawa okwuo ya ọdaa gbelie ya nwoke be anyị bụ ihe pụta na nzukọ wee na-agwa nwoke ọzọ ihe ị na-eme adịrọ mma na-atụ ya aka nwoke ahụ sị nwoke ị na-atụ aka ọ sị oke ka ntụli onwe m ka na-agwa gị ihe na-agwa gị ihe ị na-eme adịrọ mma udochia ya wepụ kene na nwaanyị kwuru ya were okwu ahụ ka ọ bara gị uru ka anyị bido n'ezinụlọ ọ bụrụ na anyị bido n'ezinụlọ anyị dị iche anyị emele pụta n'iru ọrụ anyị pụta n'ụlọ akwụkwọ pụta n'ụlọ ụka esikwa otu ahụ abịakwa n'ụlọ ụka otu ihe ahụ ihe mere nke bụ ejeghe di mere nke jere eje amụghọ nwa ịbịakwa n'ụlọ ụka a na-achụkwa ụmụ nwaanyị a na-achụkwa ha so ọ bụrụ na anyị bido n'ezinụlọ emere ya bịa n'ụlọ ụka maka ụfọdụ ahụ nwee ezinụlọ osi ụkọchukwu ahụ nwere ezinụlọ osi ya bụ ka anyị na-achị azụ
o nwee ihe ọnụokwu ndị mmadụ nnụ wee banye n'ihe anyị kwu echiche anyị ụfọdụ n'ime anyị dị ka ndị akụgọgụlụ echiche ha mmadụ wee nọrọ ụmụ nwoke n'ihe okwu ahụ atụ na soshal midia na ọ bụla onye nwanne wee sị nwaanyị na-arịkwu anyụmamịrị ga-abịa chi ha
biko ekene mụ na ndị amaokwe yut ekene mụ ya ọbụla nke echi ya zara ka aka na-eme dị mma na nghọta ka aka na-eme dị mma ịmago na onye ọbụla tozuru owu ya kpọrọ owu ya nwoke onye ọbụla tozuru owu ya etozu kpọrọ owu ya nwoke ma ndị nọ na platfọm ma ndị na-anọghị na platfọm a jekwu ndị nwanyị ka ọ chịa as kanselọ baa m okwe mana onye ahụ abụghị nwoke mana onye ahụ abụghị nwoke ọsọgodo na ene bribe ọbụla ọsọgodo CEO that person ekwechighị ikwu ndị nwanyị in any kanselọ chi na nwanyị na-achị n'ọnụ nwanyị bụrụ kanselọ ama okwe mba na ụdịka ihe ahụ adịrọ na ụdịka ihe ahụ adịrọ so nwoke ekwechighị ijekwu ndị nwanyị ịghọtago so mana ihe mma na rio obi echi na-ekpa m na rio na ojebego ịghọtago ojebego rio ejebego obi echi na-ekpa m ịghọtago so onye nji ekwute bụ onye ọbụla ka na-efu n'obi ka o jekwu ndere nwaanyị onye ahụ abụghị nwoke ihe onye ahụ lele bụ betrit ya bụ o lele owuo ya ọ dị fọm onye lele viza ọ chọrọ ijiji obodo oyibo ịghọtago udo ekene m
ọ dị possible na ha bụ ụmụ nwoke ga-anọ nwaanyị na-arịkwu anyụmamịrị abịa chi ya biko nwaanyị rikwuru arịkwu anyụmamịrị ka ihe dị iche na nke kwụọta na nke rikwuru arịkwu
onye na-aghọtachara ga-eche na ọ kparị ụmụ nwaanyị ọ kparịghị ụmụ nwaanyị onye ọ kparị bụ onwe ya maka ọ na-echere onwe ya anya na-ebubi ya niile o nwekwe ka ọ bụrụ nwaanyị rịkwa anyụmamịrị mụ ya maka oke eche ka ọ bụ nwoke kwụ ọtọ bụ ihe mụrụ ya ala ịnọsọ nyụpụ ya na mamị nyụsa na wọọlụ odogwu apịaka ya isi na wọl mgbe ahụ ọsọfa palsi ọmalụ na fọbaks bụ akpa ịnọ ihe na-achị gwa gị bụ na ihe na-eme n'oche ndị fọbi ị na-anya kanselọship emere ikpeazụ a ọtụtụ okwu ndị nwoke kwuru ị ga-ewe ya ị ga-ejeta ose mana obi ụtọ m bụ na Chinefo ha na-eme ka anụ arụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-esiwanye ike ya eje na gbute gị maka na ihe o kwuru bụ na ya bụ onye iberibe maka ọ sị na o nwere nwaanyị siri di ya oge niile ị na-eme eki decision gị niile adị mma ọ sị ya na eziokwu na maka ya amaghị decision dị mma ka eji wee jebe nwa gị ka ị wee tụta ezigbo alụ dị mma yes Oya ka njiwekwu na nwoke anwa si na nwaanyị rịkwa ya kọwara bụ na nwaanyị bụ onye weda naanị nwaanyị abara n'ihe nwaanyị abara uru nwaanyị enwere echiche o wee kwe ka o si n'ime ihe na-enwere echiche
wee pụta nke a bụ ihe ka dị njọ isi n'ime ihe na-enweghị echiche wee pụta jekwa lụta onye na-enweghị echiche
nsọ si onye nyere gị anya ọ bụ na ọ naghị ahụ ụzọ
mba
onye nyere gị ntị ọ bụ na ọ naghị anụ ihe nwaanyị ahụ wee nọ na-enweghị uche nọ na-ama wee wepụtazi ego abụ onye nwere uche mmadụ ọ na-enye ihe ọ na-enwere ọ site n'ọtụtụ ọrụ nwaanyị anwa nwere ka onye binye gị nwa
obele iwe chọzie na ị ga-akwụ ya daalụrị nne dịka anyị si eme ya anya kedu ihe ọ dị gị ka a ga-eme wee kpọbata ụmụ nwaanyị n'ọchịchị kedu ebe ọ dị gị ka anyị ga-ebido wee kpọbata bụ ụmụ nwaanyị n'ọchịchị ama m ndị ga-anụrụ ya bụ ọgụ anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ga-anụrụ onwe anyị ọgụ ka obodo ga-anụrụ anyị ọgụ ka gọọmenti kedu ihe a ga-eme anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị
a ga-anụkwa ọgụ ahụ 360 degree mana dịka m tara na mbụ ebe ọ ga-ebido
bụgodo
n'ezinụlọ esi n'ezinụlọ na-anụ ya apụta n'obodo gọọmenti kwesịrị iso wee nụ ọgụ awa ebe ha ga-esi wee nụrụ ọgụ nke ha na-agba bụ site n'imebe iwu policy enactment site n'imebe iwu kwesịrị ekwesị iwu ndị ga-eme ka obi dajụọ ụmụ nwaanyị iwu ndị ga-eme ka anabata ụmụ nwaanyị iwu ndị ga-eme ka nwaanyị kwesị ekwesị n'anya obodo ka nwaanyị toru etoru n'anya obodo iwu ndị ga-akwanyere ụmụ nwaanyị ugwu ruru ha obere n'ime iwu implementation ka bekee kpọrọ ifu ileba anya fụ na eme ya ka esi kwuo ya
ọ bụghị ịtụbu iwu anya n'akwụkwọ
ejiri ọnụ etinye azụ n'ofe ọ bụrụ idekacha ya taịpụ ya ewepụta nọ kedu ndị ewepụtalụ kedu ndị a haziri ịgba mbọ wee fụ
na a na-eme ya
ndị nchebi ndị na-afụ na emere ihe ekwu emere ka esi wekwu ya n'akụkụ nke ụmụ nwaanyị amaechi ọkụ na anọ si na onye agụụ na-agụ ihe na-ewelite ọnụ ya ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ndị ọdịnala ndị kwesịrị na-agụ egwu a na-eme mkpọtụ a na-eti mkpu ya na ike agwụkwa na asịkwana m na imere ya ụnyaa maka iriri nri ụnyaa aka na-akwado nke ihe erita and ihe eri ọzọ echi so onye ọrụ agwụghọ ike anaghị agwụ ya ụmụ nwaanyị ga na-eti mkpu anwa na-eti mkpu ya ha na-etichekwa mkpu ahụ ha na-etigakwarụ gọọmenti mee n'iwu emeghị ya a na-emekwa ihe ahụ eme n'iwu ha na-achịkwa azụ nyere onwe ha aka ụmụ nwaanyị enyere onwe ha aka maka oge akwụkwọ nsọ si onye chọtara nwaanyị chọtara ezigbo ihe ọ bụrụ na m chọọ ịbata n'ime ụlọ ọ bụghị wa ka m na-achọ ma inugo onu m ịma na m na-achọ gị buru ụzọ gaa zoo ebe o nwere ebe ọ ga-abizo m ga-achọkwa gị mana mma nchọta gị m na-ajụ nwaanyị ahụ o kwekwe ka a chọta ya ụmụ nwaanyị ha ga-ekwekwe ka ha nwee ugwu a ga-akwanyezere ha akwanye maka ọtụtụ mgbe ụmụ nwaanyị na-amabata n'ike mabata na poli ihe niile nwere usoro anyị ga-akwadokwe n'onwe ga-akwado ka ihe ahụ ya na-achọ n'ike itebe anụ a na-achọ kapasiti nwaanyị iwekwere ya ka ọjọọ ka e were ya nye gị maka na ịbụ
nwaanyị na-anụgo ọgụ ya pozishọn ahụ nke nwaanyị
n'okpu nke nwaanyị ewetade were ya nye nwaanyị atụrụ tara uche ya ọ bụghị n'eziokwu maka olu ebe ahụ emechu anyị iru mgbe aha sị akwa ekwuru ekwu ị ga-akwado onwe gị ọfụma kwado onwe gị ọfụma mee nke bekee kpọ self development ị na-agụ akwụkwọ kwesịrị ka ị na-eje semina kwesịrị ka ị na-eme na-agbanye onwe gị ebe kwesịrị na-akwanyere onwe gị ugbo otu ị kwesịrị isi wee kwanyere onwe gị ugbo
mụkwa na ọmụmụ n'aka ndị maalụ
ọmụmụ ahụ ka a na-ekwu n'okwu enu bụ mgbe ị na-akpagharị na-amụ ihe ụzọ amara akpa ogene odege ebe anya n'ọdụ oge ọdụ egbe dị ka ogene mkpe na-abọdụ inenu ndị megolo ọfụma ị jụọ ọ gịnị ka Dora mere o ji wee sọksidie ọ gịnị mere Okonji wala o ji bụrụ Okonji ọ bịa ezekwetịrị ka ihe ọka ibi eme bịa nke Ojukwu kedu ihe ọka ibi eme ijenu mbe sisi ma alị atụ ndị riri elu ka elu asị na agụ erigo enyi wee rie ohunata na were elu wee rie ya ifugo ndị ọdụ ha bụ ogene mkpe na abụ dedekene anya ka i wee dị ka ha
daalụrị nne dịka ị na-esonyela anyị ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ otu anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esinyere onwe anyị aka gbajie ogwe ahụ mgbidi ahụ nọchiri anyị ụzọ anyị afụgo n'ọtụtụ ihe dịka ambasadọ dọkịta Chinemerem si wee lụtụ aka gị bụ nwaanyị ị na-emekwa nke gị ka anyị gbatị ụkwụ ọ bụ na anyị gbatị ụkwụ na-achịta azụ anyị akpọkọta nkata anyị nke tata maka na ihe anyị nwere ikwu karịrị akarị nọ na ekwuo tata ahapụ maka echi maka anyị ama nkwuche ha ncha niile tata
a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o
ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Alụ dịka ị ka na-esonyela anyị agbatigo ụkwụ ṅụọ mmiri ghachitekwata azụ ka anyị kpatọpụ nkata anyị otu ụmụ nwaanyị ga-esi wee gbajie ogwe a nọchiri anyị ụzọ isonye na ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, isonye na nlekọta ọ bụrụ naanị na ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ebe isi dị iche iche onwe ihe o mere na ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwaanyị nọnye ebe ahụ. Ihe anyị ji ekwuri bụ na ọ dị ka kịta bụ oge ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, ọ dịka ọsọsọ ebe ahụ ka anyị na-ekwu okwu. Onwe ihe o mere ụfọdụ ndị nnukwute ụlọ ọrụ a na-anụ maka ha etinyecha ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ. Ọkwa mụ na Chinemerem anyị dọkịta ambasadọ na-enekọta ụmụ adaọgwụ na-enekọtakwa ihe niile dị iche. Ya bụkwa onye isi na relief pitch. Ọ na-abụ okwu relief pitch adị m aghọta otu esi akpụ ya ọfụma, mana ọ dị ka mkpọtara ya nke tata. Relief pitch ya bụ ihe na-ekpokọtakwa ha ebe ahụ. Ihe a na-enekwa anya bụ ọdịmma obodo. Wee na-abịazi na mkpokọta okwu anyị dọkịta Chinemerem. Ịgbaji ogwe otu mgbe ka nna ụka nwaanyị ọ na-adị ihe ọ na-afụrụ m ụfụ bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịkwado onwe ha, ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịkwado onwe ha, mana anyị ada akwado onwe anyị. Ọ dịghị ka nsogbu ọ dị anyị n'aka maka na asị na anyị ada enye shishi. Ọ dịghị ka ọ dị mkpa ka ụmụ nwaanyị bido nyebe shishi maka ọ na-afịa ahụ ịpụta ifu ebe nwaanyị kere ya, mana ụmụ nwoke pụta ha na-eke ego nke enye ha, mana ụmụ nwaanyị ada eke nke ha. Ọ dịghị ka o sewe na egbochi anyị.
Mmadụ ọ na-enye ihe ọ na-enwero. Ine anyị ga-afụ na ọtụtụ mgbe ọ bụrụkwa na nwere ụmụ nwaanyị nwee ego, mana ine anya ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị ịgbanye ebe anyị si wee na-apụta efu na ụmụ anyị kasị na nnwere onwe adịka obodo kasị na nnwere onwe na-apụta ome ọtụtụ n'ime ha aka esiri ọha ike n'ihe gbasara ego. Onye a sị na ọnọdụ ya bụ n'usekwu kemgbe kasị n'usekwu binie ọ ka na-eshi anwụrụ ọkụ o ji nwayọọ nwayọọ
na-efuchepụ ya.
So ọ bụ na ị na-anya ụmụ anyị aka esichara ha ike ka ụmụ nwoke. Ọ bụ na ene ụmụ nwoke na ụmụ nwaanyị ịfụ the percentage ụmụ nwoke akasi ike karịrị nke ụmụ nwaanyị akasi ike. Mana ihe anyị na-arịọ bụ ka onye binie ya dọkpụrụ nwanne ya, onye binie ya dọkpụrụ nwanne ya. Na nwaanyị anaghị akwado nwaanyị ibe ya, ọ bụrụ ezigbo ihe. Enwekwa ụmụ nwaanyị na-akwado ibe ha maka anyị na-ekwu ya otu a ọ dịka enwe ụmụ nwaanyị na-eburu mata ihe gbasara nwaanyị ibe ha gwa ya gwa ajụ buru ya na-agba mbọ were ume ego ya na-akwado, were okwu ọnụ, were ezi ndụmọdụ, were mgbazi uche na-akwado. Mana ihe anyị na-ekwu bụ mmadụ one na-eme ya, mmadụ one na-eme. Anyị na-asị ndị ọbụla na-adị eme ya, ọ bụ na ihe iji ha eme ya bụ enwere nghọta maka o so n'otu ihe na-emenụ. Ọ bụ maka na ịkasị na uche gbagọrọ agbagọ wee pụta ndị akụnyegoro n'ime ha na nwaanyị kwesịrị ime ihe. Ọ pụta ọ na-afụzi ụmụ nwaanyị nke ejego akwụkwọ ome ọcha anya ọ na-azọzi ndọrọ ndọrọ. Ọ ga-efu ilu bụ na nwaanyị anụ ha isi adị ọkụ ya mma, mana dịka isi na-amaghị eme na uche ezughị oke na-abata na nghọta. Biko gbaa mbọ ka ị na-akwado nwaanyị ibe gị. Ịfụ ya n'ụlọ ụka, ịfụ ya n'ihu ọrụ, ịfụ ya na yard. Ọ bụgodu nọọ nwaanyị kpọsara ihe n'ilo n'ihu kọmpand unu, ọ bụla umbrella ya ikuku mmiri a na-ekugo, kwado nwaanyị ahụ by mee ka umbrella ya gbachiere ya dowe ya ka ọ hapụ ibu echi ọ chọwa ego ọ ga-ejigoro ọzọ. Asị m kwado asị ọ ga-eji ha akụ o jide ọnụ ọma. Ihe niile abụghọ nnọọ gbasara ego. Ụmụ nkwado ị ga-enye mmadụ na onwe mụ na ya na-ekwu okwu onye nwesị ya ebe ọbụla ụmụ m ga-aga kama onye ndụmọdụ ezi onye ndụmọdụ ga-akọ nwa m ego ka nwa m, maka na ezi onye ndụmọdụ ga-adụkwara nwa m ahụ doga ya ebe ọ ga-enweta ego. Mana nke a ga-egosi na nkwado ụmụ ndị ọ bụ ezigbo ndụmọdụ ha nye mmadụ onye ahụ echefubeghị ya. Mana ihe durie wee gị ga-enye onye ahụ ọta ya nke ahụ aga onwe, mana mgbazi uche ma ikpere onye ahụ ekpere ma ichizie iru soro onye a ma ọ bụ ịghọtago dị ụzọ dị iche iche anyị nwere ike isi kwado nwaanyị ibe ka ọ hapụ igbe kwuo kwado isi enwekwa anụmone ọkwa onye nwere bụ ihe na-enye mmadụ ọ dị ọtụtụ ụzọ dị iche iche ọ bụrụ na ịpụta nwaanyị ibe gị na-azọ ihe ịbanye n'ime obodo kwuoro ndị mmadụ nwee ike kpọpụta ihe dịka ụmụ nwaanyị 5 were tinyere nwaanyị ahụ ịkwado gị ya so ọ dị ọtụtụ ụzọ esi akwado
ihe na-abụrụ ego
ndewo
daalụrị nne gị bụ onye sonyela anyị na nke tata ịnụgono ka anyị si wee kwuo ya ikpochepụ ọgbata ufie nọ n'iru maka ụmụ nwaanyị ịpụta inyekwana nwaanyị ohere ọkwa igbo bụ ihe na-asị na ezinụlọ ọbụla nwaanyị kọ na ihe kọ ha ezinụlọ nwaanyị ọbụla na-anọghị ya ihe kọ ha ya bụ ka enyekena ụmụ nwaanyị ohere ka ama na ga-edozite obodo a ma ọ bụkwa ma obodo a agasara agasa mana anyị na-ekpe ekpere na Chineke ga-enye anyị onye ga-edozi obodo a wee na-asị gị daalụrị nne dọkịta Chinemere m maka isonyela anyị na nke taa ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọkwa gị na ị ga-ewepụta ohere wee bịa sonyela anyị akachacha ebe ụmụ nwaanyị ọgwụ a nọ ka ị kpọkọta ha bịakwanụ bịa kwuo nke ha maka ọdịmma obodo anyị o wee bụrụ ebe a ka anyị na-ekpokọta nke ụbọchị tata ọ bụrụ na ihe anyị mee tata masị gị sonyela anyị mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-abịa na Aneke TV na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị n'ihe mmetụ aka anyị na TikTok kpem ebe edela Aneke TV, YouTube kpem ebe edela Aneke TV, Facebook kpem ebe edela Aneke TV ka ị tụnyela anyị alụ ka anyị ga-esi wee mee ya o wee kacha mma. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahụmele wee luo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-ezukọkwa ana m asị gị ka o mesịa. Dọkịta Chi daalụ tata.
Ndewo isi oche.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Aneke television. Heu, agirbo mu di egwu nkwa azụ n'ahịa mgboju okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu, mbụ ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu, na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiwe mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991 from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum, Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival, this carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Dear woman, this is a safe space to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asoga, and I'm a companion on this journey of being a woman. Today we're talking about a topic that is both timely, relevant, and has been on my heart strongly. And that topic is how smart girls build wealth before graduation. It's a mouthful, and I'll say it again. How smart girls build wealth before graduation. Now, this topic you need to share this video right here. Yes, dear woman, share it with your sister, your girlfriend, your friend, your nephew, your niece, your mentee, someone you're mentoring. Share this topic to them, share this episode to them because it is relevant. Now, we know that the economical landscape of the world and especially Nigeria has changed over the past few years and is going to the worst rather than the better side of it for now. And sometimes, no matter how much parents tend to send to their kids in school, it's usually never enough because there are just a lot of things to do. And I don't want a situation whereby our young girls, remember this is their woman, we're talking about everything women and no need to pretend with ourselves. I don't want a situation whereby our young girls go into the university or go into the higher institution or education and higher level of education, and the next thing on their mind is keeping male friends as a way of earning money or as a way of meeting their needs. So I'm just going to share right from the onset what I'll call money skills. 5 money skills that you need to have or you need to learn that will help you earn your own money when you get into this higher level of education. And when I talk about these quick money skills, it will sound familiar. You do your research and you get to find out other ones and you choose what works for you and pick up on those skills. The first one I'm going to mention, and the reason why I really like this one, I'm going to tell you, is tailoring. Yes, the reason why I really love tailoring is in as much as it is time consuming, it is labor intensive on the body. It is something that you get to do at your own time. If you learn this skill and go into school, it's something you get to do at your own time. Maybe you have 1 hour free time, 2 hours free time. You can easily and quickly pick up your fabric and do what you're meant to do. The next one that I really like is fixing of nails, fixing of lashes, or lash extensions. This one, the reason why I really like it is you will find that when you go into school, that these are people just want to look good. Young girls want to look good. And this is something that you can do, you can earn from it. It's quick income. The third one is catering. And I'm going to pair catering with baking. Now, yes, you can provide services of you making food for people. You make food, people that don't want to cook or people that they don't like cooking or they don't even know how to cook. You make food for them, maybe something that would last them for a week. You could do for weight loss. You can brand this, package it in different ways. Maybe for people that want to lose weight, you make a week worth of meal for them. Maybe somebody that just doesn't know how to cook, you make a week worth of meal for them. Let's say you're making salad, you're making jollof rice, you're making yam and beans, you're making this delicacy soup, just to give you like an idea of what you're going to be doing. For baking, birthdays, pastries, ice cream, all those things. If you know how to do this thing, it is a huge banger. And you might be asking yourself, oh, how am I going to do it if I'm going to be in the hostel? Now, if you're going to be in the hostel and you don't have access to cooking your meals yourself, that is fine. You can scratch this and go to the next one. And if you live somewhere that allows you to stay off campus, it comes in handy. And learning it before you get into the higher institution is a plus for you. So that once you get into the higher institution, it's something that you've already learned and you start doing. The fourth one is, this is a cool skill to have. It is going to help you in the long run, but when it comes to the atmosphere of being in school, I don't really like this one, but I'm just going to put it there. That is making of hair. This making of hair is going to be in different parts. There are parts of it that I like. You see braids. Making of braids can be time consuming, and you have to do it when that person is there, when the client is there. I really don't like that part because sometimes it can pressure you to do it at a time that is not exactly convenient for you, but you can still make it work. In making of hair, we have hair installation, wig revamp, all those things, wigging. You can do wigging at your own convenient time. You can do revamp at your own convenient time. You can do installation. Yes, installation is not as time consuming as braiding is. You can do that one. These are skills that you can learn and they will help you to navigate and earn extra money for yourself. The fifth one, I don't want to call this one a skill, but I want to, let's just say business, any kind of business that you know that you can do. In my own time, I was selling bed sheets, I was selling jewelries. I think I also sold something else. I can't really quite recall right now, but I know that I sold bed sheets and I sold jewelries while I was in school. Pick a skill. You can sell detergent. Yes, you can make liquid soap. I didn't even know that back then, but I know that right now. You can make detergents, make liquid soap, and you can sell them. You can make air fresheners and you can sell them. Know something to sell. You can buy and sell. You can make things and sell. These are the quick money skills. As I've said this thing now, you can research further, know what works for you, get that skill and do it. The other one is what I'll call digital skill. Digital skill, this one too is very important. No one beats the other. I'm not going to say that this one, but quick money skills, they are things that people need daily or people need, they need them faster. So there is quicker exchange rather than the digital skills. And even now, because of the way the landscape of things are changing, is not really true. You can still get quick money from digital skills. But I'll just go right ahead and talk about the digital skills. Video editing. This one was, I know back then in school, there was this particular guy. This guy was loaded. He was my friend, he was loaded. But guess what? He was editing. He knew how to do video editing. He was editing movies for people. He was editing videos for creatives. Even I and my friend back then in school, we had this program we had on YouTube that is called Take On Show. I don't know if any of our videos is still up, but it was up back then. And this guy was one that used to edit our videos weekly for us. And I know how much he used to charge. Well, the guy used to cut our necks, but he was earning from it. We're not the only people he was editing for. He was editing for a different couple of people, and he has steady income on a weekly basis because of that. Aside video editing, something else that I really like is data analytics. Data analytics, I remember when I was in my final year, I had to pay a huge amount of money to someone for someone to do my data analysis for me, because my supervisor insisted on a particular type of data analysis. So I had to give it to a statistician who I paid a lot of money to do it. If you have that skill, you can be known for doing these things and you do it. The third one is copywriting. Copywriting is really necessary, is really important. Even while you're in school, you can still make money from copywriting. Content creation. Oh God, I cannot emphasize on this one enough. And one thing about content creation is it's not just about starting, it's about staying consistent, it's about trying as much as possible, which is, I started content creation while I was in school. I started creating content. One of the things I did not utilize enough is I did not utilize the moment I was in enough. I made a whole lot of video, but I wasn't that consistent and I didn't utilize it enough. Let me talk about this. While you're in school, a lot of things are going on. There's a whole lot of things going on. You are in a hub of activities. Let me just put it that way. Utilize that hub of activities that you have. The friends, you're going to see your friend, you're going to make your hair, you're going to classes, you're going to night class, you're studying for this exam, how the lectures are going. You have a plethora of things to build your content on. And another thing is you have access to leverage brands and communities for free while you are in school. So don't take this one for granted. And this is something that we'll get to that, but we'll have content creation out there. The next thing is, you see, photography. Photography is actually a quick money skill, so I'm not going to put it in a digital skill. What other digital skill can I think of? We'll talk about video editing, data analytics, content creation, copywriting. Yes, animation. Yes, animation, or making AI videos. You know that one. It's one that's trending. Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. You see AI videos, cooking, doing so many things right now. Even they can take my job as it is. They will not take my job, but they can take my job as it is. So if you have skills and know how to do things like that, it is very beneficial and very helpful. Now, this is the one part of this video, but like I said, when I'm done, you make your research, you know the one that serves you best and that skill. But now let's talk about another aspect of this whole thing. I'm going to tell you some of the things that you need to do that's going to help you in the process of building wealth. And I'm going to do it in form of debunking some myths. I'm also going to debunk some myths as we go along, but let's just talk about some of the practices that you need to take on if you want to start building wealth. Now, always have a monthly savings plan. Even as a student, I know it's difficult, the economy is bizarre, but have a separate account. You can use OPay, you can use Money Point, you can use Piggyvest, but be strict with yourself. If you want to learn financial responsibility, it starts while you are in school. To whom much is given, much is expected. No, this one is not the right quote I'm supposed to use, but let me just say, when you are given small and you make judicious use of that small, it means that when the big one comes, you're going to be able to make judicious use of that big one. What am I saying in essence? Yes, the money, the resources are scarce, it doesn't even come like that. But if you can submit yourself to having a monthly savings or weekly, depending on how you can do it, and you are strict with yourself, and you're keeping up with it because already remember your money from home is coming and you are doing things to earn on the side. Have a strict savings plan. It's going to help you. That strict savings plan, don't use it for anything. I remember back then I was saving and I used mine for things which were very, very important. But I had to use that one because I was not using my thinking faculty to the best of its ability. Let me explain further. Now you can have like two savings. You can have one that you do on a monthly basis, that strict one, the one that you are saving. If you are in first year right now, start saving from first year to final year. Save, don't touch it. If you any year don't think it's too late for you, just start. And if you're about to enter school, just know that the moment the admission clicks and you are going there, you start it and you're pushing yourself. It's going to push you to be financially responsible, to budget and to live within your means. It's also going to help you to push yourself when you feel tired, when you know there is a goal for you to meet. Even when you feel tired, you don't have any choice, you're just going to do what you have to do. I remember back then what I was doing was I used to do assignments for people, and people knew me. I'd advertise it. If you cannot do this assignment, I'm doing this assignment. And there was this guy, the guy who people will bring assignment to him, he'll bring it to me, he'll take his own cut, he'll give me, and we're both happy. And I was able to think of this idea and I was doing it because I already started saving, and I knew that if I was waiting for money from home, I would not be able to meet up with my saving plan. So I had to look for something on the side, and I was hustling it, and I was able to meet up with my saving plan. That money that I saved, it helped me a lot. If not, I don't know what would have happened, but I thank God I saved that money. The next thing you need to do aside saving, be strict with your saving, is secondly, ask yourself questions. What do you want to really do when you leave this school? What is that? What's your plan? Do you plan on having a 9 to 5? Is that your dream? Is it starting a business? Is it fordring? What exactly is your plan? Ask yourself that question, get the answer to, and you might be in your first year, and guess what? I know when you're in your first year, when you begin to have experiences, insights, you're going to see things, you are going to change as a person, and your decisions and what you want for yourself, they're going to change. Understandably, they're going to change. But then why they change? Because you already have an idea of where you wanted to go, it's easy for you to navigate to go to where you want to go. So let me give an example. If you're coming from Kano to Enugu State, for instance, because you've left Kano, you're now in Abuja. That's the same way it is with life. Ask yourself those questions, and when you get the answers to that question of what you want to do with yourself, you start planning. Back in the day, what I wanted to do was I wanted to be what I'm doing right now, but I wanted to do it on a different path or a different scale, at a different level. But back then, what was in my mind wasn't business. I wanted to be a communicator. I wanted to be an on-air personality. I wanted to be a presenter, and I was working in the radio station. Let me just tell you, for instance, I went for an interview, and when they were going through my CV, the interviewer, one of them just asked me, he was like, "Sorry, how old are you again?" And I told him. He said, when did you say you graduated? I told him. He said, but you're too young for the level of experiences and the number of experiences I'm seeing on your CV. I was like, I was busy. I was busy because I didn't have any other thing to say. I was busy from university. I kept gaining experience upon experience upon experience, which is why I am for the level of or the number of years I've had on the job. I know in my heart of hearts that I'm extremely qualified. And if you bring someone that has the same number of years to their belt, or that has just graduated the same year I graduated, you bring two of us together, the person might not be able to compete with me. I'll be competing at a higher level because of the experiences I've built, because of the way I subjected myself to really, really understand the job and to be good at it. Even though as I progress, I keep learning and I keep improving, and my eyes keep opening up to things I did not know previously existed. But then, you see, I'm going to be quicker and sharper to learn because I've built myself to a point. So the same way, you ask yourself what you want to do, and you start working towards it. You start building towards what you want to do. If what you want to do is 9 to 5, you know the area 9 to 5, and you start gaining experience. If there is somewhere you can intern while in school, you intern. If there's somewhere you can intern during in between semesters, you start your internship in between semesters. When you go home, rather than stay at home lazing about or just not doing anything freestyling, you go to that organization and you intern. If what you want to do is business, you know that okay, do I know the kind of business that I want to do? Is it something that I'm going to start doing while I'm in school? Is it something that requires capital? Is it something that requires going to China? What do I need to know about going to China? You know, you begin to ask yourself, you begin to jot down, have a notepad. I prefer notepad, or you can use your phone, anything. But have somewhere that you write down, you ask yourself this question, you write down the answer, and you write out how to make that thing come to pass. The third thing that you're going to do aside writing it down is, you remember that quick skills I told you about and the digital skills I told you about. Whichever one that you choose to do, start building a brand around it. If you decide to be, you choose, okay, I'm going to do baking, or I'm going to do catering, or I'm cooking meals for people that want to lose weight in school. I'm cooking meals for people that don't know how to cook in school. Create a social media page and start putting up things. Start putting up when you put up things about your brand on social media pages. That way you are building a brand around what you want to do. The next thing that you need to do is start pushing that brand out there, because right then when you're in school, you have free reviews. You have people that your friends, you have your classmates, they are going to give you few reviews, they are going to help you out. There's a level of organic growth, a level of organic support that happens during the course of uni, during the course of higher education, that is hard to attain after education or after uni, after life, after school. It's hard to attain that level of organic growth and support. So utilize it. If it's video editing, create a brand around it. Oh, I'm a video editor. Oh, tell people what you do, word of mouth. That's also a way of branding. So that when people think about this thing, they're thinking, oh, this person knows how to do it. When people think about it, they're like, oh, yeah, she knows how to do it. Oh, yeah, she's good with that. Start building a brand around it. The fourth thing is, I want you to know that it's okay for you to take risk. Yes, while you're in school, it's okay for you to take risk. And I know, let me just give you an example of some of the risk that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about useless risk or risks that are not thought of. Let me give you an instance. When I was in my year 2 doing my internship, the particular place where I interned, I remember getting an offer from them for me to come after school during the weekends to, come and be part of a program, the Breakfast Club at that time. And I remember speaking with my parents about it, and my parents said, no, it's going to block you on school, it's going to be a hindrance, it's going to distract you, no, don't do that. And as a good child that I am, I obeyed. But then I often think back and ask myself, if I had said yes to the opportunity, what other things would have gone? Now, in hindsight, looking back right now, I know that positive things could have come out of it, and I know that negative things possibly would have come out of it as well. But it would have built me to have a thick skin faster than any other thing would have. There are plethora of experiences I would have had from that place, good, bad, ugly, that would have helped shape me into a stronger, better person. That's that. So these are the things I've shared with you. These are things you need to do when you're in the school. Aside having gotten those skills we talked about, save, be strict with your saving budget. Just be strict and follow a particular saving plan or savings goal. Be strict with yourself. Then move on along to asking yourself what you want to do with yourself after school. Ask yourself that question, get the answer, and find out ways you can make that thing become a reality, and what you can start doing from where you are in your school to get those things to become reality. The third thing you want to do after doing that is to start building a brand around your skill. Start building a brand early, because school offers you the opportunity to get organic reviews, organic word to mouth advertisement marketing. It's easier to do it in school than elsewhere. The next thing you need to do is to take risk. And the kind of risk I mean is not the risky, useless type of risk. I mean, when you believe in something or when you think something is going to work, Know that sometimes the people around you are going to be scared. They're going to try to protect you, and they're going to advise you from their own experiences, their own failures. So when you truly believe something is going to work out, take the risk, follow that thing through and see what happens. Because guess what? It's better you regret the things you did than regretting the things you did not do. Alright? In this case, not in life in general, but in this case, it's better you regret the things you did than regretting the things you did not do. So I'm also going to be debunking a couple of myths. Let's start with one, which is having something else doing while schooling is a distraction. Yes, it is a distraction, but guess what? It might be a distraction, but after school, there's never going to be a time when you don't have something else going on in your life or when you have to focus on one thing. You are going to focus on so many things. So being in school offers you the opportunity to gain experience on focusing on several things. So use the opportunity wisely, ask yourself questions, get to know yourself, get to manage your time, and know how to make sure that what you're doing is not a distraction to your studies. The next thing is there is this myth or popular misconception that social media is just totally bad. So social media is not entirely bad, though it is addictive, it is not bad. It can be used judiciously or used to put yourself into trouble. Know the one that you want to do and try as much as you can to work towards not being addicted to it. Have rules, have regulations, be self-disciplined, and allow it to be a tool that you use to help yourself, not a tool that uses you. The third misconception is the fact that, you know, allow school pass through you, let you pass through school. I don't know exactly how they say it. Allow school to pass through you, pass through school, so that school. I don't know exactly how it's said. So basically, the essence of that saying is to say that you should allow yourself experience what is going on within the campus, within your institution. So let's say, for instance, you're a content creator and you task yourself with asking the first years what was their first impression of the school when they saw it, the building, the people. What was their first impression? You go to the final year students, you're asking them, oh, what do you think life after school is going to be like for you? You interview them. You are experiencing school, you're experiencing everything from their eyes. Basically, that's what's happening. That's what they mean. Because when you do the things I've said, each week is going to be like a melodrama. Each week comes with its own melodrama that is going to open your eyes to new experiences, new opportunities, and just new ways of seeing life. So that is it. The next thing that people say that is not true is that they tell you that everything is your certificate. Yes, certificate is good. Certificate is okay. It's going to open doors for you. Don't get me wrong. It's going to open doors for you. But when it opens that door, there's also going to expect you to have a particular know-how. And if you have the certificate and you don't have the know-how, it's going to be embarrassing. It's better you don't have the certificate but you have the know-how than for you to have the certificate without having the know-how. The best bet is to merge the two together and have it. The final thing I'm going to say to you is you should share this video to your loved ones. Share this video to someone that needs to hear it. Because imagine if you were watching this video, you're about to enter the higher institution, you pick this skill, you task yourself, and you are saving weekly, monthly, 1 million, 500,000, 20,000, 10,000 on what you can do. And start saving it from your first year, first month of getting admission to the final year, and you are done. And you bring that bulk money and you decide, okay, this is what I want to do with it, and you put it there because you already know where your life is heading. You already have a plan, and you're ready, and that money is just for you to utilize that plan that you've made that time. I believe the outcome is going to be good. So my name is Chidima Asogwa, and this is Dear Woman. Don't forget that Dear Woman shows on Aneke TV every Wednesday and a replay on Saturday. Thank you for watching.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains. Can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift. 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also used reserved seats for women in parliaments. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men, and boys continue to face physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient, and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights, and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment. For the purpose of emphasis, Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistics supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men, and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access. It is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live. Daily broadcasting. Relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.